Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะ ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่การแข่งขัน Mobile Legends รายการ MSL Thailand Season 1 ค่ะ Welcome to Mobile Legends MSL Thailand Season 1
Assalamualaikum Tonton dan puan-puan Selamat datang ke MSL Thailand Season 1
โอเคค่ะ วันนี้ก็กลับมาเจอกับมินนะคะ และ
พี่มาปางค่ะ
MLBB โอ้โห น่ารักสุดๆใช่ วันนี้ก็เป็นวันสุดท้ายแล้วนะคะ วันที่เราจะได้รู้แล้วว่าใครนะคะจะได้เป็นแชมป์ในซีซั่นหนึ่ง
ใช่ แล้วก็ที่สำคัญสำหรับคนที่ได้เป็นทีมที่ได้เป็นแชมป์ในซีซั่น1นะคะก็จะได้ตั๋วเข้าไปแข่งขันด้วยในรอบไวการ์ดที่ปารีสนะจ๊ะ
บ่องชูเลยอยากไป
บ่องชูเลยบ่องชูเลย
เอา MC ไปด้วยได้ไหม
ก็
อาจจะยัง
ได้ไหมคะ
ต้องสอบถามต้องสอบถาม
โอเคแต่ว่า เราได้ 3 ทีมนะคะที่ผ่านรอบคัดเลือกมาเรื่อยๆ จากวันแรกเมื่อวานนะคะผ่านเข้ามา 3 ทีม
ใช่
มีทีมอะไรบ้างคะน้องมิน
จะมี KOG King of Gamer Club ค่ะ
ค่ะ
เบคอนไทม์เนาะ
ค่ะและ
ที่วันนี้
ทีมสุดท้าย
ถือว่าเป็นคู่สายล่าง
ใช่
สองทีมนะคะที่จะต้องมาเจอกันก่อนที่
ค่ะ
จะไปเจอ ACT
ใช่
Esport Club นะคะที่ตอนนี้เนี่ยรออยู่แล้วนะคะในแกรนด์ไฟนอล
ใช่แล้วนะคะสำหรับคู่แรกในการแข่งขันในวันนี้นะคะ ก็เป็นการพบกันของ King of Gamer Clubs ค่ะพบกับ Bacon Time สำหรับทีมที่แพ้ก็คือการันตีว่าเป็นที่ 3 อัตโนมัติ
ใช่อัตโนมัติเลย
ส่วนทีมที่ชนะนะคะก็เข้าสู่รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลนะคะไปเจอกับ ACT นั่นเอง
ใช่แล้วค่ะก็คือที่1เนาะอย่างที่บอกไปก็
พูด
จะ
ถึ
ได้
งรางวัลกันบ้าง
ได้ค่ะรางวัลที่จะได้เนาะที่ 1 ก็คือจะได้ไป MSC 2026 นะคะรอบ
ค่ะ
ไวล์การ์ดที่ปารีสนะคะฝรั่งเศส
ใช่แล้วนะคะ ส่วนที่ 2 นะคะก็จะได้ไปทำการแข่งขันต่อค่ะในรายการ MCCM ซีซั่นที่ 7 นั่นเองอุ้ยซีซั่นที่ 7 แล้วมา 7 ปีแล้วนะคะน้องมิน
เยอะมากเลยนะ แบบยาวนานอยู่กันมาอย่างยาวนาน
ของเรา
จๆ
เพิ่งจะซีซั่นหนึ่งแต่ว่าทุกทีมคือทำผลงานให้ได้ลุ้นระทึก
ทำได้ดีมากจริงใน
อันน่ะ
แบบซีซั่น1เนาะของประเทศไทย
ใช่ค่ะ
ทำได้ดีมากจริงค่ะ
ค่ะ
เหตุ
สรุปเหตุการณ์เมื่อวาน
คร่าวๆ
เกิดอะไรขึ้นบ้างคะ พลิกผันจนชนิดที่ว่าแคชอัพไม่ทัน
ใช่เพราะว่าหลายเหตุการณ์หลายเรื่องราวเกิดขึ้นใน 1 วัน
ใช่
เหตุการณ์แรกก็คือ KOG ชนะเทนา 3-1
3-1
เท
ใช่
นาก็คือตกรอบกลับบ้านไปเมื่อวาน
ใช่
แต่ว่า
ค่ะ
ในทุกๆรอบของเทนาก็ถือว่าพัฒนาทั้งตัวเองแล้วก็ทีมเนาะทำได้ดีมากจริงจนมาถึงรอบเพย์ออฟเมื่อวานเลย
ใช่แล้วนะคะ ก็ได้ที่ 4 ไปเมื่อวานแต่ว่าทุกคนทำผลงานได้ดีอย่างที่น้องมินบอกจริง ๆ นะคะ ต่อมาค่ะ King of Gamer นะคะ วันนี้ก็จะเจอกับ
เบคอนไทม์แข่งสายล่างก่อน
ใช่ ก็อย่างที่บอกกันเลยค่ะว่าทีมที่แพ้ก็คือจะได้เป็นที่ 3 อัตโนมัติ
ใช่
นะคะ แล้วก็ทีมที่ชนะเนี่ยก็คือเข้าไปลุ้นแล้วว่าจะเป็นที่ 1 หรือที่ 2 คือเอาง่ายๆว่าถ้าชนะปุ๊บการันตีและต้องมีทีมใดทีมหนึ่งได้ไปปารีสกับทีมใดทีมหนึ่งเนี่ยได้ไปแข่งต่อใน MCCM ซีซั่น7
ใช่แล้ว
ใช่ค่ะ
ก็น่าจะอยากดูแข่งแล้วล่ะจริง ๆ แล้วเนาะเพราะว่า
ใช่
ตอนนี้เนี่ยคนก็เริ่มเข้ามาเรื่อย ๆ แล้วเนาะ
ใช่
คุณ
อุ๊ย
ปา
ด้านหน้าคนเยอะเลยน้องมิน
คน
ด้านหน้า
เยอะ
เขามีกิจกรรม
มีกิจกรรมถ้าใครมานะคะ ก็คือสามารถ
ค่ะ
มาเล่น 5v5 เพื่อเอา
ใช่
โค้ดได้ด้วยแล้วก็มีอะไรนะคะพี่ปางแบบเป็น กระดาษ
เป็นกระดาษเป็นเขาเรียกว่าการ์ดกำลังใจ
ใช่แล้ว
ก็คือเขียนการ์ดกำลังใจนะคะ แล้วก็สามารถนำการ์ดกำลังใจเนี่ยมาโชว์มาชูในฮอลล์ได้
แล้วก็ข้างในนะคะก็มีบูธกิจกรรมเนาะจากพาร์ทเนอร์ของเรานะคะ
ใช่
ก็สามารถมาร่วมเล่นกิจกรรมเอาของรางวัลของแจกได้เนาะ
ใช่แล้วนะคะ ใครที่กำลังเดินทางมาตอนนี้ดูไลฟ์อยู่นะคะ ใกล้จะถึงแล้วใช่ไหมคะใช่ไหม
ใกล้แล้ว
ใช่
เพราะว่า
มี
เดิน
บอก
ทาง
ทาง
สะดวก
ใช่นะคะก็คือสามารถตรงมาที่ BCC Hall เซ็นทรัลลาดพร้าวชั้น 5 กันได้เลย
ใช่
น
ค่ะถ้าตอนนี้ทุกค
ซาวน เสียง
คอยาก
หน่อยไหม
ดูแล้วซาวเสียงเหรอ
ซาวเสียงกันสักหน่อย
ได้
ต้องมาแล้วแหละนี่มีการดกำลังใจด้วย
ถูกเขาเตรียมแล้ว
เตรียมโชว์แล้วตอนนี้
โอเคค่ะ
อ่ะ
ขอเสียงแฟนๆหน่อยได้ไหมคะ
ได้ไหมคะ
เป็นคนห้ามแพ้
เออ
KOG สักนิดได้คะ KOG
อยู่ฝั่งนี้วู้
โอเค
เยอะ
มีกำลังใจ
มีกำลังใจเหมือนกัน
ตอนนี้ก็พี่แคสเตอร์พร้อมแล้วนะคะ ก็ขออนุญาตส่งให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง 3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Lovely Minimint and of course the charming iBaby. At your service, my name is Leo here with Mirko, and we'll be at your service calling both the lower bracket finals and the grand finals in the last day of MSL Thailand Season 1.
Dude, it's a pleasure. It's an honor being here, man, for the inaugural season playoffs, mind you, and the first ever lower bracket finals and grand finals in MSL Thailand history. Again, they said it, Leo, stakes are as high as ever. EWC is all the way in Paris. Everybody wants to go there, even the teams in Indo, the teams in the Philippines, everywhere in the world. You can feel the hype.
I did not know you spoke Thai, but you know what? I'm learning a little bit about you every day. And they also mentioned that He also mentioned that the winner of, the grand finalists, whoever's there, is at least guaranteed to go to Paris or to compete in MCCM Season 7. So regardless, it's international experience, and who'd have thought that who would be sitting on top of the food chain this early on? A qualifiers team in ACT. They'll be in action later on tonight, but for now, we have a best of 5 between two of the teams who everyone thought would be in the grand finals automatically. KOG and Bacon Time, but only one moves on.
Hey, that's just the style right now, you know? The open qualifier team, again, ACT, dude, I have had my eyes on them for as long as I've heard of the MSL Thailand series, right? I got the pleasure of casting the first week of MSL Thailand. Unfortunately, after that, I just had to sit and watch as a viewer. But ACT have always just been impressive, man. Every single time they play, it was very surprising to me, especially Leo, because after seeing so many of the global regions, even casting MSL Myanmar, there's definitely a gap that you see from the major regions into, you know, some of the MSL regions. But for ACT, they've learned through maybe watching their own VODs, maybe through, you know, figuring it out themselves, experimenting within themselves. But they have such a high level of play for a region that's in its first season.
Well, it's not like they just figured it out on their own. They have had interactions with the best of the best. They traveled to the Philippines in late 2025. They have been scrimming with teams internationally. Again, to play like the best, you gotta be with the best. And ACT right now are the best team in MSL Thailand. That is undoubtedly true. Despite KOG's dominant run, undefeated in the regular season, they are floundering now in the lower brackets. One last chance to make it through alongside Bacon Time, who has been such a wild card. Did you see yesterday's matches? Did you expect Matilda and Estes to come back?
Hey, I did not expect it to come back, Leo. I'll be honest with you again. I mean, we've heard kind of like, I think many analysts here and there talk about, okay, we're in like a crazy initiation meta. Maybe some of these healers can come back into the meta, but it really feels like opening up the map, getting vision, getting someone that can screen around with mobility, with, you know, tankiness, so that he can actually just walk up and check these bushes, takes prio over these healers. But hey, somehow they're able to make it work. Utility jungles are coming back as well, so maybe that's the way. That's the signature, I would say, playstyle for Spider Miles as well. So going back to comfort instead of playing through meta, forcing the team to play meta, that's always been, I think, a lot of the weaknesses for teams coming into the playoffs, right? Rely on your strengths and leave the weaknesses out the door. Because right now, there's no space for any weaknesses, man. It's a best of 5. We've seen many best of 7s in the lower brackets, a little bit more forgiving. But here in the best of 5, you lose the first 2, or you lose that first game, and momentum is going to hurt you.
It's difficult to go into a lower bracket best of 5 when you've watched the bigger regions go 7, and I get you. Comfort and weakness are not exclusively mutual. So that's why you have to think about how this jungle matchup will go through, because Kaizen, you can see he has a slew of picks, right? B-Boss has started to pick up more of the Boxer. He just started playing Boxer in the playoffs, mainly because it's got banned, which is understandable. It gives so much to your team when you have a hero that, again, acts like a roamer. You know, he's a frontliner, can dig deep, can secure objectives. Very difficult to fight a utility jungler in the pit early on. But really, the standouts, I don't know if you agree with me, Mirko, are the gold laners. The junglers are just there to help activate them, because to me, it's all about grift. It's all about buy-in going into this best of 5.
I agree with you. I mean, we saw it constantly here as well, especially considering some of these games actually did get into the mid-game, late-game stage where team fights started to happen, where it was all at the right time of the power spikes for a lot of these heroes. Again, even in our own MPLs, we've just been seeing the prio on Claude, and I think it's very, very similar, right? Obviously, when you get your hands on Freya, though, it'll be different. Freya's always going to take priority over anything else in the draft, and that's what made the win for ACT even more impressive, I feel. They beat a Freya gold, something that even in ID is just, it really feels like it's forbidden. You know, when you get the Freya, it's like, nah, it's an illegal move. No way I could have gotten my hands on this pick.
But again, you play with the best in the world, you get your hands on secret tech, and you understand, as long as we block the Freya, deny her the range, deny her, the opportunity to jump on us, you're just as good as a little heavyweight with short arms. Like, it just doesn't work out. So today, we already have said goodbye to Grift. Grift has already been knocked out. It starts out with a battle between Guns and Payen, and then you got Flokeo just waiting. Flokeo is an amazing athlete, 4 regular season MVPs, 2 playoffs MVPs already. That's why I believe it's all about the gold laners, whoever can take advantage of that. And even against ACT, you mentioned, sure, get your hands on the Freya. We don't care. Here, though, in the original matchup we're starting out with, KOG versus Bacon Time, I think it's the Harith. Take the Harith away from Guns, and it becomes a better situation to get into. It's much easier to deal with.
I agree with you. I think the Harith takes priority here, especially considering how much more team fights is prioed in MSL Thailand. We're going to welcome first, up on stage, King of Gamers Club.
They look so much better now. Again, them falling in the lower bracket wasn't something we expected, but last night, they indulged in a little bit of a K-barbecue. Coach Justin went out with a 33, and a few of the other guys, and they're like smiles. They're happy to be this close to playing in the MCCM or going straight to Paris, but they gotta go through Bacon Time. They're de facto rivals in the regular season.
Bacon Time's been good, man. Bacon Time's really just shown how good they can be in the playoffs as well. So just signature prio picks here and there. We got to see a little bit of those pocket picks as well come through. This is going to be a good match. Bacon Time, King of Gamers Club. Dude, I mean, every time I look at 33rd, right? He's gone by a lot of different names in the past as well. Framesy back in the day, an MSC champion, mind you, 2017, the first MSC ever with IDNS. A legendary name, and to see him still here, up in the top 3 of MSL Thailand in 2026, Leo, I got nothing but respect for this veteran.
He's bringing back picks like Esmeralda. He's playing like it's 2017 all over again. It's like he's in Jakarta and he's ready to win big. Here's a reintroduction to King of Gamers Club. Again, the aforementioned 33, Kaizen, Zed, Payen, Nile. What's surprising to me is in the regular season, sure, it was all about the Filipino imports. That's the easy thing to do. But later on, you look at their play and it makes more sense. Like, it's not just about Kaizen and Payen. It's a whole team.
Same could be said about Bacon Time, right? The way that they just play around the team together. That's always kind of like, I think the first step to getting an import. Once you get an import, you have to play around the imports. Obviously, there's going to be communication issues. There's going to be that language barrier that stops you from playing as a whole unit. But as time goes by, as you know, some of these imports learn the local language or vice versa, we see them connected. But we are going to take a look at this VT.
มีเพียงต้องเดินไปข้างหน้าหรือจบลงตรงนี้
เราเสียโอกาสไปแล้วครั้งหนึ่งแล้วเราจะไม่ยอมให้มันเกิดขึ้นอีกเราจะพิสูจน์ว่า KOG เป็นทีมที่ยังแข็งแกร่งอยู่อีกแค่ก้าวเดียวพวกเราจะไม่ปล่อยให้มันหลุดมือเราจะไปให้ถึงแกรนด์ไฟนอลครับถึงแม้พวกเราจะต้องมาอยู่ในจุดนี้แต่พวกเราจะไม่ปล่อยให้มันจบแบบนี้แน่นอนครับพวกเรายังเชื่อมั่นในตัวเองและเพื่อนร่วมทีมพวกเราจะกลับมาให้ได้ครับพวกเรามีเพียงเป้าหมายเดียวคือแกรนด์ไฟนอลผมจะพาทีมกลับสู่เส้นทางแชมป์อีกครั้ง
แชมป์ยังอยู่ข้างหน้าแต่ถ้าพลาดตอนนี้มันจะไม่ใช่เส้นทางของพวกเขาอีกต่อไปตั๋วใบสุดท้ายสู่แกรนด์ไฟนอลและนี่คือช่วงเวลาที่พวกเขาต้องพิสูจน์ตัวเองอีกครั้ง
Let's take a look at the head-to-head for KOG and Bacon Time. KOG stats are nigh untouchable. Again, even with the way that they've struggled, quote-unquote, in the playoffs, they are still, pound for pound, the best team in MSL, as long as you don't look at the brackets.
Hey, statistically, on paper, they're the cleanest. They've been the best in the regular season. They went through a crazy run again, an invincible run, 9-0, right? So, again, coming into the playoffs, a lot of people just thought it would be a complete sweep. It would be complete domination for King of Gamers Club. But as, you know, reality unfolded. It is a lot of times weirder than fiction. An open qualifier team stands in the grand finals, and Bacon Time have a chance now at getting yet another upset against King of Gamers Club.
You can't make this up, Mirko. You can't make it up. The fact that a lot of our even talents in Thailand, they would know best. They would know best. Did not expect for this to be the reality we live in. In that little video, Zed from KOG mentioned, we lost already once. We are going to prove that KOG is the strongest. This is not the end of the road. We will make it to the grand finals. A statement, a message sent, not just to their opponents, but to the MSL Thailand community and the world as a whole. Shout outs to Facepalm for helping with the translations of that VT. Going into the map draw, let's see where we play the first game. It's Dangerous Grass. What a way to set the momentum.
Hey, this is a map that's just, dude, I don't know about Bacon Time here, but I think I'm going to have to lean towards KOG just with their playstyle, right? They're really clean with it. They love going for those ambushes a little bit more, team fights as well, and that's why we can already see Bacon Time take the Guinevere out of play on Dangerous Grass, man. You don't want to have those ambush heroes ready for KOG. And it's weird to see the Freya ban on blue rather than red, but as you said, we are going to be seeing more of those marksmen, more of those even, you know, mages, technically the Harith, the traditional gold laners over the fighter golds here in this specific matchup.
I think Coach Justin has just accepted the fact that, hey, it's either we deal with the Freya or we coin flip our way to fighting it, and they choose not to. And again, you mentioned how MSL Thailand is a very fighty-centric server. That's why the Valier is always such a prio ban. Even with Mimax out of the picture, even with Lord Guns out of the picture, Valier is still a strong hero when you just think of how often fights happen in MSL Thailand.
All right. The Baksha ban as well. Again, Bacon Time, they have been utilizing those utility junglers. I guess it's both ways here. The Akai in the first phase is definitely a weird one for me, man. But
that's crazy.
Again, once we get into the lower bracket finals, you want to throw ego out the door, right? The usual meta bans, you don't expect it anymore. You just expect respect. That's what you expect here. Bacon Time are going into this fully respecting KOG, but also doing so that they open up a lot of picks as they are on red side. We've been seeing, you know, this debate as well in Indonesia. Which is better, blue or red? Do you want to just secure that one broken pick? Or do you want to let everything go and just get the better trade with two? The Juicing gets left open, KOG pick it up, and now there's so much on the board.
This is dangerous. They willy-nilly just threw that Harith right in Gun's face, who, by the way, mentioned in that VT, says, I believe in my team and in myself. We're going to make it to the grand finals. Hey, both players believe in what they stand for, but with a Harith, and even in Dangerous Grass, especially since they got rid of the Akai and the Phoveus and the Gwyn, it all points towards one direction, Mirko. It all just shows you that we're just gonna start. We're gonna one trick this Harith into the grand finals.
I agree with you. I think the Harith should just come through here, and they pick up the Eve as well. They're just gonna go for the direct counter straight up, man. They want to win out the mid lane. They want to take the Harith as well. It's such a simple answer, but it's an answer that I personally like more than the overcomplicated ones, you know? We've been seeing a lot of teams try to resort or lean onto execution instead of just going for a solid draft. I'm Team Bacon Time on this side. I mean, on this debate. Let's take a look at KOG. They go for the Harley. All right. Do they combo it together with a weak side Claude? There you go. Up against the Eve, against the Harith as well. KOG, same response, Leo. They don't overcomplicate stuff. They're just picking up what's prio.
Coach Noel and Coach Justin, like Magneto and Professor X, just going at it forever. Playing a game of chess that only they understand. Bacon Time, though, digs deep. Usually when we have to go down to, like, the Fredrin or the Akai again, it's weird. With Akai getting banned in the first phase, you go to Fredrin first phase too. Are we throwing back to 2023? What's going on?
We haven't seen a lot of this as well in ID, though, man. The Fredrin in the first phase, especially for TLID. For some reason, when the Jote gets his hands on the Fredrin, it's just an easy, done deal win. So maybe that could be the same reason that Bacon Time pick it up. They're going to go for a simple front to back, trying to beat this execution-heavy composition, I would say still, right? It is Prio, the Claw, the Harley, but it definitely leans towards more execution as Bacon Time can just play around those neutral objectives. Bacon Time, ban out an XP that can stop the Fredgen. I think the Terizla should be next, or maybe even the Glue here. But KOG, they got to take away these physical damage dealers out of the XP lane. When we see these Fredgens, these utility jungles, Leo, we usually see it comboed with Arlet, but in Indo, we've seen even the Paquito.
Well, Paquito did get buffed, and that's a significant buff. I'm surprised it doesn't show up as often. I actually expect Terizla to make it through. Terizla is like such a, which is, I disagree. People look at Terizla as a little like nothing XP laner, like a vanilla XP laner, but it's usually the glue that holds, not literally the glue, but you know what I mean? Like it's what bonds the whole lineup together. So
I agree.
I think ban the glue, let the Terizla through. Like you're losing out either way, because there's room for Bacon Time to invest in the whole high execution angle. And if it comes down to just a good flicker penalty zone, by all means, or rather penalty zone flicker, you know, mid execution.
You've even seen very creative angles with the penalty zone flicker. They ban out the Khalid instead, taking away mid prio from KOG, and that might have already kind of given it away that Bacon Time are not going for a fast clearing concussive blast roamer. Maybe they're going for, as we've mentioned earlier, a Mathilda, perhaps something else.
There's a world where it's also an Estes. I think they can, since they did the combo of utility jungler Eve. It's utility jungler Eve still. And then the Harith is kind of, you can put the Harith on a leash. He's going to chrono dash away, but not too far away. He's not going to go as far away as a Freya would sometimes. So, the Estes can come in here now. Or no, they can keep it for red 5. Like they can keep us at the tip of our toes. They can go for an XP laner first.
Absolutely. I like that. I mean, right now, the Arlet's already banned out, right? That's the combo we were expecting with the Eve, with the Fredgen as well. No longer on the table. Bacon Time. They go for the Paquito here. Usually in Indo, we still see it red 5. Again, we did see those buffs, but teams are still not comfortable picking it up red 4. They want to still save for something else, or they would want to save the Paquito for the last pick. So if they do want to save it, they go for a traditional XP laner. Oh, damage. I guess the Benedetta comes through for Bacon Time. Kang feeling it in this lower bracket final. And it's, as you mentioned, as you predicted, Mr. Mystic Leo, I think we're going to see the Estes. I think we're going to see at least a healer, right? If it's not the Estes, it's a healer. And hey, shout outs to Blacklist International, that prime era. This really just looks like that kind of composition, you know? Oheb on the Haji on the, Oheb on the Harith, Haji on the Eve.
Yes. From break the code to bake the code. Oh, let's see. KOG got 2 more picks here, a roamer and an XP laner. They need some peel. They need 2 solid ones. Do they go for a revitalized roamer? That sounds like a good idea to me.
Yeah, but Hylos are got the catch. I think just go for the Hylos here, right? And the Esmeralda.
Okay. They got 4 out of the 5 picks they started off with yesterday against Tenacity. So they won that. And again, jaws were ajar when 33rd brought back the Esmeralda, but I guess it answers the Eve and the Harith. But still, when you put an Estes into the formula, kind of gets wonky. There it is! Oh!
I mean, you called it, bro. You called it. The Estes comes through, and it was just a slow build up to that point to get to the Estes. We knew it was coming at the end of the day. KOG, I feel, knew it was coming as well. That's why they banned out the floor, and something that could have been a bit more troublesome. But again, for KOG, they can't be afraid, right? The one thing that Bacon Time's composition does well is play it slow, go for neutral objectives. KOG needs to try to utilize the downtime in the game to try to go for those pickoffs, to try to push their advantage, because if not, then Bacon Time are just going to control all the neutral objectives.
You mentioned something specific, downtime. As long as Bacon Time are able to manage the cooldowns on Spider Miles' skills, then there is no downtime. They can just keep going. They don't even have to go home. Like, as long as mana isn't an issue, this lineup can just keep weaving in and out of combat, applying so much pressure that Payan might not even come online. let's get into game number 1. Draft scene from a mile away. Solid momentum starters for both squads. Again, they got both what they wanted. Let's see who starts off on the better foot in this best of 5.
Welcome to the Land of Dawn, folks. Oh, early on already. 33rd, getting the better of Kang. Up top, lethal ignition for Kang. He's gonna go for the damage. Just a pure damage build with a utility jungler. Boss, brother man, that's a Brave Smite on the Fredrin. We usually see Impure Rage. It's a good middle ground, right? You get the sustain, you also get better clear. But on this Brave Smite, you're kind of left behind, man. The Harley ganking up top already. Kaizen going for a little bit of damage. But yeah, a lead and clear, definitely, on top of the rotations for Kaizen.
I could have sworn it would have been Concussive Blast as well. There's a version that plays Quantum Charge too, to keep that pressure on with the whole juggling of basic attack skill. I don't know what B-Boss is up to. Maybe he's just doing what he does best for the past few days for his team in the playoffs, just tanking up, just being the solid peel. Because again, amongst the 5, he's the only one who would really stand up front. He's the only one who can really peel hard.
This is why, though, Leo, we don't really see too many Fredrins together with like an Estes, right? Because for the Estes, you're basically saying, Exort, you're independent on this one. I'm just going to wait for my items. I'm going to wait for my skills to come up. Meanwhile, Nile, look at how active he's been already. With a clear in mid, he goes straight to help Kaizen to get those green camps. And the main win con for Bacon Time is already kind of cooked here for Turtle 1. They can't go for the neutral objective with Boss at level 3, with Spider Miles not at level 4 just yet, and Nile's already helping with a cut up top. Kang's got to be very, very careful.
Oh, Kang is doing his best to reach level 4 to be able to contest at least. Okay,
wow.
B-Boss at 4, Exort is 4 too.
Oh, eye for an eye baited out already. The taunt comes in, but Kaizen's able to blink out of the way. Zed with the zoning, Kaizen on the turtle. Now rotations from the gold lane even. Guns and Payan making their way onto the neutral objective. That's gonna be Boss walking up. The Lantern Flare knocks him off. That's the RWM, and Kang jumps in with the Petrify. He is able to find one as Kaizen secures the neutral objective. 33rd in the back, going in, trying to shred them down. Spider Miles keeping Boss alive. That's a flanker! And a falling star move from 33rd, getting a triple kill early. And it's a kill, a fadeaway by Kaizen.
Guns joining the fight may have benefited KOG more. Nay, 33 more than anyone else. Oh my god, an assassin out of the EXP lane. Tell me that is not a dance of death that 33 did on all of them from Bacon Time. 3 kills? The turtle was already a lost cause. I was actually a cope. I was actually thinking that maybe they could contest, but wait, Nile does let off the exit. At least B-Boss gets his purple, but still, 2,000 up because of that single exchange.
That is massive for KOG. Kaizen walks up, Deadly Magic, not enough to kill him. Spider Miles able to get him back to full HP, but as you mentioned, Leo, dude, it really comes down to KOG being more creative with it, right? Having tempo as well. They rotate to the neutral objective first. They don't let Bacon Time hold. 33 up top. It's got to be careful on the Esmeralda. No flicker. Boss walks up, and at the end of the day, they're just wasting these rotations. Another thing about the Ube, the Fredrin on the Brave Smite, his clear is abysmal. So if you don't get Turtle 1, KOG has a chance to just snowball out of control through farm, and that takes away the comeback potential of Bacon Time. If there are no bounties, Leo, luckily now there is a bounty on one of the frontliners, but if there is no bounty on everyone else, comebacks get a little tough.
I don't think I need 10-15 minutes to tell you that Ube is playing out of time. It's a different game now we're playing compared to how MLBB was like 3-4 years ago. Ube was king back then because of how slow-paced the game is, or at least how Filipinos tried to make it slow. But this time around, KOG says, nah, we fight ASAP. We want 5 kills in the first 5 minutes. And because of that, they can take their time. They can pressure Guns before they even go for the turtle take. Turtle number 2 now.
Yeah. Really smart by KOG. They don't want to secure the neutral objective straight up. That's going to be the Lantern Flare now. Retreat battle. Kang seals it away as he goes in as Boss walks in for the taunt. Good disengage by KOG, and Bacon Time are happy with just a neutral objective steal.
Kang that retry battle wasn't won by a jungler, it was won by an XP laner. Okay, if 33 is all about them kills, Kang is all about cutting right through, breaking the formation, and denying takes. Well, that's a two-step plan, actually. The way that was so excellent for Kang is he pressured Kaizen, hence why he can't sit in the pit, and then he then sat and changed targets. Like that's amazing game IQ and instinct from Kang. So that XP lane isn't so dead after all. Maybe Bacon Time can now rotate down bottom. They can start the pressure now Payan.
It was fantastic. And it comes down to, again, the win condition. Bacon Time, they needed that neutral objective, right? KOG, they can still play around the side lanes. They can split them up later on as well. But Bacon Time, they're full all in for this Ube strat. So if they didn't get going on Turtle 2, if they didn't secure that neutral objective, the snowball from 2,000 gold lead could have exploded, could have erupted to like a 3,000 to 4,000 gold lead as they look for getting the bottom lane. Blazing Duet by Payan. Guns pops in Zaman Force already. That's a big cycle down. Nile caught on the RWM of Exort now. He's still able to pop the Revitalize to get out. Boss, ooh. That's a big appraisal. Rad, that's a re-engage from Zed. Not too sure about that. Not in range. Good respect from the rest of the team of Bacon Time.
Okay. With engages like that, I'd say there's a slight edge to Bacon Time. If Bacon Time can keep on edging the fact that we might fight, no we won't, we might fight, no we won't. Again, as long as they can manage the cooldown on Spider Miles and maybe at this point still exhort, then they can be fine. Oh my god, Kang!
Oh, he can't get the eye for an eye in time. It was baited prior to the gank. Again, KOD trying to go for the case on the map. A Boss is going to go straight onto the neutral objective. Kaizen won't be here for it. Boss just needs a solid retry. Appraises Wrath as well with Retribution as Zaman Force gets used up, but he has no mana. Uh-oh. Guns in a tough spot, and it's traded just for a tier 1 up top.
Was it not something we mentioned about 10 minutes ago? 33 jumping in!
Falling Star Moon into the stun. Law and Order from Nile. But Bacon Time's got too much healing for them to just burst down. Meanwhile, Kang, he just got back and he's bullied again by the Magic Boy.
Okay. Besides cooldowns, mana is something Bacon Time needs unmasked to be able to proceed. B-Boss, 2v1!
Yeah. This ain't gonna end well for any of them. They should just get back.
Don't force it. So far, again, I think even with 3k down, I think Bacon Time's comeback is still a very possibility. Looking at KOG, their only real source of scaling is on Payan. 33rd should start to slowly ease up, especially when Bacon Time gets their main items. Speaking of items, there's already some heal hate on Exhort. I wonder if there'll be one more source of heal hate. Usually you build it on two heroes, your roamer and your mid laner. You can't exactly throw it on Estes.
I think it'll probably be on B-Boss, right? I don't know
So
if he
dominance
wants
ice on him.
Yeah, or you just rely on Exort.
Whoa!
Dang, that damage! Kang actually trying to dash in forward there. Maybe to try to find a Petrify and a cheeky little pickoff. Guns walks up, B-Boss with a walk up too, but the Lantern Flare keeps him at bay. Zaman Force, they're gonna all in onto the high-lows now. Now taking a bit of damage. Revitalize coming down as well as Kang dies to the back line. The eye for an eye, and the healing comes through as Payan is able to get the Blazing Duet now on Guns. Who's out of it? Falling Star Moon by 33. Into the back he goes. The healing of Spider Mouse is keeping them afloat, but look at the isolation in the back as B-Boss cannot withstand the damage alone.
33 is a menace. Again, like an assassin, a thief in the night, stealing away all of these innocent lives. They're not innocent, obviously. Bacon Time had lethal intent, but dear Lord, now up 5k. 33 at 4-0 and 2. What's he building? What is he on? You see how with a single Falling Star Moon, he took out Guns.
Dude, I think it's just an enchanted talisman. That's how much base damage he has, and it's a talisman into the Oracle, and how it dominates ice.
Okay. Between enchanted talisman and Oracle, that's damage. Oracle actually translates the damage for Esmeralda because she gives you shields, then she takes it, which is equal to damage overall. So that's why, not to mention the innate shielding Harith gets and the Eve gets. So this is just...
And the photo.
And the photo, not to mention, this is... Oh my God. Yeah. They're already up to tier 3. Bottom is gonna pop. There's no way KOG lets this go. They're up to 8K.
It's an amazing pick for KOG, man. That Esmeralda, it plays into everything. Again, like you said, the Harith, the Eve, the built-in photo as well now. Holy Shield in the bottom lane and the mid lane popped as well. The Lord is gonna come in and it's dead already, but it got a charge. And KOG are happy with it. They're not gonna try to go for too much. They know that Bacon Time still have a very, very good hold inside of their base. So now it's all about suffocating them inside of that base, right? Pain will continuously scale. He'll take all of the jungles. Jungle creeps invade, and this will all be denied off of Bacon Time, who already had to share gold as they have to group up together. Now they're going to be even further behind.
This is what the pros call Hunger Games. They are literally just denying them the nutrients, the gold and EXP that they so desperately need. Oh, this is brutal. Payan, don't pretend, Payan. Oh, wow, he's even going to take the baby. Oh, usually you just leave that so it doesn't spawn, but every bit counts to deny.
Hey, may the odds be ever in your favor. They don't even want the whole not respawning thing. If it doesn't respawn, they're denying themselves of extra resources. At this point, Bacon Time's jungle belongs to KOG. There's no reason for Bacon Time to walk up. If they do, they're dead.
They've conquered it. The king of gamers have conquered your jungle. 30 seconds till the Lord spawns lower quarter. At this point, everywhere outside your base is no man's land for Bacon Time. They have nowhere near enough items to fight back.
That's a 2,700 gold lead on KZ, brother.
Nothing. Okay, here's why it's bad, but also it's understandable. You're a utility jungler. Your items are just significantly cheaper. But still, you don't want to be soft. Miles will not always be there for you. Oh, B-Boss engages.
Wait a second. RWF as well. Oh my goodness. KZ almost with a bad play, a blunder. Walks up, tries to deal damage to B-Boss. I know of the gold lead there, but now, whoa, it's given the chance to Bacon Time to actually walk up. No revitalize on Nile. KZ's still on it. He's still able to get it down. Luckily, Zed puts the Lantern Flare on him. With a Blazing Duet in the back line, but look at the healing. Blessing the Moon Goddess, and a big burst through with a Petrifier and a final blow. Now 33 in the back line, holding 4 members at bay. B-Boss trying to survive as the Mount Force gets placed down again, and Bacon Time have found a second win. KZ looking for the flank again, has to blink away. B-Boss on now with a taunt. Now KZ walks up and gets caught by the Void Blast. And I think this Lord will be for nothing. I think Bacon Time can just clear it out.
It happened. At 13 minutes, it happened. Bacon Time are not able to bait out forced engages. 33 is no longer the final boss that he was in the first 12 minutes of the game. Bacon Time may have figured out how to tango with 33 here. Kaizen tries to see if anyone's gonna stick, but this is what I was saying. Even B-Boss can stand the heat a little bit now. He can take maybe 5 seconds of full-on focus fire and then has to call for Spider-Man's help. But as it is, like, that's enough time. Because Guns isn't exactly not farming up, nor Kankang. Kankang has like 2 solid full items.
At this point, you really have to execute clean for KOG. Yes, they have a 7,000 gold lead, but time's ticking for them, it seems, right? Like Bacon Time, as long as they play the Ube, if they play together, as Gideon once said, very together equals to win, right? KOG, at this point, they have to try to split them up. They have to try to bait out some of those resources prior to the fight. And it's through that. It's through risky plays, through deadly magics, and then a bounce back on the hat.
Wiser words have never been said. I'd give them maybe 2 more minutes before they get the full-on team-wide power spike. They need maybe 1 more key item on Guns, and Kankang got his 3rd full item. I'd say, oh my god, just in time for the 3rd Lord, lower quarter in a minute. That might be when they all just say, we finally contest. Okay, real quick, check. Okay, 3 items on guns, 3 items on Kang. I'm not even looking at B-Boss. All he really is just a walking threat magnet. Is that a book? Is Spider-Man's also building an enchanted talisman?
I believe so, you know? More mana, more magic damage as
More
well.
heals.
Bit more healing, and take a glance at that winner crown. So even if Spider-Miles gets caught in a tough spot, say the dive works for KOG, they isolate some of the targets, winner crown. Bacon time, have time to then regroup around the SS.
I like how Spider-Man is building it. Again, ranked games, you go in immortality. But Spider-Man is nope, I want to fight back.
He wants to fight back. Hey, maybe he's looking for those item swaps, man. He's a world champion. He knows how to do it. 33.
Look at Kaizen.
Eye for an eye baited out. The deadly magic comes through. Oh my goodness. Okay. Kang gets away with the final blow. They don't bait the blessing of the moon goddess just yet. And now the hold. This is what we were talking about earlier. KOG, instead of just going for a full commitment onto a neutral objective, they gotta build slow pushes. They gotta try to play those side lanes. They have a Claude and a Harley, and they're playing around that now. Benedetta, Kang, sent up top as B-Boss. Holds on a neutral objective. Now KOG looking to go mid, getting the prio, shoving it in. Bacon time have to respond. And that's why they disperse around from the neutral objective. Look at the mid lane. Uh-oh. Guns out of the fight. The Benedetta still up top. Now wants to go for the fight now. Pops in Glorious Pathway as well as they look for a 3v4. But Guns is backing up top. A solo kill. Kaizen is able to get the assassination on 30. On Kang rather. Mortality down. Niall pops to retry or to revitalize. But Guns is able to go through it with the damage of a Harrod late game. 1-for-1 XP for Rome.
Mirko, throughout this whole debacle, Spider-Man has yet to press the ult. The blessing of the moon goddess is still locked in and loaded. So I don't know if they're going to have to wait for Kang or if it really does get that bad. But wait, they engage on the 33!
He still has the flicker. He should be relatively safe. Look at the position of Kaizen. What is going on? Oh my goodness! That should be the blessing of the moon goddess. And yes, it is to keep Xord alive. Now it gets tough. Bacon time. Their biggest resource depleted as Kaizen goes through those health bars with cards, with playing cards.
Not a death you want to welcome. That sounds miserable, dying by playing cards. But Kang can survive it. B-Boss can survive it. Now we learned Xord can't. He is still just a soft, intergalactic alien mommy. It's not going to work out. You saw how fast, just through, again, 2 seconds worth of the card trick and deadly magics, he almost died. So that's dangerous. Keep it close. Wait. Oh, wait, they see it. Kaizen's off the map. They're going to try.
Kaizen's trying to go for the end here. He has no intention of actually rotating over. 33 is doing a good job. The mid lane wave has actually taken the mid lane turret so low. Now Kaizen walks up, pops in the deadly magic. That's gonna be the winner crown, and Demon Force used up as Guns holds this position. Better control now as Kang was waiting in the bush. He almost got a read on Kaizen, but the wave up top is still slow pushing, and that's why KOG played slow. They reset again. B-Boss comes in, the RWM on Zed, but he's able to walk through it, or walk out of it rather. Kang has to deal with the wave in the mid lane, and look at the wave up top. It's gonna crash. It's gonna lead up to a free base turret. Xord has to recall. Kaizen goes in. That's gonna be the Crimson Beacon on Spider-Mouse, who doesn't have to win a crown anymore. Spider-Mouse still there with the healing, but B-Boss was isolated. Now it's Kang who falls to the blazing duet of Payan. It's another lockdown for 33. Guns is getting gunned out by Payan. 33 under the base turret. Goes in even under the crystal. Base turret in the bottom lane gonna fall as 33 pops into Falling Star Moon, holds it in, just zones Xord, and that's gonna be game 1 in your best of 5 lower bracket final, going to KOG.
A statement win by first seed after the regular season. KOG almost whispering to Bacon Time's ears, "This is my house." There was just too much going against Bacon Time despite what seemed like a comeback through the Ube Strat incarnate. It was just, the game was just too fast. There's just too much going at you for you to think you could get away with this.
Well played for Bacon Time for a period of time, right? They were able to play around their cycles so well, but KOG, they adapted to it as well. They waited for those resources, they burnt it down, they built those slow pushes, they split the Ube up, and When the Ube is split up, it's just bonding. There's no ultimate. There's no experience.
Well, it's unexperience. One could argue it's just an experience. Nothing about his ultimate. There's very little bonding happening, but also it puts into perspective how amazing Blacklist International run was. How great they pioneered the Lord Dance when they would do both, clump up, control the long lane via Edward, sometimes Oheb, and then come back and just do the same thing. Like, that is what Bacon Time tried to do. It's just teams like KOG, athletes like 33, athletes like Kaizen have spent the past half a decade figuring out, how do we break this? How do we deny this from them? And that's exactly what we saw. That last Lord Dance, as long as it was, is the product of half a decade's worth of studying how Blacklist did it. And they broke it down so well.
That's why, Leo, you know, like even during Blacklist time, a lot of people might want to try to like take the credit away, say it was just a broken meta, it was just a healer meta. But hey, every other team tried to play the same way. And why was it only working on Blacklist? Because they were the only ones to be able to execute it at that high of a level to actually win a world championship with it. Heck, back-to-back grand finals. So it does get tough for Bacon Time. We do have our MVP, though. A phenomenal performance by 33. An MSC champion, the first of its kind at the time. Kill participation, nice, 69%. The support emblem. And as you said, it was the Enchanted Talisman with the Oracle, the extra shielding that equals some more damage. But at the end of the day, it was just a good pick, right? It's an Esmeralda into a Harith, into a Yve, into a photo that they anticipated with the Estes as well. They planned for the Estes. They knew it was coming.
Formerly known as the athlete named Framesy, he is wreaking havoc in his home country. What even is the plan for longevity for this man? Where was he when his region needed him the most? Was he just waiting for a league in Thailand? Because he's playing like he's never missed a beat. He's playing like he's always just been around, like it's 2017 all over again. September 2017 in Tamanangrek.
Hey, dude, that's what we call the home of esports, man. All the esports events started there. So shout outs to Maltamanangrek. But yes, he's been busy, Leo. I've casted a few like grassroots tournaments here and there, and every single time for Thailand, it's Framesy. It's Framesy and Izzy. Izzy of Buriram, who's always just been there together. They've been there together, so I was very surprised with the first season of MSL Thailand, seeing 33 and Izzy go their separate ways, but obviously, that's just the way esports are, man. You know, sometimes teams want just one or the other, and we see this new team for Bacon Time, for KOG. We even get to see Izzy with his new team, and that's why it doesn't really look like 33 is taking a step back. He's never taken a step back, even through the tough times of Thailand and MLBB esports. He stuck through with it. He's committed, and now we see that commitment pay off. He's back in the spotlight,
and he is steps away, games away from flying out to either Paris or representing Thailand in a chance to go to Paris in MCCM Season 7. Let's take a look at the stats here. Again, 13-5 in just about under 20 minutes. And here's, again, a reminder of how the olden days were. 19 minutes is just about the average in the age of Ube. Those were long games. So this ending here is just a statement from KG saying we're long past those days of 25-minute bouts.
Man. And that's why I love the high-lows, you know. Such a good way to deal with everything the Bacon Time are doing, right? I mean, the Estes needs to use those resources, his whole kit is healing. For Niall, it's just a battle spell. So he has so many more ways to deal with it, right? Like, initially, when Bacon Time tried to engage on him, all he needs to do is walk away, press the Law and Order. If that's not enough, the Glorious Pathway. And then there's that re-engage potential. There's obviously how tanky you are, the DOT in the early game as well to get Prio to open up the map that led to Kaizen to get a lead early on. And again, that's why we don't see too many healers nowadays. It's all about building the small leads from the start all the way to the late game, right? It's no longer just about that one, okay, neutral objective. We only play for the big boys. Now it's about the individual gaps that you have. And yes, on a utility jungle, the individual gap isn't as big as per se like an assassin versus assassin, but it still hurts a lot when you aren't able to out-retro your opponents on a utility jungle. When you're 3 levels down, 4 levels down, even on a Fredgen with skill 1 Retri, the Harley can still win out in those battles. And at the end of the day, they needed to still execute it perfectly, Leo, for it to work. They needed the Benedetta to be able to get a Petrify, a clean one, on towards Kaizen in one of those big fights to steal the Lord. So, what do you think, Leo? Do you think they're gonna stick to this plan still, or do they shake things up early? Because we mentioned it, it's a best of 5. These games matter a lot, especially early on.
Okay. Looking at history, and I'm talking about 24 hours ago history. I'm not looking back at, again, half a decade, because of that's how deep, it looks like that's how deep Bacon Time want to go. They seem to have just woken up this weekend during the playoffs of MSL Thailand saying, Coach Noel, look me in the eye. I'm going Ube. Because against ACT yesterday, they tried to play to the current metagame. They tried to play, you know, the Grox, the Rome Glues. They tried to, again, one time bring the Matilda back. And it seems like either way, it's a coin flip, but they look more comfortable and confident with Ube. So, I'd say play what you planned for. Don't play to whatever KOG is forcing you to do. If you decided this weekend that we're going to go and play and win MSL Thailand with Ube, then just force Ube into the wall until it works. Because that might be what works. That might be what gets them the win, because yesterday they played an Estes game 1, a Florin game 2, and then they switched it up. They went glue game 3, and then game 4 they got off their tempo again. Last minute, tried to Matilda, and then still lost. So, you know what I mean? It seems like Bacon Timer here and there, but I say just stick to the course, young man. Just follow your inner GPS.
Follow your dreams. Make your dreams come true. You can fly with this kind of composition, and hopefully they do, you know? Maybe they get a flying hero, man. Maybe they get that in. Matilda comes in mind when you want to get movements around the map. I think the one thing that they lack when they have the Estes, and that's why I call it Matilda, is that rotation power, dude. The Harley was rotating everywhere with the high-lows, the Juicin as well. You need someone that can help them, the rest of the team with mobility, especially when you're up against the high-lows. In the late game, it just gets so difficult to rotate around.
Was the Marcel completely snubbed in game 1?
It was completely ignored. That was one of the many picks on board. And that's the thing, Leo.
Okay.
Sometimes do you want to pick it up?
In perspective, Marcel is kind of like the hybrid of a crowd control enchanter roamer. He provides shields. Sure. He stops fights, and then he runs through dudes, stuns them here and there, freezes them. But again, we're not sure if that's something Bacon Time put a lot of reps in, because again, you can also expect that it'll get banned, which it often is in the bigger regions. So, yeah, I agree with you. Matilda might be the best kind of Goldilocks pick. You know, not too cold, not too hot. It's just right, because it provides everything you need to be able to survive in the current metagame. Plus, it still gives you the option of, yeah, we're playing Ube. Man, what does Guns and Payan need? Like, that's also another question is, where do your cores, your gold laners, want to be when the fight breaks out? Because I'm not so sure if this is because of the last game stats, but Guns is outnumbered in KDA.
Everything.
Kill participation, again, more Ube. Yeah, more Ube, more KP out of Bacon Time, but half a KDA? That means Guns gets beat up a lot.
Yeah, and it also means that, oh man, that maybe Guns is too reliant on the Ube. The whole team is, right? Obviously, we got the Bacon Time fans in the building, still full of hope here. Supporting Guns as well. There you go. We got some fans for Guns. Bacon Time. Hey, looking at how they've played and even their roster, I mean, their hero pool, Guns has the Claude in his arsenal. I feel like picking it up gets you wins, dude. Even an ID, you know? Claude gets you wins. It's just something you need to have in your lineup, I feel. Especially when you have an Ube composition, because yes, you can build on a better team fight with a Harith, but if everybody in your roster, in your hero pool, in your composition, is reliant on a cycle, that gives the opportunity for KOG to just play the long fight, bait out those cycles, right? And we've seen it in game 1, so I think we need to see those minor adjustments. Yes, I agree with you. Maybe still sticking to the Ube, but taking away the Claude. Say, denying it away from KOG to have the side lane control. Those are the little things they can do to refine their composition, refine their win condition.
Okay, so very similar bans here for KOG. Freya, Valier, regardless of blue or...
Wow.
Yeah. Yep. Again, mirrored. Still mirrored. Still, it's like they just switched sides. Because again, that is KOG here on the red. Second pick, 2-pick swing. While Bacon Time, Jambabi are going for the first. I would not be weirded out if they just go Harith first pick 2.
I need to see the Claude, Leo, for me to like nod in approval of a first pick. I need to see a Claude at this point, right? I mean,
so Claude 1,
let's see what
like
KOG
Liquid?
Yeah, I think Claude 1. Claude 1 like Liquid, exactly like Liquid. It is something that's just so safe. There's no way for you to kill it early on. The Florin gets banned early. That's the change. So what if they leave open?
Or Baxia?
What if they
Baxia's open?
Ooh, Bacon Time. Are they going to pick up the Baxia? Now that's the big question. I think for Bacon Time, they got to play the Claude first. Still, I prefer the Claude first. The Baxia or Fredgen, it can come later. You don't want to show and reveal your cards early, especially not to KOG on red, because they can pick up the glue later on and really just stop this utility jungle comp from working.
Claude might be the right call, but the Bacon Time call might be Baxia. That is a newfound comfort for B-Boss, and there it is. The B-Boss, Baxia boss.
Man, I'm not a fan of that, man.
Man.
Oh, they steal the Harith and they pick up the Juicin. Man.
Okay.
All right. That's a Harith.
It's their turn to go weak side Claude. They can afford to do that because of the fast rotations out of that mid trio. So, what? Pick a solid mid like what? Valentina, Claude, do we?
I think it should be the Claude. It should be the Eve as well for Bacon Time. They're going to play around
Claude.
it. Then later. Yeah, Eve Claude. I think it's Eve Claude. The Claude's great against the Harith. The Eve is great against the Juicin. The thing is, though, well, actually, you already have a Baxia built-in anti-regen to deal with the Juicin and the Harith sustain, so it's all good, right? Yeah, I think those should just be the picks.
And you're not as afraid of the Esmeralda anymore. Okay.
Oh.
So, Hylos...
They are leaving the Ube out of the way. Right?
Okay,
Like, there's no... Unless it's Hylos XP.
This Hylos...
Wow.
This Hylos kind of makes me feel like that loss to 33 on the Esmeralda kind of stings. Because Hylos is like a good neutralizer to the Esmeralda in any case. But it's not going to happen anyways. 33 is going to be on a CC. They ban Kang's Benedetta. At this point, you start taking out, what, the other Revitalize Roamer? So you don't have a solid mid, yeah?
Yeah, and KOG should ban the Arlet. They still need damage right now. Bacon Time lacking in damage. Or they might just get rid of the Eve first, right? KOG? All right. So Bacon Time, I agree with you. Take away they got the Kacha. It's a very, very good pick right now, considering it does look like it's going to be more physical on the side of Bacon Time. What else do they ban aside from that jungle? Jungle comes to mind. Marcel! There you go. Finally. We see it respected. Okay.
So Eve here. Oh, no.
There you go. Yeah. I like the Arlet ban more. It's very difficult for the CC to lane against the Arlet as well. You know, a high skill ceiling, especially if Bacon Times can get those crazy resets with the Hylos, with the Baxia.
They ban the Gatot. If not the Gatot, what? Khalid?
Yeah, Khalid is a pretty good ban as well. If they want to just take away the mid prio out of KOG, that could really guarantee mid prio over. Actually, this is a good Kalea game, is it not?
For KOG?
Oh, that's why Bacon Time leave the Gatot open, so that they can react to it in case KOG goes for the Kalea Red 4. It's a risky game, though.
I'm not so confident because neither team's mid-duo or trio are locked in just yet. Yeah. How often does this happen that the junglers roam free, man? What happened to our metagame? What happened to our drafts? Harley, Suyo still out there? The Mord?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. And the Mord is...
Whoa!
What? From KOG? Oh, God.
Are we time traveling?
Oh,
Are we
man.
slowly time traveling?
We are. Oh. If you take away the CC and the Juicin, you would just think this is M3 all over again, man. Okay.
Oh, what?
The Barat. This is not flex.
And
It's just
and
jungle.
and
right?
Here's what's hilarious. I don't know what the hell Coach Justin is thinking, but he might just go Matilda, Florin, or Estes himself. Well, no more. No more Florin, but Matilda even. Look, Matilda Barat is ridiculous.
It truly is ridiculous, dude. And they will have so much sustain, so much consistent damage as well with the CC and the Harith and the Juicin. Sora comes in with the Lilia. I like the Lilia. I like it a lot there. Up against the Barat, up against the CC. Even the Juicin in the mid lane, if KOG don't go for fast clear, Spider-Mouse and Extra are gonna win this duo mid hard.
Bring it in, Matthew Hilda. It's gotta be. Or Rafaela, because Barat ain't mobile enough. He needs a little bit of oomph. He needs a push.
Okay.
Give him wheels.
I agree. I think it should just be the Matilda, man. They kind of put themselves in this spot. There's no way they go for just a Khalid or a traditional roam, right? I mean, I guess the Kalea is a good middle ground. You can initiate, you can also heal, but yeah, then the mobility on the map is just horrible. I think it is. I think they've kind of like picked themselves into a Matilda corner. Yeah.
Always on the way.
There it is. Oh my God.
Matilda Barat's in the big 2026, Leo. I mean, I had a lot of expectations for MSL Thailand, but this was not in my... at least it was for Bacon Time, not for KOG.
This is like finding out that your spouse of 15 years is a spy. We did not cast 2 months of MSL Thailand to find out that in the playoffs, in the final day, we would go full Ube. What is going on?
There's no pink-haired daughter to tell you that can read minds here. No telepathy. But hey, purifies for Harith and for Payan and Guns. Man, it's just... I'm still kind of... It's surreal. It's surreal to see. It's surreal. Still, though, the Lilia is so good in the early stages with the Matilda. I don't really think this mid is going to go well for KOG, dude. So that's one thing they're going to have to try to play around.
Because there was very little examples of a metagame where Matilda and Zushin were together. So this is a duo that doesn't have many reps. Like, I can't tell you with confidence that this is a duo that has priority. So we'll see. Again, early rotations, you see KOG crossing over quick. So Nile is checking in, but he'll see that, oh, B-Boss swerved. B-Boss went the orange.
Interesting. I think it's just pathing towards the Lethal Wanderer, the first one. Shield Unity already used up now, trying to go on Zed as able to land it now. Spider-Mouse with a stun as well as Exort. Puts down the damage, the Guiding Wind gets him back to safety, and as expected, mid-prio goes to the hands of Bacon Time with a free lethal pickup as well for B-Boss.
Okay, I have a theory. Possibly the reason why KOG just said, you know what? Just for the SNGs, right? Just for the SNGs, we're gonna go Barats. It's broken walls. In the heyday of Barats, his mobility was always an issue. But wait, 33? Oh, he should be fine. Okay, in the heyday of Barats, the walls were solid. But now he can kind of walk through them. Even Deathless Welcome through them.
Okay. This is still built. Nothing crazy. I think this is what we expected, though, with the healers. This is, oh, never mind. I'm gonna go for the fight. Guiding Wind. No tap of the button for KZen. He just still plays it slow. I'm looking at the emblems again, and both of the utility jungles have gone for the concussive blast. They've gone for faster clear instead of looking for, again, the sustain that we saw earlier, Brave Smite, right? So, yeah, I think now it's just a big fight here. Oh, calm before the storm.
This is a wiser choice. Again, as a utility jungler specialist myself, I prefer Quantum Charge or Concussive Blast. Not much of a Brave Smite user. Turtle at half health.
Yep. Mounts in the back, going for a KZen. Gonna be looking for the retreat. Actually, it's gonna be the Shifting Skies. Zetsun is welcoming the retreat from KZen, but he's left all alone, and there's no Guiding Wind to save him this time around. 1 kill for Bacon Time, a turtle for KOG.
So in a perfect world, Kaizen would have survived and he would have provided the extra damage. But this will lead to a steal unlike any other in the early game. Oh my god, they take it.
Yep, purple buff take, B-Boss able to get the shield unity. They're trying to body block and they do. What a Crimson Beacon and the Lantern Flare to throw him back. There you go. It's a kill over to Zed. And just a purple buff take that was secured by Payan, right?
Yes. So it went from great to good. At least it didn't go over to B-Boss. He gets punished bad. So it's still, I think, a massive win for KOG regardless.
Dang. So this is just so good for Payan, man, in this lane against Guns. He was already kind of struggling, and with the purple buff, Payan can just spam those skills over and over again. So lead still, I'd say, in favor of KOG. The early kill onto the utility jungle was on the utility jungle. Like, it was B-Boss who got the kill. Meanwhile, the other kill for KOG went to the hands of Zed, who most probably will be going for the Sky Piercer this game.
And more important now than ever, that is something that they have to do. We've seen maybe 1 in 5, 1 in 8 Zushins let go of the Sky Piercer, but here with a lineup like this that has only one real source of damage, the Harith, you need a Sky Piercer. So Zed has to build its stat. I'd say no later than 8 minutes. That's what they need if they want to be able to snowball with this kind of lineup in 2026. So please, please, I hope he starts buying those gloves now.
He needs those gloves, man. It's getting cold out here in the broken walls. B-Boss. Whoa, I don't know about that. Shield Unity and even a Poisson's used to poke right before the neutral objective spots. You need that against 33. He hasn't been part of the fight just yet. Oh, God. I don't know about that.
Well, they've committed it, and now they begin to dance. Both gold laners are here, too.
Circling Eagle. Over, that's gonna be the knockup on Spider-Mouse. Detonus welcome to lock him down. Oh, ship these guys up top of Kaizen! So wins out the retreat battle. He's gonna go down, but the rest of the carries are still here doing damage as Zed is able to get the Lantern Flare. 33 is doing that consistent damage, shredding down the frontliner. B-Boss taken down by the Yo-Yos at 33.
Another turtle, and a fair trade at least when it comes to kills, but this will allow KOG to still snowball through again. Payan is just doing just Payan. He's rotating faster, getting waves just as much as is Guns, and is a level up. Oh, Guns is so desperate to get the initiative in the lane. He just goes blazing duet. Okay, I'm gonna go for it. I need to clear fast.
Dude, the damage is really starting to hurt, man. It's only a 200 gold lead in the gold lane, but it's just, that's the thing about the Claude, right? Early on against the Harith, well, not early level 1 to 3 you can still win, but then after 4 and after those unlead dashes get completed with the Starlium Scythe, you really just can't. You just have to deal with it. Now they're gonna go for a turret down below, but look at the rotation in response to this. KOG will just defend his Guns, is trying to commit onto it. Payan clears it out, gets help, and there is no trade for Bacon Time. They've just rotated over to get a few hits on the turret.
And here's what hurts more when you consider where this gold lane trade will go.
Payan?
Eventually, oh my god, Payan walks in!
Yeah, doesn't even use the Purify here. He knows that he has enough damage. That's going to be the guiding win to help him out with the Circling Eagle. Payan disengages, canking from the side. They're going to go, oh, chomp down. Detonus welcome and a spit out there with a stun, but he's able to get out in time, and it ends up being a turret for turret. Down below for the one up top for 33.
Okay. Truth be told, that was what you should expect to happen when you go 4v5. But I think Bacon Time was okay with it anyways. It's just a matter of who spent more resources to be able to get the winning trade. B-Boss, Unite, looking for an engage. Okay, jumps into that turtle anyways. 6.5 minutes, final turtle up for grabs.
Spider-Mouse knocked up. Oh, look at the damage of the Yo-Yos. He's gonna have to go with the Glorious Pathway. First retreat from B-Boss as they go in. Kankan with the walk-up too, but Payan comes in late this time around. Goes on over to Kankan, who doesn't have enough stacks to go in the air. Kaizen gets a big chomp down, and it's 2 kills for the neutral objective. 33 jumps in onto 2. Has the Vengeance. Is all good zones. The the backliners away from tier 1, and the purple buff goes to KOG. They're gonna give it over to the Harith. Payan, very full on the mana with purple buff.
You were right though. With the way that fight broke out, the frontliners and the backliners weren't where they needed to be. So technically, they switched up. And that's how strong KOG was, even with their late entry ults. And again, the key was Payan coming in with the clutch Zaman Force, and 33 just frontline artillery, just shred that's reliable, shred that Bacon Time's frontline can't deal with right now. I think he's going to be the ramp up for when Zed gets his Sky Piercer, which I hope is on the way, until Payan goes into full-on core mode, which I was going to get to earlier. If it comes down to it, Payan has Gun's number, because Gun's, his only real counter to the Harith is a Winter Crown. It's not like he can build a Wind of Nature against the Harith, so it's just a more dangerous entry for the Claude compared to the Harith. So time's a clicking.
That's the Golden Staff, man. They really are desperately in need of those power spikes. Power spakes, sorry. The Radiant Armor has been built up by B-Boss, but the main problem right now, I think, is 33 and Kaizen. They're like the physical damage, right? That's what's really been the problem for most of them here. Even with the Radiant Armor, yes, you deal with Payan, but then Payan just ignores the box shot, goes for damage on the other.
Whoa.
B-Boss goes for the Shield Unity. Nile gets the Circling Eagle, and this is yet another wasted Puissance for B-Boss. He's got to get a lot more patient on these resources, Leo.
Oh, you took your lunch money.
God! Through the wall, goes in, Exort pops into Black Shoes in time, gets away. Uh-oh, Kaizen thrown back under target. The Guiding Wind gets him back to safety as he tries his best to heal back up, and Miles falls as well. Kang so low, 33 gets the kill on him. Guns way out of bounds. 33 gets away with the Guiding Wind, and it's roam for jungle.
That is, I'd say, a technical knockout on a couple of members of Bacon Time. So at least Bacon Time can delay the Lord take here. Zed now finally has his Sky Piercer. And throughout this whole time, 33 may have just pressed his Vengeance once. He was at the brink of death, but he refused to press it. Kaizen responds, but I think Bacon Time looking to blitz it. Oh, nope. They're gonna go.
Yeah, they want to just go for it, man. 33 is going there as well. They're not committing onto it. Kaizen's back up. They've given too much time. Now it's a pure retreat battle. It's Guns who wins it out. But Payan goes over to Saban Force now on towards B-Boss. Kang in the back isolated. They go for him instead. Kang goes to the skies, gets full stacks, but it's still him just dead. Spider Miles next to the chopping block. Zed gets a Sky Piercer stack. First of the game. And this Lord will be for naught. Bacon Time, once it spawns, KOG will just clear it out on the bottom lane. It goes as well.
So for once, I think KOG wished it was Flying Clouds, because that would have allowed Kaizen to get in there faster, secure the Lord, given that he is a level or two up on B-Boss. But alas, he was maybe a second too late. And I guess it was just a matter of damage output that Bacon Time had in spades now. Again, they have a Lilia, they have a Claude. Let's see that again. How did he miss the Retribution?
It was
he didn't even try!
So it's kind of like, yeah, it was a B-Boss together with... They just bursted it together.
And Kaizen didn't even try the Retribution. So was that a matter of just him accepting the fact that, all right, I'm too late. Let's just try to win the fight and then go from there. Huh.
I think he was expecting a missed retreat from B-Boss because it was late, right? He didn't even tap it.
Yeah. Again, whatever it's off of cooldown now is from a engaged fight. Oh, B-Boss!
Uh-oh, not... Oh, what a pullback by Kaizen! Lantern Flare as well. That's gonna be the Sky Piercer stack again. Zed is free-farming the Sky Piercer. He's untouched in the fight. That's gonna be another kill over. Blazing away, coming down from Guns. But Payan gets away, and the Lantern Flare again brings Kang back. 33 goes down, Exort. He needs to get away. He can't use the Black Shoes. Whoa! Circling Eagle on the turret. There you go. No mana for Payan, but he's still enough to take him down. Nile gets him down with the Circling Eagle. And Guns is looking for the trade. The Holy Shield up top will be procced. That tier 2 down below is the only trade they can get.
And it might not even pop, because that wave is going to deal with the minions. Nope. All right. So at least Bacon Time gets something in return. Oh, that Black Shoes by Exort cost him his own life. Because again, it put Zed and Nile and Payan right where they wouldn't be in trouble out of the turret. Oh man, Bacon Time. They need to recover. They really need to dig in. Yes, they got the Lord, but after an instant replay, KOG melted it quick. And KOG still have their tier 1s up top and in mid with a 3,000 gold lead. Priority is still with KOG, and this is how you do an ube. They're ubeing better than the ube team out of MSL Thailand.
This is clean by KOG, dude. It's just clean. Crazy heals, the way they play around the utility jungle as well in Bacon time.
Oh,
Maybe they're just so... Oh, items?
gross. Malefic Roar. How often do you see a Malefic Roar on a CC? That's how ahead KOG is, or at least that's how much they want to end this soon.
Oh, my lord. They try to go on a case and gets a big chomp down, and he's so tanky. They're using everything on him, and he's only just now feeling the heat. He goes down, but the resources have all been depleted. What guns? Walks in with a blazing duet straight into the burst of the Chrono Dash. Spider Miles thrown back, and Zed gets his 30th Sky Piercer stack. Yes, you can get the jungle. They'll take 2 members down, and that's a free Lord without the jungler.
All right. 30 is the number. Zed had 1 kill prior, building that Sky Piercer. And this is what I was saying. Again, even when it comes to the late game, count up all your power spikes. That Claude will still hurt, even with all the lifesteal you're getting from a Blazing Duet. The only answer to a Harith, an angry Harith at this point, is a Winter Crown. How far is Guns from that? And even that won't save him. It'll save him for 2 seconds. And then he has to go think of something else.
I don't know. It's just so tough now.
It's all on
they
him.
have those power spikes. There you go to Winter Crown. But the thing is, KOG just have crazy healing. So even with the Blazing Duet, as long as the fight is an all-in, right? Like, I don't see a way for Bacon Time to win. Like, Bacon Time, they need to do what KOG did. Split them up, bait those resources, but they don't have a composition to do that. They have a composition to go and just play front to back. Guns can try to wait all he wants, but by the time he waits and, you know, he gets those resources down, a few of his members would have already died. Pine just going through these turrets like a hot knife through butter.
It's counterproductive. If ever they wanted to split, it would be off of Guns, maybe off of B-Boss, but they're both needed in team fights. They're both who start and end fights, so they can't split it with them. It's a non-starter. Where's he going with this Detonus Welcome?
Oh my lord, they burst B-Boss down to half HP. They're doing a good job with the waves as well, though. Wave in the bottom lane coming down, and the Lord up top as well at the same
Top's
time.
gone.
They get the turret, top's gone, and it seems like they want more. They don't want to just end the siege here. They're going to clear out mid, they're going to wait for that next wave, and then they're going to try their best to go in again. Maybe this time with a Detonus Welcome that lands.
It is off of cooldown, so again, that is a mechanic of the ult. If you cancel it, its cooldown is significantly reduced. They will just continue to play the Hunger Games. And I think the safest route to victory is still a Lord in a minute. Same spot it spawns. They'll have to start pressuring long lane, which I can say KOG are built to do. They can do it off of 33. He's very chunky, he's very sustainable, and also deals a good amount of damage. So that means you have to send like 2-3 dudes to take him down. And then the rest of them can just start dancing. But also, Nile can pull 33 out of there. He can like run through the jungle, get him with a guiding winds, and then re-engage. The map just belongs to KOG. It's inevitable.
It is. In-game equipment check again. Wow, that's a Legion sword. They feel like they are lacking damage, so Kang's gonna have to build even more damage, it seems. Is that a Malefic Roar? It has to be, right?
Malefic Roar or Halberd. Which makes sense because, again, so many shields, so much healing. There's a photo on that Matilda.
One
exactly.
That's
so,
it.
uh-oh, conceal.
Again, they go on Kaizen, but that's not the right target, man. Every time you go on the utility jungle, it's just an auto lose. X-Sword gets picked up there. Is able to pop in the black shoes, or rather he just flickers out of the way. A safer choice. And now, oh man, Lord's taking a half HP. Spider Miles tries to brute force it, but he gets shredded down. The Shifting Skies comes down, but that's his welcome is right there. And now it gets the chop down. Sky Piercer on immortality. Kang goes down. The shred's too much for them to handle. Zed is unstoppable. Pion's going through, and it's Zed who also secures the neutral objective. everything going right for KOG, and it's crumbling down for Bacon Time. Only X-Sword and Guns. He pops into BMI. He still gets shredded down, and that's a base turret that falls. KOG don't want to wait for the Lord. They want to go straight for the end. Match point for KOG.
Undefeated in the regular season, dominant as anyone could be. One game away from the best of 7 in the grand finals. Bacon Time are running out of time. 2-0 so far. And they did it, Mirko. They did it with a lineup that you could have sworn was drafted by their opponents.
Yikes. When your opponents play your draft better than you, that's a big question mark, Leo, right? Like, this is a very similar composition to that game 1 for Bacon Time. And at this point, Bacon Time tried to just all in on team fights again instead of playing towards those side lanes, trying to build it up. And mainly, I think it was because it was too late for them at the end of the game here, right? They just needed to go for the fight. Obviously, it was KOG who held the neutral objective, so it's kind of a forced error, but it's all the mistakes they did prior to this big one, to this big moment, where they could have split up, they could have looked for other avenues to take control of the game, but they didn't. They just wanted to have that brute force kind of play style. Team fight, we just out-mechanic them, and it doesn't work out when you have a guy who's built to tank up the damage. Kaizen, far shot away from that Harley performance with so many deaths, but it's equally as impressive because he's on a utility jungle. That's his job.
For a lot of people who have not been familiar with Kaizen before his debut and again, Renaissance run in MSL Thailand, he played amongst the greatest utility junglers that you could ever play with in MPLPH. So in his time, he's been on the receiving end of a Barats, an angry Barats. He's been on the receiving end of a Baxia, of a Fredrin. So he knows how this works. Through the, of course, leadership of Coach Justin, who is also a big fan of you know, that heyday of that kind of MLBB. We should have seen this coming. It shouldn't come as a surprise. So there it is, our MVP, Payen. This wouldn't have happened if there was no solid core. What is an Ube strat without a win condition? 6-0-11, there for 100% of the kills.
Wow. Speaking of the KP lead that Guns has over Payen, I think right now, I mean, the stats are definitely going to move on over towards Payen's side, over for the KP as well. This was brilliant, really. Well played by Payen. Not just in the way that he played the late game team fights, but especially the early game, right? That's when you really get to see a good Harith shine, because he was so active from, I believe, even Turtle 1, rotating over, putting down the aggression, putting down the damage on the opponents, and we get to see it all in the highlights again, how Payen played it. And I love the fact that his targeting, Leo, is so good. In the skirmish, it would have been very easy to just go for B-Boss, but he went for Kankang instead. He knows the Radiant armor has been built up by the main tank, so the targeting is always on the other dudes who don't have the magic defense.
And this also brings up what if, right? We're talking about item specifics and them being built in the right time. What if more anti-heal was built into Bacon Time sooner? Because we saw, we'll never know. Maybe there is some semblance of it in the post-game stats, but Kankang was on his way to maybe a halberd. Confirmed, I think we only have one real anti-heal, right? In Exort's Glowing Wand. B-Boss has it built in with the Baxia marks. But what if one more? What if one more? What if two more? Would that have been enough to kind of soften the blow and give Bacon Time a little bit of a fighting chance?
I don't know. It's hard to say, because if they did go for Dominance Ice, then they would lack in magic defense, right? It's like one or the other. If B-Boss... The thing is, I think it's because they already have a box shredder. They didn't build another Dominance Ice. They were like, okay, we have enough anti-regen just with the passive alone, but clearly it wasn't enough, right? I think mainly it was damage as well, Leo, that they just didn't have as much as KOG. KOG had an abundance of damage. I think through Zed getting a lead early, dude, that first kill really set him up for success. A Sky Piercer built up early, easy executes, great damage. The Harith together with 33 again. Whether he's on an Esmeralda or even a CC here, fantastic damage. He even wanted to go Sea Halberd there for his final item. Just almost a pure damage build for the CC. He knows that in this position, he's not really going to be vulnerable. There's a Mathilda as well to help him, so it's all about the Barats who can tank up the damage. Everybody else can just deal damage.
Yep. That Sky Piercer on Zed was built at not an early time, not a late time, just about the right time. 8:45 or 9 minutes was when I started to see those gloves. And then they started to snowball on him. I think the game ended with him on 5 stacks. So 50, which again, if this game went longer, would have just all the more made it inevitable for KOG. This is a much faster game compared to game number 1. So what does this mean? Is Bacon Time running out of gas in the tank? Because, again, we mentioned this post game 1. They go back and forth, back and forth. Do we ube? Do we play closer to what the 2026 meta demands? And here we're seeing that live in action. It's happening before our eyes, before the good people in Ladprao Hall. They're like, so what is it, Bacon Time? Are you the ube team or not?
We questioned it, whether they're going to have a change in style in game number 2, and they did. I think it was too much. We expected micro adjustments. We discussed through it as well. You still got to play through it towards your strength, but then we see KOG kind of steal those picks away, and maybe it was a case of Bacon Time did want to replicate the same style from game 1, but KOG just denied some of those picks away from them. The heavy team fighting with the Hera taken out, the Juicin as well to split them up and to go for those long team fights. So I just give KOG props and credit for outplaying the boys over on Bacon Time. And now it gets, again, I know I sound like a broken record, but really difficult for Bacon Time. The first game, already momentum for KOG. The second game, now it's not just momentum, it's morale. Dude, it's a big mental blow to lose to your own strat, Leo.
I'd like to think it's less mental and more of just professional. It's more of just fair play, sir. You played the draft better. We move on. But again, that's not the only thing we're questioning. We're also questioning how strong you believe in your own draft, because this is one of the things that I feel as a spectator, as a fan, as an analyst, as a professional. It's like, why back and forth? Even in that draft, you mentioned that you like the Lilia, you like the Sora, the last 2 picks. Like it gave a good amount of impact to the draft. But where were they going? Sure, they got the power picks that you wanted in the Claude, and they started strong with the Baxia. You know, those were good Bacon Time picks. It's just, where is it all going? Like I can't see the big picture now.
That's a good question. I don't know. We're going to have to find out later. Maybe we have some questions as well to send to the fans in the building. I'm not too sure, but we are just a little bit away from an interview. I mean, I want to hear some answers, Leo. I agree with you. There's definitely some questions that we have to ask. And, okay. Is it to the fans or is it to the coach?
พันค่ะและใช่เฉพาะแบบนักเรียนนักศึกษาเต็มไปหมดเลยนะคะสำหรับโปรนี้แล้วก็ที่สำคัญนะคะก็มีโปรโมชั่นของซิมอินเทอร์เน็ตด้วยใช่วันนี้แค่เดินมาที่บูธของเรานะคะรับซิมฟรีเลย
อุ้ยตายแล้วอันนี้ไม่ต้องเป็นนักเรียนนักศึกษาก็ได้ใช่ไหมคะ
ทั่วไปค่ะบุคคลทั่วไปก็ได้ก็สามารถรับเสื้อไปเลยซึ่งปกติแล้วเนี่ยเสื้อจะมีมูลค่าที่690 บาทแต่วันนี้เราจัดโปรโมชั่นพิเศษเลยเดินเข้ามายื่นสมัครที่บูธของเราก็รับเสื้อไปเลยค่ะ
การสมัครนี้ต้องมีเอกสารอะไรไหมคะ
แค่ยื่นบัตรประชาชนใบเดียวก็ได้แล้วค่ะ
ง่ายๆแบบนี้เลยเป็นซิมใช่ไหมคะ
ใช่ค่ะเป็นซิมแบบเติมเงินค่ะแล้วก็อินเทอร์เน็ตไม่อั้นไม่ลดสปีดเลย
ได้นะคะสำหรับท่านไหนที่สนใจนะคะอย่าลืมว่าเวลาเราเล่นเกมหรือสตรีมนะคะหรือว่าทำงานอะไรต่างๆเนี่ยนอกจากที่จะมีอุปกรณ์ที่ดีแล้วนะคะอินเทอร์เน็ตก็ต้องรวดเร็วด้วยเนาะ
ใช่ค่ะ
โอเคเดี๋ยวพาหนูไปดู
ได้ค่ะแล้วนอกจากนี้เราก็ยังมีบูธกิจกรรมนะคะสำหรับลูกค้าทูหรือว่า D-Tag นะคะแค่แจ้งเบอร์กับน้องๆที่บูธของเราก็ร่วมเล่นเกมของเราได้เลยค่ะวันนี้เรามีของพรีเมียมค่อนข้างเยอะมากๆไม่ว่าจะเป็นเสื้อนะคะผ้าห่มนะคะถุงผ้าหรือว่าของอีกเพียบเลยค่ะ
โอเคได้เลยขอบคุณมากนะคะ
ขอบคุณนะคะ
เยี่ยมชมบูธนิดนึงอันนี้คือได้เลยเล่นฟรีได้เลยเล่นฟรีแล้วก็มีโอกาสได้เป็นเสื้อเจอร์ซี่แบบนี้นะคะมีลุ้นสกินอีพิกด้วยใช่ไหมคะอันนี้ผู้เล่นจริงเลยผู้เล่นจริงสวัสดีค่ะงั้นเดี๋ยวหนูขอสัมภาษณ์กันเลยละกันไหนๆก็มากันแล้วนะคะ แนะนำตัวกันนิดนึงค่ะ
ชื่อปอนค่ะ
ค่ะ วันนี้มาเชียร์ทีมแน่นอน
วันนี้มาเชียร์ ACT ค่ะ ดูจากเสื้อก็รู้ สีชมพู
เอ้ยเดี๋ยวก่อน
เพื่
เดี๋ยว
เล่น
ก่อ
ค่ะ
น
มาเชียร์เบคอนค่ะ
มาเชียร์ไปเขามีใครมาเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษไหมคะ
ไม่ค่ะเบคอนก็คือ
เบคอนทั้ง
ใช่
ทีมและทั้งใจ
แต่ว่าช่วงนี้ก็จะเน้นนิดนึงพูดอยู่คำเดียวก็คือบอส
อย่าเหลืองอย่าเหลือบ
อง สอย่าเหลือง
เออ
ประมาณนี้ค่ะ
ได้ค่ะ อีกท่านหนึ่งค่ะ แนะนำตัวกันนิดหนึ่ง
ค่ะ ชื่อมิ้นท์ค่ะ
มิ้นท์
ค่ะ
อ๋อ จริง ๆ แล้วไม่ที่นั่งคุยกันอยู่เมื่อกี้ไม่ใช่
อ๋อ
มิ้นท์มาอยู่นี่แล้ว
cover ค่ะ พยายาม cover ให้เหมือนอยู่
อ๋อ cover นะ อันนี้มาเชียร์ทีมอะไรคะมิ้นท์
แน่นอนค่ะ
KOG นะ
ทั้งใจเหมือนกันค่ะ
มิ้นท์นั่นก็ขวัญใจ KOG นะ แล้วอันนี้ถามหน่อยว่าอยู่ที่ไหนกันคะ อยู่ไกลไหมคะจากตรงนี้
ใกล้อยู่ค่ะ อยู่ชลบุรีค่ะ
มาจากชลบุรีเลยแล้วทางนี้ล่ะคะ
อยู่
คุณ
รังสิตค่ะ
รังสิตก็ไกลเหมือนกันแต่ก็ด้วยใจรักนะคะ รักในทีมรักในเกมก็เลยมากันอยู่ตรงนี้เนาะแล้วตอนช่วง regular season ที่ลีโดก็ไปด้วยกันไหมคะ
ไปค่ะ ไปมา 2-3 รอบ
หนูก็ไปค่ะ ไปประมาณ 2 แมตช์เหมือนกัน
โอเคซีซั่น2ก็ยังจะคงอยู่กับเราต่อไปแบบนี้ใช่ไหมคะ
แน่นอน
แน่นอนเนาะเชียร์ทีมที่รักเกมที่รักเนาะโอเค มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงคนดูรวมไปถึงนักแข่งด้วยไหมคะ
ฝากบอกว่าเบคทั้งใจค่ะมาเชียร์ถึงที่ขนาดนี้ขอพี่สักทีได้ไหมล่ะ นี่
ต้องอย่างนี้ต้องอย่างนี้โอ้ทางนี้บ้างอย่าให้ KOG ต้องเหงาอยู่คนเดียวเดี๋ยวช่วย
เจอขนาดนี้จะยอมได้ยังไงคะ เมื่อกี้หลังบ้านเสิร์ฟแอปเปิลไทเซอร์เป็นกัมมี่ แต่นักแข่งบอกว่าอยากกินเบคอนค่ะ
โอ้เบคอนอย่ายอมโอเคก็เดี๋ยวไปลุ้นกันในเกมต่อไปหวังว่าเกมจะสนุกขึ้นนะคะโอเคขอบคุณทั้งสองท่านมากเลยค่ะ เอาละค่ะ อันนี้ก็เป็นส่วนหนึ่งนะคะ แต่ต้องบอกเลยว่าสำหรับท่านไหนนะคะที่ชมอยู่ทางบ้านนะคะหรือว่ากำลังจะเดินขึ้นมาหรือว่าออกไปพักนะคะ ตอนนี้ก็อีกสักครู่หนึ่งนะคะ เราจะพาทุกท่านเข้าสู่การแข่งขันในแมตช์ถัดไปแล้วนะคะ ตอนนี้ก็เตรียมพร้อมกันได้ แต่ก่อนอื่นเลยมาป้างอยากจะให้ทุกท่านนะคะ ที่อยู่บริเวณด้านหน้างานนะคะ เข้าร่วมกิจกรรมสนุกบริเวณด้านนอกฮอลล์ค่ะเขามีทั้งในส่วนของการ์ดกำลังใจสามารถเขียนนะคะแล้วก็นำการ์ดกำลังใจเนี่ยมาชูภายในฮอลล์นะคะเพื่อเป็นแรงสนับสนุนแรงเชียร์นะคะให้กับเหล่านักกีฬาที่เราชื่นชอบได้รวมไปถึงยังมีกิจกรรมค่ะถ่ายรูปภาพคู่กับสแตนดี้นะคะของนักกีฬาเหล่าไอดอลต่างๆก็ไปถ่ายด้วยกันได้นะคะแล้วก็ยังมีกิจกรรม 5v5 ด้วยค่ะก็สามารถไปเล่นเกมรุ่นลับโคสกินกันได้นะคะที่สำคัญเลยนะคะบริเวณด้านหน้าทางออกเรามีในส่วนของ QR code สำหรับทำแบบสอบถามนะคะเพื่อมีการเสนอในส่วนของข้อแนะนำคำติชมต่างๆนะคะใครที่อยากจะเสนออะไรมีข้อเสนอแนะอะไรเนี่ยก็สามารถที่จะสแกนเข้าไปใน QR code นะคะแล้วก็ติชมกันไปผ่านลิงก์นั้นได้นะคะข้อเสนอของทุกท่านเนี่ยก็ถูกส่งมาจนถึงทีมงานอย่างแน่นอนนะคะแล้วก็หวังว่าเราจะนำในส่วนของข้อคิดเห็นอันนี้ไปกันแล้ว มีนำในส่วนของข้อคิดเห็นต่างๆนะคะไปปรับปรุงค่ะให้ซีซั่น2ของเราดีขึ้นอย่างแน่นอนนะคะเอาเป็นว่าตอนนี้ก็พร้อมแล้วนะคะเดี๋ยวมาปางขอส่งต่อเวทีนี้นะคะให้กับ3หนุ่มแคสเตอร์ได้เลยค่ะ
Kapkun, hi baby. Of course, talking to our very good friends at True. Again, thank you for making all of this possible here in MSL Thailand. And of course, getting a few words out of two very loyal fans. Ladies who drove out and traveled from very far places in Thailand just to make it to Ladprao to support their favorite teams, KOG and Bacon Time. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Leo. This right here is Mirko, and we are at the cusp of ending this best of 5 match point for King of Gamers.
Hey, the King of Gamers have done everything right? In game number 1, they literally just outplayed that Ube style. They played their best compositions. KOG got their split, full mechanical style for Kaizen, and obviously they outplayed the full Ube style that we saw from Bacon Time. Bacon Time tried their best as well. Gotta give props for them in game number 1. They made a snowball game with an 8,000 gold lead very, very difficult to end. But in game 2, then they made too many adjustments. We expected micro adjustments, but they made a full adjustment over to their draft. Like it was just completely different. If you covered the names of both the teams, you would expect Bacon Time to have KOG's lineup, right? It was a Mathilda Barats for the side of KOG. And with that win, this sets them up for a sweep. Ladies and gentlemen, can Bacon Time call in the Bacons?
The Bacons. Well,
the Bacons.
Here's what's,
is that the fan base?
Here's what's tough.
Is that what they're called?
We'll look it up. We'll work on that. They're dealing with so much more than being called the right community, all right? Because their team is literally one game away from getting eliminated, and a lot of people thought, wait, I want to get this right. Not a lot of people. Wait, I want to name the names of those who said Bacon Time would take it all home. Not to put them on blast, but because that's what they said. Be crazy. Be crazy. An MSL Thailand talent said, he loco. Well, that's his name. He said Bacon Time would be champion. So he's sweating bullets right now. He is the one who's like, of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 MSL Thailand talents who was asked, he said Bacon Time. Bird 5-star, Porpon, and Wawa said KOG. None of them said ACT.
That's us. We say ACT. We're team ACT all the way. We're team twins, right?
Our predictions say it. You don't see the sheet. You don't see the document, but we said ACT. Let's jump back into it. Game number 3. This could be it. We've gone to walls. We've gone to grass. And we're going to walls again.
Hey, let's see it. Broken walls coming into it. And hey, maybe if you want to see the sheet, we can send the link over later, right? You guys can give us your own prediction as well. So KOG back on blue side. It's the Harley first pick. I think it's still going to be the same thing here. Not going to be too crazy. They're not going to try to change anything. Again, they also have the momentum coming into game number 3, right? I think for KOG, it's the best advice I could give for them would be keep it simple. Keep it just like in game 1. They try to go for something crazy with the Barats Mathilda game 2. I think it's enough. Now, go for the throat of the Bacons.
I'm pretty sure our producers would not appreciate it if we gave everyone the link to the sheet. So you can just send Mirko your predictions at @FrederickLaw_ on social media. Okay, so into the draft. It's the same. It's the same. No, wait. Actually, there's a little bit of a switch up here. The Zushin now finally goes for Bacon Time. And if we were to follow the old... No, this is new! Even Bacon Time don't want the Harris no more.
Yikes. That means more prio to the Claude, but I think they just pick up the Harley first. No, oh god. Leo, KOG are just playing the... it really feels like they got a grudge against Bacon Time. It really feels like maybe something happened in the regular season, something happened before the playoffs, but they always want to replicate Bacon Time's draft. They want to beat Bacon Time with their own weapons.
You know what this feels like? It feels like KOG got in their heads. Worse. It's like KOG skinned Bacon Time and then wore their skin and say, look, I'm Bacon Time. And everyone around them believed it. Everyone around them thought it really was them. This is... So here's the thing. In this series so far, 3 games in, we haven't seen Leo Mord nor Suyo.
No.
And the drafting sequence has gone out the door.
All right. Usually the combo against the glue would be still like another sort of like AoE, like a Faramis Vexana, Leo, but for some reason,
Claude.
I mean, we've been seeing a lot of success for, I mean, the Claude could just come through, yes. But I'm thinking more over to the mid lane later on, right? I'm not trying to predict the 2 picks here. I'm trying to predict what they are going for later. Could it be a possible Kalea Kimi? Never mind. We got to scratch that. Zetian comes in instantly. All right. I guess they want to go for something different. I thought they would pick up the Kalea first, and finally, Leo, we get to see the Suyo.
Even the Suyo feels like an effort in futility because the Zushin has built-in peel. So good luck trying to mount her. Good luck trying to jump her with a charge surge. Yep. Oh, Zetian rather. Zetian. The Baxia almost undoes the Baxia only really scared the carry. But what if the carry never takes off?
I don't really like the carry in this new meta anyways, you know? I think the Claude should have been the first pick there for Bacon Time, deny it away from Payan. We know how good Payan is, but maybe it's more of comfort as well for Guns. We didn't really see too good of a Claude game in game number 2, and then now they're already starting to nail down the comforts. The Badang taken out, the Lilia, a good answer could have been for Bacon Time to deal with the Baxia. So KOG, it just really seems like they're building for this comp really, really well, right? Again, the Kalea isn't banned out just yet. We've seen so many ways to deal with the glue just because nowadays we see more of a damage-built glue that Kalea's, Cho's, just these pick-off heroes can be a really good option to deal with the glue. He's so squishy. You get caught once and it's cooked. Most used heroes, though, I'm pretty surprised that 33 didn't get his hands on the Phoveus, and it's still not banned. There you go, the Khalid. So we're going to see a Phoveus here, folks, for game number 3, possibly on the hands of 33.
This is the first time in the series that Phoveus was not touched. Because again, teams are focused on the Harith, so they wanted to get that out there. Now it's open because Harith was chopped off the block too, so this could be another solid mid laner. Valentina maybe, or Valier's out. Eve, close that range gap. Yeah. Carry
Valentina is a better band though, right? With the or neither. They just go for okay. They expect the glue to still be going roam, and you know what? Speaking on the Phoveus, now that I see it again, the glue pick actually is very, very good. They can just save the roam/XP pick for last pick because the glue can be flexed all the way. They pick up a roam. They pick up a mid lane first. I really think the Valentina should come through. It's good for Peel
right now.
It's good against the Zetian in lane, and with whatever combo you set it up with, it will be good. Yeah.
And it gives you priority. If mid trio is winning, that's all the more room for Guns to farm up and get this carry off the ground. Instead, they reveal it. Is this fear? Could this be fear of 33 picking it up? So they just jump the gun and pick it up already, reveal where this glue is going. And again, it makes sense because at least they can make sure that mid lane wins. They can pick whatever the best combo for the glue is, but I don't know. I would have stuck with the flex red 5.
I agree with you. But this gives, I mean, there's a lot of confusion within KOG now. They wanted to get the Phoveus. They still wanted to get it despite the losing matchup against the glue, I feel. Just because it's a comfort pick for 33, but now they don't really have too many picks. I still think the Kalea can make it through. A really good Alice. And no Kalea, rather, it's a Cho. So instead of the healing, you get more rage. You're faster. You rotate around the map faster. You have better gap closer as well. So there you go. It's just on the Cho, and why I didn't expect it is Phoveus gets a lot of benefit from, he benefits a lot from the Cho's kit, from all those dashes he has with the Ji Kundo and even the Shunpu.
But they don't care. I guess my theory is, we keep mentioning the Kalea, they see the Kalea in the Cho, but a little bit more mobile.
Oh.
Okay. So, unlike most Gourds, there is no combo. There's no shred combo. You usually see Gourd with a Harley, Gourd with a Harith. Here it's just Gourd.
Just Gourd.
Just Gourd. JG. Dude, I don't know where Bacon Time is going with this draft.
Me neither. I mean, they have a lot of good components, but it just doesn't feel like it works together. I agree. And meanwhile, for KOG, they definitely have a combo. Dude, Throne of Ruin, Fury of the Phoenix, and then a Blazing Duet? Gosh, that's a lot of AoE.
To be fair, KOG is playing very ult-reliant heroes. So if Bacon Time can time that out, then maybe they find the window. But that's easier said than done. I'm also glad that at least they get enough respect to the lineup of KOG that they put a Purify on Guns. Because throughout the weekend, I've seen lineups just fold because they refuse to Purify on him. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3. KOG 1 game away from clinching a finish that at least guarantees them a slot in MCCM Season 7 or a flight to Paris. Welcome to game 3.
Oui, Paris. Now with the instant clear, concussive blast, classic stuff on the choke, goes straight into B-Boss's jungle now. Hopefully he doesn't save the red tree. Oh my god, it's always so nerve-wracking to see that. But Kaizen through that. He starts green camp on Bacon time. You know what? I'm a fan of that. On the box shift, fast clearing. They get the lethal as well. So a new start to the jungle that we haven't seen before, I feel.
And there is very little response from Bacon time. I mean, on paper, it cost them gold, right? That gave Bacon time 200 up. But all of their resources are still here. So it's just a matter of time till Kaizen gets it back. And he's up a level. Dear Lord, he's up a level.
It's green, purple to green again. Kaizen. This time with no mid-prime, he goes for the retry straight as well. That's a bit too greedy. But he gets out with the shield unity in the end. He just buys a little bit more time and B-Boss is able to clear it out. So it ends up being a leash for B-Boss.
But again, that doesn't take away from the fact that the retribution will be timed with the turtle. And there will be more to get for Kaizen in the long run. It'll just take a little bit while. B-Boss now at level 4 has no more things to take from at least his side of the jungle, while Kaizen has 5 seconds to go through 2 green camps. The rest of KG have to find a way to delay.
Taking time. It's a Queller that lands on Zed. Just a bit of poke here. Mid cleared out. Zed level 4. So is Exort. Nile walks up, dashes away from the slam, and 33 and Kankang both are level 4. They're fighting for the XP crab right now, and 33 is getting the better of Kankang. He's gonna be careful against the Alice. He can't just walk up like that. And he does get the XP crab, but he loses health for that.
Oh, B-Boss, maybe a quarter XP down. Oh my god, gosh!
Oh. Crazy burst. Fear the Phoenix lands though. Onto Exort, he flickers out of the way. Kaizen walks up and asking the B-Boss locked down completely. Has the Blade Surge to get away. Blazing duet by Payan under the tier 1. And now it's Kankang who walks up in for a pursuit from Kankang. They take him down, but Zed takes him out as well. At the end of the day, it's a 2 for 2 as Zed tries his best to make it 3 for 2.
Oh, and Bacon time are relentless. They continue to pressure the turtle here. Nice projectile thrown out. Throne of Ruin, no one home!
Yeah, completely whiffing there. The retreat from B-Boss with the Soul Sever. It's a win for Bacon time. The Mountain as well as 33 flickers out with the glue mounted. Spider Miles, no flicker. This will be a free kill to KOG. Oh god, the Patrick gets kicked under tier 2!
Mayonnaise is not an instrument. To be fair, I don't think they needed the kick. Oh my god, gosh! Payan!
Well played, Hexord. Kaizen walks up with the shield unity now, as well as now with the concussive blast and just the base damage of the 2 tankers. They get him down.
So, you know what? I think Bacon time, it's very evident in their play that they don't want to go down just taking it. This is what it looks like when they go down with a fight. KOG though, they are welcoming this kind of response. They're saying, all right, the gloves are off, pal. Let's play hardball. And that is what's letting this game go to 4 kills a piece at 4 minutes. This is the most violent game we've seen in this series so far.
The fact that KOG aren't down by too much in the early game kind of scares me, you know? Because like for Bacon time, you'd expect that early game with the way they were able to secure the neutral objective with them getting a 3 for 2 and then a pick off on Payan for them to win out a bit more. But Payan, again, look, these individual wins in lane is what's setting them apart. It's what is stopping Bacon time from snowballing fully in the game. That's a gold crab take, despite the glue being up top to help guns.
So mechanically, individually, in a vacuum, KOG has the potential to outplay Bacon time every time. So how does Bacon time make up for it? Sheer team play. They have to shock KOG into submission. Kang!
That's a flicker baited out, but he has also baited out the Poissons now. If they can get a mount on Kaizen, it'll be great, but they don't go for it. Kaizen just goes for the lethal, and they do a good job at screening the Suyo, so it stops the insta-take. for Bacon Time. Good hits though for Guns, at least on the turret up top. Kzen, whoa. Interesting angle. B-Boss on the neutral objective, holding it in. Spider Miles walks up in zones. The gold crab taken by Nile. Now his Guns is caught all alone. Has to purify blazing, but again by Payan. Under determined, and he finds the kill. In the end, it's a zone completely on Kzen. View the Phoenix and a throw to ruin by 33. That doesn't land. And now the frontliners are again isolated from the rest of the team. Missing projectile. The gosh, Payan gets away. Oh no! He hits the lizard. He stays alive though. How did that happen? The QC helps him survive.
There is a world where even as he BMI closer to the lizard, he would have died to a basic attack from a creep. But again, Quantum Charge fortunately was off of cooldown, and his kit should at least have maybe Festival of Blood. It's a fighter emblem. Lifesteal saves the day. KOG, again, even with losing 2 turtles, keeps it close to the chest. Barely 200, 300 gold between them and Bacon Time. I hope they find a way to play tighter, because Kzen, the reason why that was a little sloppy for KOG was he retribution here in mid somewhere. He retributioned in that fight against, I'd say, Miles or Kang, and then come the real turtle take, he didn't have it.
And the trades are always just equal here, right? Like, what Bacon Time have in neutral... Wait, okay, I was about to say, if that turret doesn't go down, it's gonna be very, very bad for Bacon Time. KOG,
that's
still able to find better trades on the map, I feel. Again, Bacon Time's lead, it's non-existent with the first 2 neutral objectives here. You should be able to outfarm to get a better lead at this point against Kzen. Like, B-Boss on the Suyo, he's just a level ahead against the utility jungle.
And he's just on his way to his Hunter Strike. There you go, just built it. 0 stacks, I'd reckon, on the Sky Piercer. KOG are just about to hit a power spike. That's what's scary. His Guns can't exactly stand in front of KOG either. Yes, he's very dangerous on a carry, but it's not like it's free hits. Their front line isn't a steady front line. It's not a front to back.
They're trying to burst it down. Payan in the bottom lane goes for a Mystic Gush onto Kzen, but the Fury of the Phoenix cancels it in the end. Kzen with a Shield Unity tries to go for the reinitiation. Thrown to ruin by 33! Lands on 2. The Blazing Wet not just there, yet Payan, and the end goes in. PMI out of there as B-Boss gets baited by the Blade Surge, and Zed is trying his best to peel for him. Now it's 33, caught in the midst of it all as they deal some more damage with Spider Miles there. But look at him sustaining through it all. A mount out by Spider Miles, going in again in front of Pursuit 33. Brings him on the turret, but Spider Miles gets a double, and Payan just goes into the bottom lane instead, pushes and shoves the lane over towards the tier 2.
Great team fighting IQ by Bacon Time on display. They knew to compromise Payan. They knew to make sure Kzen's peeling wasn't sound. Even 33 could not find a good Throne of Ruin. And that led to a defensive Blazing Duet, a BMI through, and then just, I guess, a consolation prize of a wave down bot, threatening a little bit of that HP on the turret down bottom. KOG are getting out-tempoed by Bacon Time. This lineup is somehow working. They are just doing it through sheer damage. Bacon Time with every gush out of Exort forces something out of KOG. And now it's their turn. Kzen wants to jump. All right, he's respecting B-Boss.
It's on Payan now. It's on how he can play around these side lanes, split Bacon Time up. It's back to game 1 all over again, right? Although it's not the lead that you would expect for KOG early on. And yeah, it's just pure damage that Bacon Time's been able to outplay KOG through 33. Even though he's gone the passive on the glulets of Spider Miles, it's still A-OK. Glowing Wand of the Lightning Truncheon though, so good poke should come down for Zed. It is the Glowing Wand start for the Gourd. Classic stuff on the Gourd. And Sky Piercer, that's the thing about B-Boss. He actually hasn't gone a single stack on it yet, right?
Nope. 0 stacks. So KOG can at least rest assured that there are no sudden pickoffs. Oh, another gush on Zed!
Ooh, that's a big resource. Zed gets away without the flicker, so, I mean, Exor definitely would have wanted, I mean, obviously the kill, but at least a flicker. Now he just recalls back, wave in the bottom lane. It seems like Niall's trying to reset it so that Payan can push it in. This should be the angle to push in for Payan, but he instead just rotates. Oh, dude, a bit of hesitation there.
Yep.
He's still just
That
circling
cost
around
him.
that orange buff.
That cost him. It's not, he's not even taking the orange buff. At about 10 minutes, he took about 20 seconds to decide, am I going to push this?
Uh-oh.
Am I taking my
Bottom lane.
orange? Yep, B-Boss playing man-to-man defense. And they're aware. They allow for this dance to happen.
I don't know. I think for Payan, he should have just left the wave there, no? Like, it was a slow push anyways. It could have just been a rotation into Lord, and they could have taken the 4v5 if B-Boss rotated down below.
Oh.
But instead, he chose to shove in the wave. Niall's just trying his best to just open up. And I don't really think for Bacon Time they can even get on the Cho. He's too mobile. Oh, wait. That was a full shove by the Claude. He cut the wave.
Yep. Full-on proxied it. Niall now deep. Looking for it.
Way the Dragon. Instant Purify, but the Throne of Ruin locks him down 33 in the back line, and now the follow of his gun is able to burst him down. It's Payan and Zed in the back line doing damage, but it's going to be Kaizen brought into the Mystic Gush and the Shred. Payan with a blazing duet gets the kill, flickers and forward. A crazy move by Payan, and he gets a double. In the back, though, it's Zed who picks up the kill, but now gets caught as B-Boss gets 2 stacks on the Sky Piercer, and it's all on Payan against 2 members. The Mystic Projectile, Payan is able to dodge away from it. And Bacon Time get all the wins with a turret in the mid lane as well.
And even if it looked good for Payan, the order in which the heroes fell was not the way that they wanted to. BMI just to check. Payan comes through.
Oh! What a play! Pops into BMI, waits for it, and B-Boss left Exort alone. He instead went for the neutral objective. What an MVP performance by Payan back-to-back games.
Asserting himself, and now they will secure Bacon Time with a single mistake. Exort gets punished, thinking he can take Payan one-on-one. They lose the Lord from underneath their fingers. It slips. It slips from out of their grip, Miracle.
A free turret in the mid lane, a wave up top built up, and you see the timing, they delayed the Lord take so that it spawns over at 1240 instead of 1210, so they would have time to set up the waves properly for a siege. Payan, what a dude, what a guy. Leo, we said it was all up to him, and he took on the task.
I mean, the way that the team fight started, it was all on Payan, and it ended on Payan too. So he saw an image of it in his head. All he had to do was wait for it, and he did. Exort was where he needed to be. Exort knew what was going to happen. And it was just all basic attacks. That's what's ridiculous. There were no duets involved in that pickoff. And that scared the bejesus out of B-Boss. Without Exort, there was no way he was going to do that against Payan. He knew he was going to lose the 1v1 too. So now they're staring down the barrel of a 3-lane push. They might lose even an inhibitor or 2. This is painful.
Lord shoves in the bottom lane. They have really good clear. Now try to go in there, but wow, even just with the Lord, they burst it down. A bit of hesitation from Bacon Time to actually clear that out. Guns save the ultimate for quite a while, and they lose out on far lane, so massive win for KOG.
KOG are in the driver's seat. They are in control of this game. They can take it as slow or as fast as they want to. And you know what? If Kaizen is happy with his kit right now after his 3rd item, of all the heroes on their lineup, he's the one who can actually afford a Sky Piercer. Call it random pub stompy RG build, but he could build a Sky Piercer and that would help end this immediately. And he will just go in, what is that, a Holy Crystal or a Blood Wings? Either way, they don't have to actually get risky and spend 1,500 on a Sky Piercer. They can just slowly ramp up to this Lord in 30.
Yeah, it should just be a Blood Wings, man. The winner crown for 33 is going to be great too. He's been taken out in most of the team fights here, despite being the Alice. Just goes in with the Throne of Ruin, but gets bursted down by the carry, so the winner crown will certainly help him. The immortalities as well for Kaizen and Niall. Very, very good to cycle through that spinning light wheel. As long as Guns only uses that cycle of ultimate to get 1, it's a win for KOG. And if they're able to cycle through these frontliners, then Guns won't even get a single person. And I don't know, dude. This is the thing about this kind of composition, right? If you snowball, you're in for a treat. You're in for a great game. But if KOG are able to keep it even, and if they get the far lane and split you up, this is what happens. You're just gonna get caught in the lore dance.
Yep. In MMA fighting terms, Bacon Time gave guard to KOG. KOG are now in full guard. They passed guard. After this Lord take, they would be on full mount. And that means it's close to ending. Because I'm looking at Bacon Time's defense. Their only real safe clear is off of Exhort. And it's not even that safe. Because he has to stay put for the gush to clear a wave. Guns can't, you know, one-on-one hit every single minion. There's no AoE there. It's not a sound clearing plan.
Beautiful slow push down below. There you go. B-Boss is the one sent down. Oh, but KOG reset it. Instead, they go for the fight. Nile with the conceal now jumps into the back line. Is able to get the G Kundo, but no way the Dragon. He just gets away with the Shunpu, and now it's an all-in onto him. Lord bursted down by Payan and the folks. Spider Mouse in the midst of it all right now, going to be taken very low and taken out, thrown to ruin. Only to the front. Zed playing the front by Payan again with the blazing duet. Goes through guns. An all-in now as that's a double kill picked up, and it's all on to Payan again. A flick around on the BMI forward. Extra going to be taken down by Payan. A full-on chase for Payan as 33 is able to hold him down. Payan going to be walking up against the Spider Mouse. Pots in the slam and a pass over, and that's 33 walking up, and it's a full-on fight, a big skirmish.
Oh my God, Payan!
It's a big win.
Payan takes down Miles. Patrick is splayed out underneath tier 3, and they're still going. Kang is gonna go down, blazing the wet in the face, and Payan takes him out. B-Boss left to defend. B-Boss down! Guns! He can't do this! There's still a Lord! B-Boss is still up! Oh my God! Exhort spoons! Oh. Base left!
It's over. It's all over, Leo. It's a full-on clean sweep for KOG!
Undefeated in the regular season. Dominant throughout the maiden voyage in MSL Thailand. KOG, King of Gamers Club, goes to the grand finals, felling a Bacon Time, closing it in 3rd place.
The fan favorites, Bacon Time. A rude awakening here, definitely. A 3-0 was not what even we expected. We expected KOG to go through with a 3-1. That was the predictions earlier that was shown on screen. Bacon Time, they gotta suffer through this very painful loss, man. Obviously, they tried their best. They tried to find new ways to play outside of the Ube, but it just did not work. Nile split them up at first. They were able to bait out guns and no win to nature. That's what led to Payan getting a crazy BMI into the back here. Look at the angle. It was all on Payan, right? Goes through, no ult for guns. He had to take it like a good boy. All those shots. And Payan just, he was the star of the show, man. The BMI in front as well. They played it through, and then the chase. He stole the show, Payan.
Whether it be a blazing duet, an art of thievery into a few basic attacks, Payan is a lethal weapon. Dear God. Payan was the key to open the door to make it to the best of 7. He's got to be the MVP. No way.
He has to be.
Nothing against the 4 others. It's just Payan was a gift from the gods in Game 3.
He's played the match for sure. There's no way anyone else takes it over him, dude. He had a phenomenal job at turning things around. Every single turn was on Payan, right? The turnover Lord, the outplay on to 2 against Exhort, against B-Boss. It was on Payan. And in the final fight, again, the team looked like they were in shambles. It looked like a winning fight for B-Boss and the boys on Bacon Time. But then the turn happened again. Exhort was left alone. They isolated themselves, and it gave the Claude so much space to do what he wanted to do. 3-0 at the end of the day. We're going to see an interview later on, and I would love to hear some answers, right? Because at this point, we saw how they played. We want explanations as to how it happened, Leo. How the heck was Payan able to take control on the Claude in Game 3 and in Game 2 on the Harith?
I think it's less a matter of what hero he gets, because if you ban out both, then that means the rest of the draft opens up for KOG. So this just shows that between 33 and Payen, and I'd say maybe even every one of them, this is just how most super teams work, right? Every single player on the team is a superstar, and it's just a matter of who you activate at the time that leads to these big dubs. So KOG, there's what, an hour or two before they play in their grand finals? Who's gonna be the star in that best of 7? Because ACT are watching closely. ACT are putting them under a microscope.
ความสนุกคอนเทนต์นะคะแล้วก็การเล่นฟอร์มการเล่นต่างๆของน้องๆตั้งแต่รอบ regular season นี้จนถึง pay off ในวันนี้เลยนะคะทุกเรื่องราวเนาะทั้งแพ้แล้วก็ชนะตลอดการเข้าร่วมการแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 ที่ผ่านมาค่ะและนี่คือทีมเบคอนไทม์ให้น้องๆนะคะได้โค้งขอบคุณแฟนคลับและขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับเบคอนไทม์เบคอนไทม์เดี๋ยวก่อนลูก
อย่าเพิ่งไปค่ะอย่าเพิ่ง
อย่าเพิ่งไป
มานี่ก่อน โอเคเพราะว่ายืนตรงกลางอีกรอบหนึ่งนะคะอีกสักครู่หนึ่งอีกสักนิดหนึ่งเพราะว่าเข้าใจว่ามีทั้งรอยยิ้มแล้วก็คราบน้ำตาใช่ไหมคะแต่ว่าอยากจะให้ทุกคนนะคะยังเชียร์ทีมเบคอนไทม์ต่อไปเพราะว่าเขาได้สล็อตค่ะการแข่งขันต่อไปใน MCCM นั่นเองนะคะขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยค่ะ
อันนี้คือน้องๆได้ไปนะคะคือน้องๆได้ไป
น้องๆได้ไปนะได้สล็อตการแข่งขัน MCCM ครั้งต่อไปนะคะ
ดีใจหน่อยขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยให้กับเบคอนไทม์
ช็อกเลยช็อก
ขอบคุณนะคะสำหรับความสนุกเดี๋ยวตอนนี้ให้น้องๆไปพักก่อนนะคะขอบคุณมากเลยค่ะเบคอนไทม์ขอบคุณมากค่ะคราวนี้ลงได้แล้วลูกอันนี้ของจริงแล้วโอเค
ขอบคุณนะคะได้สล็อตเพิ่มใช่แล้วก็นี่แหละเราบอกแล้วว่าทุกอย่างเกิดขึ้นได้ในการแข่งขันครั้งนี้นะ
ก็คือเมื่อกี้แอบเสียใจไงแบบ
ใช่กำลังช็อกอยู่แต่ช็อกหนักกว่าเดิมตรงที่ได้สล็อตได้ไปแข่งขันนะนั่นเอง
มาลุ้นกันกับ2คู่นี้ดีกว่าเนาะ
ใช่แต่ก่อนอื่นเราสัมภาษณ์ก่อนไหม
สัมภาษณ์ก่อนเนาะเพราะว่าวันนี้ KOG ม้วนเดียวจบ 3-0 เลยขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะสำหรับการแข่งขันในสายล่างในวันนี้นะคะ
แล้วก็เข้าไปสู่รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอล
ไปเจอกับ ACT เตรียมแผนมาหรือยังรอบที่แล้วเราแพ้เขา 3-1 รอบนี้เราเตรียมแผนมาหรือยัง
เตรียมมา 7,000 แผนแบบที่พี่ฮิวบอก
ยังเหลืออีก 7,000 แผนโอเค
7,000
ทีมนี้เขามี 7,438 แผน
ยังเหลืออีก438 แผนที่ยังไม่ได้เอาออกมาเล่น
ถูกแต่ทีล่ะคะว่ายังไงบ้าง
จริงๆผสมมาหมดแล้วครับเหลืออีก
2เป็นมุกอยากถามว่าวันนี้คิดว่าจุดไหนที่ทำให้ทีมเราเนี่ยกลับมาชนะได้แบบม้วนเดียวจบเลย
ผมคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นเรื่องของความเชื่อใจกันนะครับผมแล้วก็การพูดคุยในทีมกันว่าเราอย่าโฟกัสที่ชนะให้โฟกัสเกมเพลย์ของเรามากกว่าครับ
เซธค่ะคะ
ก็ให้เราโฟกัสเหมือนที่เราทำตอนใน regular season ครับทุกคนทำตามหน้าที่ของตัวเองให้ดีที่สุดครับผม
ทำให้ดีที่สุดในหน้าที่ของตัวเองในแต่ละตำแหน่งใจเย็นดีใจอยู่
อันนี้แอบเห็นว่าถือไม้แล้วสั่นอยู่เลยยังดีใจอยู่
เจอกันครั้งนี้เนี่ยแตกต่างจากรอบเก็บคะแนนไหมคะกับเบคอนในครั้งเนี้ย
ค่อนข้างแตกต่างครับเพราะว่าเบคอนทำแผนมาเยอะครับแล้วก็เปลี่ยนสไตล์การเล่นครับผมก็คือเปลี่ยนบีบอสไปเล่นแทงค์แล้วให้2เลนข้างแบกครับก็เขาค่อนข้างทำแผนมาหลากหลายครับซึ่งผมเลสเปคน้องบอสมากนะครับที่แบบระยะเวลาแค่นี้แต่ทำให้ได้มาถึงขนาดนี้ครับแล้วก็ผมยินดีด้วยที่ได้ไป MCCM นะครับได้อีกสล็อตหนึ่งเป็นข่าวที่ดีมากเลยครับ
ถือว่าเป็นข่าวดีเนาะแล้วก็เป็นข่าวดีกับทีมเราด้วยที่จะไปลุ้นต่อถึงแม้ว่าตอนนี้ก็คือต่อให้ได้ที่1หรือ2ก็ได้ไปเหมือนกันเนาะ
ใช่ค่ะอันนี้ก็คือเพิ่งรู้กันเมื่อกี้เลยตอนแรกเราเก็บความลับกันเอาไว้แบบว่า ไม่ไหวแล้วอยากจะบอกอยากจะบอกให้ทุกคนรู้แต่ว่าเรารู้พร้อมกันดีกว่า
ใช่ลุ้นสุดท้ายค่ะ ถึงในเกมเนี่ยเราจะเป็นคู่แข่งกันเนาะแต่ว่านอกเกมเราก็ยังเป็นเพื่อนกันเป็นแบบเป็นพี่เป็นน้องกันนะคะในการเล่นเกมมีอะไรอยากจะฝากบอกถึงน้องๆเบคอนไทม์ไหมคะไม่ต้องแย่งกันได้พูดทุกคน
เขาสัมภาษณ์ฉันเองไม่ใช่
ก็อยากให้น้องๆเบคอนพัฒนาตัวเองต่อไป เพราะผมเชื่อว่าในอนาคตเรายังมีโอกาสอีกมากมาย ก็สู้ๆครับเบคอนเป็นกำลังใจให้ครับผม
นี่
สำหรับผมก็อย่างที่บอกครับว่าค่อนข้าง respect บีบอสนะครับแล้วตำแหน่งอื่นๆด้วยรวมถึงน้องที่เล่นตำแหน่งเดียวกับผมคังๆนะครับคือรอบเลกูล่าเนี่ยน้องค่อนข้างฮีโร่พูลน้อยมากแต่พอมาเพย์ออฟเพียงเวลาแค่วีคเดียวน้องเพิ่มเบเนเดต้าซึ่งเป็นฮีโร่ที่ค่อนข้างจำกัดในไทยนี่น่าจะเล่นได้แค่แบบไม่เยอะมากในระดับโปรครับผมซึ่งนั่นแหละครับก็อยากจะบอกว่าสู้ๆครับผมแล้วก็ไปเจอกันที่ไวการ์ดให้ได้ครับ
ขอบคุณนะคะขอบคุณ KOG มากเลยนะคะก็ตอนนี้เดี๋ยวให้นักแข่งไปพักก่อนเนาะไปดีใจกับทีมอีกสักนิดนึงเพราะฉะนั้นเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Here from Zed and 33 after winning that bout again. Zed, also known as the Thai Kyrie. I have a few translations from that interview. Our host asked them, are you prepared for ACT? Zed mentioned we saved up about 7,000 plans for them. I don't know if that's an actual figure.
7,000?
Asked about, I don't know if that's an actual estimated calculation. Facepalm is just feeding me translations. What are the turning points for this match? Zed said focus, just like in the regular season, and doing our parts. And 33 said communication and trust and supporting each other emotionally.
Man, that's a very important part, you know, the bonding between the team, right? Having the chemistry, having the synergy built up, it's through bonding. It's through helping each other emotionally, physically, and getting there mentally as well, right? And I think they were ready in all those aspects, Rio. Especially, I guess, emotionally. They were ready for that lower bracket final. And should be ready for grand finals too, emotionally. If we're ready emotionally, you know?
Yep. Also, 33 was asked about the difference between facing Bacon Time now and in the regular season. He mentioned how he gave a lot of respect to B-Boss. B-Boss definitely improved so much over the regular season. So kudos, even if they did get swept. At least he got his hands on heroes like the Baxia and the Fred. Definitely power picks in the right situations, but KOG was just ready for it. And now, the question is this enough time? However much time we have between now and the finals, can they switch up between Bacon Time and ACT? Because ACT are a different beast. ACT are monsters in the playoffs.
If we see their run, they are monsters, right? They've been monsters from the open qualifiers, even from the start of the regular season. But then they found a slope a bit. But obviously, we got to stay in the spotlight a bit longer. And there is no other candidate for MVP that deserves it more than our one and only Payan on the Master Assassin. Because the fights were so isolated, Leo, it actually worked out so well. Because I'm always against the Master Assassin nowadays. I'm more of a Festival of Blood, maybe even a Bargain Hunter to get the items quicker over the Master Assassin. Because really, in most games, you'd only be using the Master Assassins a total of 4 minutes at the start of the game in the laning phase. After that, you're sticking with your team, you're going for fights, you're going and playing together with even dive heroes. But in this case, it actually worked wonders for Payan.
Yep, not only did he get to bully guns in the first 4 or 5 minutes, but also even in later moments you saw that he was himself finding ways to use the Master Assassin to take out Spider Miles, to take out Exhort, and even put the fear of God into B-Boss, because again B-Boss knew that I can't 1v1 Payan, not maybe only because of the Master Assassin, but because he knew that it was too late. The Claude had already spiked up to its final form. So again, not just MVP of Game 3, but I'd say even of the whole match. This is a Payan match.
Yeah. Can't agree more with that, man. He's definitely player of the match. He played it all so well, even in game number 1 where they won, right? Obviously, Kzen stole the show in game 1, but it was very, very different in game 2, game 3. When they needed Payan to perform, he did. And man, you see it again in the highlights, the way he was able to get in those blazing duets. And this outplay against Exort, man, he's so patient with the Claude. That's one thing that I think was lacking from Guns when he had his hands on the Claude.
And when you play in ranked and you have all of your items as the Claude, again, just to relate this to everyone watching, patience is one of your key weapons. So do that, use that. Look at Payan and say, I want to be like Payan. Because even in the bigger regions, right? MPLID, MPLPH, MPLMY, this is something we see in the best Claudes in the game. They just know exactly when to use AOT, when to commit to like full-on gun downs, when to blazing duet. It makes the difference.
It's all the small things, the small wins. It's a hero that gives people advantages through just, again, being patient, playing it slow, playing it smart. It is a very high skill ceiling hero, and Payan showed us that ceiling here today against Bacon Time, which, again, is going to be a tough pill to swallow for all the Bacons out there. I still don't know if the Bacons are what they call their fan base, by the way, you know? El Crazy, how's he feel? How's he doing? It's a 3-0 sweep, Leo.
That's it. El Crazy is El Sad right now.
Loco.
And that means only the 3 remaining MSL Thailand talents could be correct. But also, that's a coin flip because ACT are waiting. None of them said ACT, dog. None of them said ACT.
We believe in the twins, Leo, because we are twins as well, you know? For those out there, fun facts, me and Leo, we're twins.
Not fraternal nor identical. It's a different kind of twin. But regardless, I've spent the past 5 minutes looking for what Bacon Time calls their fans. I can't see it. I'm pressing translate. I'm trying to figure it out.
At this point,
I guess we just call them Bacons
for them, right? Yeah. It's either the Times or the Bacons. Come on. There's no in between, right? You're either a Bacons or a Times. I'd rather be a Bacons.
Okay. The Bacons, we wish them luck. And again, even their opponents in KOG, show them love. And I've gotten word that the 7,000 plans are just an inside joke from their team captain / roamer / analyst, Hugo. So, you know, he just assumes everyone has thousands and thousands of plans. Everyone that they fight is Batman.
Bruce. Hey, they did fantastic this time. Hopefully, Bruce, behind the scenes, can continue to work on plans, you know? Hopefully, it's more than 7,000, just like this one for the Grand Finals, because if they had 7,000 plans for Bacon Time, they're going to need maybe double that. 14,000 or more for ACT, because they've shown through the regular season, through the playoffs as well, that they can be very surprising, not just with their picks, but sometimes with standard picks, but an extraordinary execution, all right? Like, their execution has been fantastic, Leo. The Twins, bro, I'm telling you, these Twins are special. They got that telepathy.
Hey, the last time we saw Twins, well, to be fair, across many different regions, there are many Twins that perform at the highest level. Malaysia has Twins. Indonesia had Twins. Now in Thailand, there are... Yep, now that got split up across different regions at one point. Now there's a pair of twins in the Grand Finals. It's a pair of twins calling the Grand Finals. And this is a good point of comparison as well, because it is the... let me double check. I don't want to call this wrong. Okay, confirmed. It's an all-Thai lineup in ACT versus the import experiment for KOG. So again, there's this whole, can it happen? Can you cultivate a culture of excellence amongst the small region and developing region on its own? That's something that we're all looking forward to get the answers out of this best of 7.
You know, I'm rooting for the full Thai. I want to see the first ever, the inaugural season, go to a full Thai lineup. And not just that, but the incredible story of these 5 members with their coaching staff to get through the open qualifiers. A team coming into the season who had no trust. Most people didn't expect them to be here. Most people thought, all right, they're doing good in the regular season. They did good in the first few weeks, but they'll fall in the playoffs. These are a bunch of rookies. These are a bunch of nobodies. Imagine that happening again. It's something that we've seen throughout different MPLs, Leo. One that comes to mind that just happened recently was the MPL ID run with TLID. Another one will be the Ultra Legends lineup of MPL MENA. It never gets old, these type of stories.
From total randoms to playing on the world stage. I wish that we were writing this. I wish we were making this up, but no, this is real. A pair of twins, a bunch of their friends, no big, supported by the Thailand Esports Federation. This is what dreams are made of. This is esports. This is MLBB. This is MSL Thailand Season 1. The grand finals is just around the corner. We're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, better watch out for the best 7. My name is Leo. That's Mirko. Don't go anywhere.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะ โอ้โห พี่ปางตอนนี้นะคะ ก็ใกล้จะถึงเวลาสำคัญนาทีประวัติศาสตร์ของ MSL Thailand Season 1 แล้ว
ใช่ค่ะเพราะว่าอีกสักครู่หนึ่งเนี่ยเราก็จะได้รู้แล้วนะคะว่าใครจะได้เป็นแชมเปี้ยนในซีซั่นนี้
ใช่คือลุ้น คือบอกเลยว่าเกมเนี้ยมันต้องเดือดมากแน่ๆเลยนะคะ
ใช่ค่ะเพราะว่าผู้ที่ได้เป็นแชมป์นะคะในซีซั่น1รายการนี้นะคะก็จะได้ตั๋วไป MSC 2026 ค่ะรอบไวล์การ์ดนะคะที่ปารีสประเทศฝรั่งเศสนั่นเอง
ใช่ค่ะ และสำหรับที่ 2 และที่ 3 นะคะ ก็จะได้ไปกันต่อที่ MCCM นะคะ
ใช่นะคะก็ไปตามลุ้นกันนะคะ เรารู้เบคอนได้ไปแล้ว
ใช่คือเบคอนได้ไปแล้วนะคะ
แต่ทีนี้เราก็มาลุ้นกันเนาะว่าใครจะได้ไปไวล์การ์ด
ใช่ค่ะพูดถึง ACT สักนิดหนึ่งเพราะว่าตอนนี้ก็คือฟอร์มมาแรงมากแล้วพูดได้เลยว่ามองไปเกินครึ่งหรือเปล่าฝั่งนี้ทั้งหมดเลยใช่ไหมคะที่เป็น ACT
อาจจะมาฝั่งนี้ด้วยอันไหนขอเสียงแฟนคลับ ACT หน่อยค่ะแย้มฝั่งชัดเจนมาก
เฮ้ยอันนี้ของจริง
เขามีการ์ดกำลังใจเยอะแยะเลยนะ
เต็มเลยแถวหน้าเต็มเลยก็คือ ACT เนี่ยแพ้เบคอนในรอบเก็บคะแนนเนาะแต่ว่าเมื่อวานฟอร์มดีจนทำให้เข้าไปรอในแกรนด์ไฟนอลก่อนแล้ว
ใช่คือฟอร์มดีสำหรับในรอบเพลย์ออฟเนี่ย ACT คือแบบว่า
มาแรงมากจริง
สุดยอดมากๆทำผลงานได้ดีมากแล้วก็ดราฟได้ดีด้วยเช่นเดียวกัน
แต่ไม่รู้โดนเจาะเกมไปหรือยังนะในคอมมูเห็นอยู่ไม่แน่ใจโดนไปหรือยังส่วนทีม KOG ที่เป็นอินซีดัมไร้พ่ายของเราเนาะก็ สุดท้ายแล้วเขาก็ทำได้นะ
ใช่
สุดท้ายแล้ววันนี้
ใช่
เขาก็มาเจอกับ ACT ในรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลจนได้
ค่ะก็รู้เลยว่าเตรียมตัวมาค่อนข้างดี
ใช่
นะทำกันบ้านมาเยอะนะคะแล้วก็อาจจะดูรีเพลย์กันเยอะด้วยแหละเมื่อคืนหาข้อบกพร่องของตัวเองแล้วก็พัฒนานะคะวางแผนกันมาภายในวันนี้เพราะว่าเขาทำผลงานในวันนี้ได้ดีจริง
ใช่แล้วค่ะ เอาละค่ะทุกคนที่อยู่ในฮอลล์วันนี้นะคะ แล้วก็ผู้ชมทางบ้านนะคะ ที่ดูทางออนไลน์ในทุกๆช่องทางเลยนะคะ
ค่ะ
ตอนนี้เนี่ยวันนี้เนาะเราก็จะได้ร่วมกันนะคะ เป็นสักขีพยานว่าใครทีมไหนจะได้เป็นแชมป์นะคะ จะได้ก้าวขึ้นไปเป็น Time to Rise และคว้าแชมป์ Mobile Legends MSL Thailand ซีซั่นแรกไปครองค่ะ
ตื่นเต้นมากๆ
เฮ้ยเป็น
เลย
โมเมนต์ประวัติศาสตร์
มากนะคะเพราะว่าเป็นซีซั่นแรก
ใช่
แล้วก็
แล้ว
คน
ค่ะ
มาเยอะมากๆ แล้วก็ฝากกันเอาไว้ด้วยอีกนิดนึงนะคะสำหรับท่านที่กำลังเดินทางมาเราจัดกันที่
BCC Hall เซ็นทรัล
ใช่
ลาดพร้าวชั้น 5 ค่ะ
ใช่แล้วนะคะแล้วก็มาถึงภายในหน้างานนะคะ เราก็มีกิจกรรมให้ร่วมสนุกเยอะแยะมากมาย
ใช่ค่ะ
ถ่ายรูปภาพคู่กับ Standy Player หรือว่าจะเล่น 5v5 นะคะเพื่อรับเป็นโค้ชเป็นส
ใช่
กิน
โค้ช
โค้ชใช่ไหม
สกินใช่
แล้วก็ยังมีเป็นเขียนการ์ดให้กำลังใจแบบที่ทางฝั่ง ACT มีแบบนี้
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
โอเค
ทุกคนคงอยากจะดูแข่งแล้ว เพราะว่าอันนี้จะต้องเป็นเกมที่ยาวนานแน่นอน เพราะอันนี้เป็นโบเจ็ด
ใช่เราซาวเสียงทางฝั่ง KLG ไปบ้าง
สัก
ยั
นิ
ง
ดนึง เพราะว่าเมื่อกี้ซาวเสียง ACT ไปละ
อ่า
ขอเสียงแฟนคลับ KOG หน่อยได้ไหมคะ
ฝั่งนู้น
นี่
เขารอ
มี
ป
ป้าย
รบมืออยู่
ไม่แพ้กัน
เอ๊ะ
ตอนนี้ไม่มีใครยอมใครแล้ว เพราะว่าศึกนี้คือศึกตัดสินแล้ว สุดท้าย
ใช่
จริงๆแล้วนะคะ ในวันนี้
ใช่
ทุกคนคงไม่อยากเห็นหน้าพิธีกรละ
ใช่บอกแล้วว่าเริ่มเบื่อแล้ว
ไม่อยาก
เริ่ม
เจอ
เจือด
แล้
แล้ว วโอเคถ้าอย่างนั้นนะคะ เดี๋ยวเราสองคนขอส่งต่อเวทีนี้นะคะ ให้กับ3หนุ่มแคสเตอร์ค่ะ
From ending the season smack dab in the middle of the standings to being the first to punch their ticket to the grand finals, they face the wrath of the Kings who have crawled their way through the lower bracket. Welcome to the best of 7, the grand finale here in the inaugural MSL Thailand Season 1 Playoffs. At your service, my name is Leo here with the one and only Mirko, and we'll be at your service for this grand affair.
Hey, what a story it's been, man. What a journey it's been for ACT, for King of Gamers Club as well. Brothers, I could not be more excited to bring you guys the grand finals here. The grand finals of the inaugural season of MSL Thailand. Again, a full Thai team with no imports out of the open qualifiers have a chance to be the first ever MSL Thailand champions. And on the other side, we got a veteran, an MSC champion, 2 imports as well, and a whole lot of talent, that's for sure. Especially after seeing the Claude game just earlier, the Harith game, back-to-back MVPs. In our opinion, the match MVP Payan has been ferocious in today's matches.
For years, King of Gamers Club has been running amok in the MCCM. I've known this team, and again, out of Thailand, it's a shame that it's only now we get an MSL for the region, but here today, I don't know who the underdog is. ACT was first to the top. They were undefeated throughout their run in the playoffs. And how perfect is it, Mirko, that the name or the saying, the motto for MSL Thailand Season 1 is time to rise. As soon as the clock ticked playoffs o'clock, they said, we're rising. That's it. We're rising. Because King of Gamers were already at the top. There was nowhere to go but down, right? But for ACT, from what? 4th seed, was it? No, 5th. They were in 5th seed. I can't believe it. They were in 5th seed. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, where have you seen that? I don't think I've ever seen that in the history of esports, MLBB esports I've ever called, that a 5th or 6th team would be the first.
It's been a hot minute since we've seen that, right? In ID, we saw it, but it was Onyx in Season 15 after their not so great run in the regular season. Obviously, the whole Yep Tolong Yep arc, and they were able to get the dub. They went to the upper brackets first, they got into the grand finals first, and then they ultimately won 4-3. So maybe we get to see that, right? I mean, if we were to crown a champion today, and if it were to be all the way for 7 games, I'd love to see it here in MSL Thailand, dude. KOG have been great. In the regular season, they were spotless, 9-0. And today, we saw more of that version of KOG, Leo. They were able to get a 3-0 victory, finally. Their first sweep of the entire playoffs against ACT. Obviously, they lost. It was a 3-1. Against Tenacity, they won, but it was 3-1. So it's finally them getting back to form up against now ACT, who have had the time to rest, to maybe even watch those games and read out some of the strategies that KOG displayed. It's going to be a close one for sure.
It's time to go king mode for KOG. ACT, the main challenge for them is to get into the heat of things. Because KOG have already played a best of 5. They've won 3 games straight, so they are just all stretched out, warmed up, if you will. ACT still need to find their rhythm. How does this best of 7 start? Who is first to the board? I think that'll definitely prove a lot, given that we just learned how KOG is just as crazy. KOG is just as crazy in drafting. Who'd have thought that they would rock the Baxia? Who'd have thought that they would rock the Ube strat, or the utility jungler centric strat? But here in the final showdown, the winner goes to MSC 2026. They punched their ticket to fly out to the land of croissants in Paris, France, while the runner-up gets a ticket to fight for that in the MCCM Season 7, which I also got confirmation. All of the bacons watching confirmed all around the world, MCCM Season 7 gets another slot for MSL Thailand. So that's second and third.
That's great. I mean, great news, obviously, for just Bacon Time. Earlier, they did lose, but they will be able to participate again for the Grand Finals, though. We get to look at, again, how they've been able to make their journey into the Grand Finals, right? How are they first into the Grand Finals? And it's been through, I think, simple drafts. And I'm not trying to say that to disrespect them, but it's mainly front-to-back composition, playing around Fukeo on the Obsidia. Once he's on an Obsidia or a hyper carry, just a hyper carry in general, the composition just builds around him. And here we get to see KOG with their signature playstyle as well. And I can't really pinpoint their playstyle because it's been so mixed, especially here today, Leo. Up against Bacon Time, they played Bacon Time strat. Up against Tenacity, they just beat Tenacity flat out with the signature Claudipayan, but also the Moscovs and then the Joys, the Assassins for KZen. So again, we've seen such a good mix of heroes for KOG, and for ACT, it's mainly that. It's mainly through playing through the meta or hyper carry gold and a full front-to-back comp.
I expect this to be Flokeo versus Payan all the way.
Oh, yeah.
Again, as long as Flokeo gets, as you mentioned, a hyper carry, a Claude, a Obsidia, which is a little bit more of an exotic flavor still, even for me today. And of course, a Harith, like that's where it all begins. But also, what if you run this new KOG Ube into ACT? How do you reckon they'll take that? Because that's something that none of us had on our bingo cards. Like, who'd have thought you would see Nile on a Matilda this morning? Where'd that come from?
Not me. I don't know. It was just like, I think obviously they planned for it, but it looked impromptu, right? It looked like something they just took out of their basket right as they were up, after they got the win game number 1. Because game number 1 was a hard-fought victory, especially considering how long Bacon Time were able to prolong, bring the game out. So here against ACT, I agree. I think there is room for them to go for, those bombastic picks again for something that's kind of crazy. But I believe we are going to have a quick little cut here for a bit.
จากวันแรกของ Regular Season ทุกทีมต่างๆเริ่มต้นด้วยความหวังเดียวกันคือการไปให้ถึงจุดสูงสุดของ MSL Thailand Season 1 จากรอบ Qualifier สู่เวทีแกรนด์ไฟนอลและพวกเขาเหลืออีกเพียงก้าวเดียวเพื่อไปถึงแชมป์
ด้านล่างสุดท้ายมีประเด็นเหมือนกันแต่ไฟนี้มันเดือดเกินไปและเป็นทริปเปิลคิล
ทีมที่เคยไร้พ่ายตลอด Regular Season ตอนนี้พวกเขากลับมาเพื่อทวงคืนทุกอย่าง
พยายามที่จะสลับของกดแข็งมาแล้วเป็นเซตที่เก็บได้พร้อมกับพาเย็นได้โซจิโร่
แค่วอเตอร์ครับแล้วโถมใส่เข้ามาโฟกัสที่ป้อมอย่างเดียวเลยครับไทเดนบอกว่าขอไปก่อนนะ
ใครจะเป็นแชมป์แรกแห่งประวัติศาสตร์
เรากำลังเข้าสู่ศึกสุดท้าย ก่อนไปเวทีระดับโลกกันแล้วครับ กับ Mobile Legends Super League Thailand ผู้ชนะในคู่นี้จะได้ถ้วยใบนี้ในซีซั่นที่ 1 ไป
และในตอนนี้ครับทั้ง 2 ทีมพร้อมแล้วครับเตรียมพร้อมกับ MSL Esports ครับและ King of Gamer Crown
มาแล้วครับทีมแรก ตำแหน่งนี้แบกเงินของทีมนั่นคือโกเลน่าฟุกโย ACT ผ้าเย็น67จาก KOG 2-47 ครับ
ต้องบอกว่าฟุกิโยเนี่ยเป็นผู้เล่นที่พัฒนาการอย่างก้าวกระโดดครับ ส่วนทางด้านของพาเย็นนี่ต้องบอกว่าเอาเพย์สุดสวยนะครับ กาได้กาเสียกล้าเล่นก้าวไฟปะทะเหมือนกันนะ
แล้วตำแหน่งที่ต้องการหาข่าวครับ หาข้อมูลให้กับเพื่อนนั่นคือโรมิงซิลวีและนาย
ล้มมากประสบการณ์ครับอย่างนายครับการหาข้อมูลการหาข่าวนะครับส่วนทางด้านของซิลวี่เนี่ยทีมไฟปะทะพาเพื่อนไฟพาเพื่อนบวกอย่างดุเดือดเหมือนกันนะ
โอ้เดือดเลยครับสำหรับในแมตช์นี้และแน่นอนครับแกนกลางสันหลังของทีม นั่นก็คือมิดเลนเนอร์มากับการแนนซี่และก็เซตไครีไทยแลนด์ครับ
เมทที่มีความนิ่งนะฮะรอจังหวะจ่ายสกิลทำไฟให้เพื่อนนะครับทั้งจังหวะเปิดและจังหวะพาเพื่อนออกฮะ
โอ้และอีกหนึ่งตำแหน่งครับที่จะต้องการไฟออบเจกต์ให้ได้เปรียบครับการกดมือสำคัญตำแหน่งจังเกิลธาตุมืดเซรอสกับเคเซน
ต้องบอกว่าเป็นป่าที่โดดเด่นทั้งคู่นะครับเพราะว่าเน้นในการเล่นออบเจกต์และการคุมไฟนะฮะทำให้เพื่อนเนี่ยเข้าไฟนะฮะแล้วเล่นในไฟได้ง่ายมากๆเลยครับทั้งเคเซนทั้งเซอร์ลอสฮะ
และตำแหน่งนี้ครับแม้ว่าจะอยู่ห่างไกลแต่เขาอยู่ใกล้เต่าเสมอ EXP เลนตำนาน33ปะทะกับไคโรโซล่าลูฟี่
EXP มากประสบการณ์อย่างเติร์ดทีครับต้องมาเจอกับน้องใหม่ไฟแรงอย่างไคโลครับนะการจ่ายดาเมจการเข้าทำไฟนะการเปิดไฟต้องยกให้2คนนี้ฮะ
และนี่คือโฉมหน้าของ 2 ทีมที่แข็งแกร่งที่สุด ตลอดระยะเวลา 5 สัปดาห์ที่ผ่านมา
เตรียมเข้าสู่ MSL Thailand รอบ
Grand Final
จากจุดเริ่มต้น พวกเขาฝ่าฟันทั้งชัยชนะ ความผิดหวังและแรงกดดัน เพื่อมายืนอยู่บนเวที Grand Finals และหนึ่งทีมเท่านั้นที่จะกลายเป็นแชมป์แรกของ MSL Thailand ซีซั่น1
จากรอบควอลิฟายไม่มีใครคิดว่าพวกเราจะมาถึงตรงนี้ พวกเราเอาชนะมาแล้วทุกทีม ACT ไม่ได้มาที่นี่เพื่อสร้างปาฏิหาริย์พวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อเป็นแชมป์
พวกเราไม่ได้มาถึงแกรนด์ไฟนอลเพื่อมองคนอื่นเป็นแชมป์ KOG ยังมีเป้าหมายเดียว และพวกเราจะทำทุกอย่างเพื่อคว้ามันมา เพราะเป้าหมายของพวกเราคือการเป็นแชมป์
นี่คือบทสรุปของฤดูกาลช่วงเวลาของ Time to Rise ช่วงเวลาที่ประวัติศาสตร์ของ MSL Thailand กำลังจะถูกจารึกขึ้นเป็นครั้งแรก
ACT Esports Club, a product of Thailand's esports green just farm of talent. The grassroots that was built by the Thailand Esports Federation coming through the qualifiers are now at the grand finals. Of course, featuring the twins, Cairo, Carnes, and Sylvie. They'll be facing off against the greatest talents that MLBB Esports could conjure up in the Mekong region under King of Gamers Club in Thailand. Of course, with 2 imports, Nile, 33, and the Thai Kyrie Zed.
Dude, oh man, what an opening, man. That wasn't just a quick cut, that was an epic quick cut. Gosh, 33 is massive as well. I've never actually seen him in real life stand next to someone, brother, but he was towering over his opponent. Damn. Is that foreshadowing for what we're gonna see next, Leo?
In the lane against Cairo, I don't know. Cairo plays a big game. And look at their stats. This is KOG. This is #1 seed. ACT has a better KDA. ACT has better GPM. And they fight better, tighter than KOG. I don't think size is what matters here, man. It's all about performance. It's all about what you bring to the land of Dawn.
Oh, man. Big missed opportunity for ACT, dude. I don't know if I heard it properly, but they were doing the 6-7 during the intro. Imagine if they did all that, and then the KDA was 6.7, bro. I mean, come on. ACT, again, they've looked amazing. They've looked fantastic. KOG are coming off of a 3-0 sweep, and it's always kind of a double-edged sword when we talk about playing a lower bracket final before a grand final, right, Leo? If it's a quick one, I think I give the advantage to the team that's coming from lower bracket finals. Just bringing that crazy 3-0 momentum into the grand finals is crazy. But if it's a crazy full game, long type of series, then that's where it gets really tough for them, because not only are they fatigued, but then the teams in the grand final can actually just see those matches and come up with a plan. Watch all the cards being thrown out in the lower bracket finals. Now, in this case, then, I think I'm leaning towards KOG to actually secure the momentum. ACT, more pressure on them to break the momentum in game 1.
That's what I'm saying, Twin. I'd hate to break the hearts of all those watching, but I don't think this will go all the way. The team that walks in a little hotter, a little more warmed up, has an advantage. People will say, oh, it's fatigue. No, it's momentum. These teams, I would, wager what? A bot or two that ACT have been screaming prior to the grand finals. Yes, they've been watching, but also they've been playing. You can't walk into BCC Hall in Ladprao Central cold. So yes, they've been watching, but also they've been playing. Look at this packed house. Oh my lord. What I would do to be in the middle of that room.
Yeah, dude. For its first season ever, MSL Thailand is packed. And you can already see, I mean, how many fans, how many people showed up. Not just here. Leo, I'm looking at the English stream here. I'm looking at the Thai stream. People are showing up to support ACT and KOG. This is something that I don't think we've ever seen for a first season for a new league. MSL Thailand, let's get it going. We're going to take a look at the random map draw first.
So earlier we saw a lot of walls, a lot of grass. This time we're opening up with walls again. We know how...
This is like, what, 3 back-to-back walls?
Was it? No, we opened with grass earlier.
Yeah, so
yes, this is the third. This is the third.
Yeah.
This is the third walls all day. We know how crafty KOG can get with walls. That's exactly why they played the Barats earlier. They banned out the Freya, and ACT banned out the Gwyn. Okay. Gwyn is such a high priority here in MSL.
It really is. The Sora gets banned too in the first phase. We did see that earlier, but this is already a change of pace. And a best of 7 is a lot slower, right? Like, teams can get their way into the series again. And again, dude, the Akai bans just get me, bro. Like, what's going on here? Is it just a playoff MSL thing for Thailand, or because I don't remember seeing this prior to the regular season?
You and me both. More often in the big regions, Sora isn't banned this early anymore, right? This was more of an M series kind of thing. This was more of a early 2026 thing. But Q2, Q3 moving forward, we usually just play for the Valentina. Usually the Valentina is enough of an answer, but how about another swerve? They're taking the Uranus away from Cairo. Huh. This was nary a threat. This was nary a threat yesterday. If anything, it was ACT who was banning the Uranus yesterday in their run for the grand finals. What's going on?
They've left all the prior heroes open. The Phoveus is open. The Jusin is open. The Gordon, the Kalea is open. The Harith, the Harley. All the H's as well. So KOG, they're going to go for Jusin. There you go. First pick Jusin, a safe pick. ACT, did he respond to this with a Claude and what, a Harley? I like that. I like the Claude and Harley. I think both those picks is very, very good. There you go. That's the Harley, but they go for the double H. Double H.
Double H, a little rambunctious duo, little magical baby boys running amok in the land of Dawn. Someone's got to supervise them. Someone's got to babysit. There has to be order. There's the Claude. You're trading two of the best gold laners for each other again. The 6-7 rivalry between Flukeo and Payen. And what else? The Khalid. It's been a while since we've seen him. Still Prio for mid. It's a very good amount of control between Zed and Nile.
I'd be pretty surprised here if we don't get to see... I guess we just don't see Gord that much here in MSL Thailand. So you know what? Maybe not too surprised. But ACT here, did they just pick up a roamer? Pick up is it Triple H, brother? Is it Harith, Harley, and Hylos? I think it's a pretty good pick. You need someone with the Chastised Pauldron, but they go for the Valentina instead. They're revealing all their cards very early, but so has KOG. So no flex, no secrets. It's just brutal honesty from both these teams. ACT want to brawl it out. They want to play the long game in the team fights, but also they have that explosive power with the Harith, and same goes for KOG. But it's more of a, we want to win the early game. We want to get that mid prio so that we can control the neutral objectives and set up for our possibly utility jungle. ACT, I wonder if they're going to bite on this, if they're going to start banning out those utility junglers like the Baraks that we saw just earlier in the lower bracket finals. Nope, they take away the Phoveus, just a safe. I can't believe that survived the first phase, Leo.
They, of course, have to protect their, running for MVP, Harith, Flukeo. And then, that's the thing. They can't attack all the avenues against KOG. KOG, in my opinion, have drafted a more sound and complete first phase. They control the map. They control tempo in the mid. And they can, give Payen the space to be able to do Payen things. So, despite this trio of magic-dealing cores, again, that's a triple core setup for ACT, I'd say KOG just have a better ramp-up into the second phase, especially from Blue. I'd say Blue is still a stronger side overall, even in MSL Thailand.
Yeah, I mean, that first pick, that dictates it, right? It's a very safe pick as well in the Juice In. You can build around the Juice In. You can also have the Juice In build around other picks. Meanwhile, on red, it's reactionary. Yes, you do get 2 picks, but at the end of the day, if it's... we'll see. We'll see how they actually, conclude the drafting phase. They do end up biting on the bait, or the utility jungle choice, perhaps, of Cog is the right way to put it. The Kalea gets banned out, and now another roamer. Do they get rid of the Hylos? I think it's a wise choice to get rid of the Hylos, or perhaps maybe the Gatot Kacha. Now that I'm looking at KOG's lineup, they only have the Juice In as magic damage so far.
I would rather ban the Gatot. I think Gatot is just the better choice, but okay, this
interesting
is telegraphing they might still play an assassin.
Yeah. We've seen the joy for KZen just against Tenacity as well, so maybe that could be the response up against the Harley. ACT, they're gonna have to ACT first here in the red side, second phase of picks. They picked up the Valentina. Now, I don't know how they do in Thailand. I don't know how crafty Cairo is, but in ID, we usually see Valentina as flex for Dewa United. They play the Valentina, they pick it up early, and it's flex towards mid or XP. So if they want to keep that alive, you can just pick up a roamer.
To be fair, there's not much of a good ULT to steal. And how did this happen? How does the Marcel keep sneaking its way into the second half? Okay, I thought about it. KOG's JUG can still be a Leomord.
I think that's a very, very good pick right now, but...
Right? It's safe.
Like, I think it's safe, but against the Marcel, Leo, I've seen a lot of golden hours really stop that Phantom Steed, take away that duration of the one cycle ultimate. So KOG might want to rethink that. Maybe a safer pick would be Baksha, right? You have the movement, you're very quick, you can deal with the Harley as well. And with the tempo that you already have with the Khalid and the Juice In, I think it makes a lot of sense. Then you go damage XP.
I'd like the Baksha too, but it's banned out.
Oh, my bad. Okay, so that's no Arlodi then. Oh,
okay.
Whoa! Hayabusa glue.
Yeah, I guess we should have seen it coming again. This was foreshadowed by the Hilda ban, so they were gonna go for an assassin, which I think, yes, even as he does shadow kill, he still should stop inside golden hour. He just stops. Like whatever his first target is inside the zone, he just stops. And then we see an XP glue. This has to be XP glue.
Yeah. And technically they can flex it, right? But yes, it should be the XP glue looking at the meta currently. ACT, last pick of the game. This has to be an XP lane. What do you... Alice, right? I'm thinking Alice right now. If I look at this composition up against the glue as well, you get a lot of benefits there in the matchup. But they go Yu Zhong, something to chase. Okay. Aggressive. Brutally honest again, these drafts, man. KOG, they want to play it fast. They want to go for those pickoffs as well. They want to utilize their winning lanes. But ACT, they want to control neutral objectives. They really want to hunker down and fight.
Wow. ACT, this is what tells us that they watched the first series today. And they've been keeping their eyes on, again, de facto #1 still in the league. They made it to the grand finals. Whatever happened in the earlier parts of the playoffs, that's behind us. They know that Payen is the linchpin of this lineup. One more quick look at the lineups between KOG and ACT. Flukeo with a Purify, and then of course you put a Petrify on that Yu Zhong. Its only real target is Payen. That's it, he's gonna hunt down even the little monkey.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna get into our first game into the land of dawn. Here we go. Grand finals, first of its kind in MSL Thailand. KOG from the lower brackets or ACT from the upper brackets from the open qualifiers.
Chat goes wild. Can I hear y'all? As we see an orange start. It's mirrored between both sides again. Both teams rocking assassins. This is a little bit more comfortable. I'm at home here because in the first series today, neither was going utility, neither were trying to ube, and then it ended with whoever could ube better. Here you see a switch. Mirko, where's it coming from? I thought you were asking for an all-the-way series.
Hey man, you know what? My predictions have to always go against what I want because of the whole curse skimming thing. You know, actually, it's real. It's very, very real. I've done it a lot. All right, trust me, Leo. It's gonna be a 4-3 now. Be good. Be good on it.
Okay, twin. Okay. I made my predictions earlier today, prior to the best of 5. Sylvie from the back.
Dang, Sylvie. Oh, still gonna be caught by the poker trick. That last hit. Zaros with a walk up again with the hat now. Oh, plays around that passive. That's a risky game that he played around against Zed.
Now Sylvie compromising Kaizen's take. Kaizen should be fine here. It's just Nile that got compromised, but it sucks that he had to spend his flicker there. Up top, Kairo's bullying. 33, did you see that? Like he's down on XP bars, even with that siege minion still up.
Yeah, Kairo's doing a good job here playing around the XP lane. Very, very good in lane. Now, he doesn't, oh, he actually does have level 4. He also took the XP crab, Leo. This is tempo for ACT, not something we expected with a Khalid on the hands of KOG.
Yep, again, Sylvie is just keeping tabs on him. The man-to-man defense is just enough pressure from ACT to be able to get into a beneficial start to this turtle. Ceros wailing away at it. This is a 3v4.
Hayabusa still in the bottom lane. Kaizen doesn't look like he wants to participate. The Yu Zhong here goes to the Black Dragon form. Free neutral objective over to ACT. Cairo gonna be caught by the slam slam and the pass of 33, but he's not going to mount him just yet. Just a battle for the XP crab. Oh, he actually goes in, mounts him, and brings him back to the team. The all-in now with a quad shadow and even the Crimson Beacon to get Cairo down.
They hired an army to take down Cairo. And he didn't even try to petrify. He knew it was coming. So with that, KOG, even with the turtle taken by ACT, closed the gap. And not to mention, the gold lane situation, we haven't really checked in on them. How's Payen and Flukeo doing? As long as Payen, I think, does well into the mid-game, he can still buy the game back from no matter where KOG is.
Oh, great take by Kaizen there as well. A retreat on the Lethal Wanderer. And yeah, I agree with you. Really, it comes down to the gold laners later on. Payen... okay. We only have one ACT, so what... Hey, Leo, technically ACT is the majority. Me and Hugh, we went ACT. KOG only has 2 votes from the talent predictions here for the Tiecasters. And the audience prediction seems to also be leaning towards us with the ACT boys.
I don't blame them. Everybody loves, technically it's not an underdog story, but everyone loves a dream to come true, you know? Like this is, again, a qualifiers team out of the grassroots of the Thai esports scene. And again, a lot of them are considered green. A lot of them are newer names compared to, like, again, an MSC 2017 champion in 33 and the rest of KOG. But KOG are doing well to keep it tight. Look at this. They take a little bit of the gold back, and then it swings like by 100. And this is with them losing the first turtle, mind you.
Yeah, not that it's so slow, though. Flukeo can't get his hands on it. Kaizen wanted to get a quad shadow. But this is something that I think the Thai teams have been able to do for such a long period of time as well. Even back in MSC 2017, the reason they were able to win up against, what, quote-unquote, the bigger regions was because of how smart they are around the game. They don't play it super quick. They don't just brawl it out. They wait for the moment. The golden hour catches the turtle, gives Zeros time necessary to make his way down. But look at the bottom lane. A cross hit on the shadow kill over. Oh, Flukeo was able to survive. That's giving the Raging Sandstorm. By comes. That's a flicker route as well. A stolen Raging Sandstorm now. Oh, a flicker to catch Zeros into the retribution. The Dragon's a bit late, but it is going to be the re-engage. No, Cairo stops and he walks back. It is a free neutral objective to KOG.
That was a crafty approach to that turtle. Pressure Flukeo. Feign risk. Oh my god, Sylvie gets picked off!
Dang! Kaizen! What an angle. You see Sylvie walk up way too aggressively. No golden hour. Knows the flicker has already been burnt out, and what crazy timing. Unfortunate for Sylvie. Fantastic for Kaizen. The shadow kills back up.
Like a thief in the night. Kaizen with just killer instinct. Now he's gonna start taking camps. Oh wait, does anybody see this? Zeros is stealing the orange, and he might actually get away with it.
Oh, at least some trades on the map here for ACT. 2-1 in the first 5 minutes. I love how slow it is. I keep on saying that, but I just want to keep on saying it again, you know? Double down on it. Payan in a battle against the Synchro Fission. Not really a battle he would win there. Good take. Starlium Scythe also already done. Hey, Flukeo's doing well for himself, you know? Even in this matchup, level 1 to 3, we expect Payan to do better, but it's still a 200 gold lead right now for Flukeo. Is still scaling, so that's why ACT haven't really committed on these fights just yet. They still want to wait for Flukeo to get those item power spikes. Sylvie.
And I think that benefits them. Because again, when you come down to it, it's just so much easier for a Harith to win. Claude can't counter the damage output, the burst of a Harith. Like, there's no wind of nature in your way out of that. So, if anything, I think it's KOG who's on a clock. They're the ones who have to push the tempo here. Nile gets run through. Payan looks for the punish. Oh, jumping in!
Yeah, Purify out by Flukeo. He's still able to get the gold crab while he was fighting there. But that's big info. No Purify on the Harith. I think he's going to have to sit this one out, as it might be a 4v4. But KOG are in no rush to actually get into the turtle. They go for the purple buff instead. What a steal. Oh, never mind. Zeros actually secured it. Uh-oh. He's in the quad shadow. Deadly Magic coming down now with the cards as well. But great body block from Payan, and Nile stops that assassination attempt.
And I can't give a clear winner here. I can't say that it's Kaizen. I can't say it's Zeros. I can't say it's ACT. They're both at a deadlock because they both press the retribution. They're both jockeying for position in this final turtle. And neither gold laner can actually leave. Yes, we see Flukeo moving up, but it's just as quick for Payan to clear it and then move through the river. This is Zed scouting out these bushes, able to clear him. Turtle at half health.
Black Dragon form, that should guarantee the neutral objective here, but they're not going for it. Instead, they're going to go for the fight in the mid lane. Zen gets caught even with the Crimson Beacon. The DOT of the passive, Flukeo doing crazy damage. A stolen Raging Sandstorm doesn't find its mark. Now the quad shadow lands on Karns. He's able to dash away. Immobilization, 33! Raging Sandstorm doesn't land, but Sylvie's going to be mounted on, but he's able to flicker out the safety. And 33's caught all alone, isolated over, and the turtle. It took them so long, it turned to a lord.
Yep, again, at deadlock. Even with the pickoff on Zed. Oh my god, Kairo!
Yeah, all in on their turret. with the help of Nile. KZen gets the kill and the turret. That's a man advantage. 20 seconds on Cairo as they look to still play it slow. They don't want to commit to anything.
Mirko, I'd like to change our usage, our verbiage on how this game is going. It's not slow, it's deliberate. They're just choosing the way they engage. Yeah, it's not like they're slowing it down on purpose. It's not like KOG aren't engaging. It's just ACT are responding in a way that makes KOG think twice. It's like those very well choreographed Chinese martial art films with dudes on ropes and strings just flying through the sky. All attacks perfectly parried and countered. That's what this is.
That whole monologue was also deliberate. Sylvie with the walkout, Deadly Magic, forcing the Raging Sandstorm, and even the Crimson Beacon. A trade in ultimates here. Oh, 33. I thought he was going to go in there. KZen jumps in, able to find Carnes, but had to watch out a back. Oh, Flukeo walks it over. KZen's able to find a kill, but now gets caught by Flukeo, and it's a big shutdown. Zaman force over to 33. The Petrify still up, but he doesn't go for the Furious Dive as Payan walks back up with the BMI, or rather blinks back up. Jungle for mid.
Payan the patient. You see how throughout this. Oh my God, Zed!
He survives through the brace by Sylvie. Wanted to go on their turret there, 33, keeping them at bay, and now they hold on a neutral objective. Zaman 4 is already back up, but it's a reset. Unintentional, I believe, there, Leo.
Well, it was a soft reset. They're still going.
Golden Hour in the back there. Sylvie doing a good job trying to bait it out. Radiant Sandstorm comes in with the Retribution on Zeros is on point. As the Zaman Force and the Furious Dive gets him down. Flukeo with the Purify. He's going through the Zaman Force. Flukeo finally dies as Zeros goes in, but now he's going to be caught by the Crimson Beacon and the Lantern Flare. A stolen Raging Sandstorm, but KOG run them down. It's a Lord for a wipeout.
Take what you will. May it be the Lord. But through Payan the patient, going through ACT, they risk life and limb for that Lord, but they get nothing in return. They lose their mid lane tier 2, or rather 1, and tier 2 should be on the way out, but dear God, let's see that again. Holding on to that Blazing Duet to the very last moment, putting that BMI behind the Golden Hour, and then this was just impeccable team fighting out of ACT, and here's what sucks. KOG knew exactly how to respond to it. Yes, KZen died twice to find that angle, but the Lord just gets taken care of as we go through the instant replay. It's almost like it never happened.
But it's still so good. After all that hold on, Shadow Kill, good flicker out by Carnes. He steals a Shadow Kill. Oh, he follows through, but KZen brings him into the Quad Shadow that he placed in the back. At the end of the day, Flukeo's still able to get a tier 2 for that trade, so I don't even know who to give it to. KOG with the lead, but it's only a 1,400 gold lead after all that.
I'd say we gotta wait till the items come back up. We need to see where the gold is and how difficult it is. Shadow Kill on Sylvie! Woo! Alright. So how much money is on Payan compared to Flukeo? And even KZen to Zeros? Because, sure, KZen has died twice, but you can see that even against Sylvie, he can just Shadow Kill, put him down to a quarter of his health. So that's a respectable amount of damage out of that Hayabusa.
It really is, man. The endless battle
Oh,
of
God.
War. Interesting
So,
itemization.
almost
And
2,000.
then- Yes. Honestly, really like the Hayabusa against the Harley, though. You know, I've been playing it in ranked as well, but I just figured in MPL it's different. But in this case, KOG did a really good job to set it up. They banned out the Hilda, like you mentioned. They foreshadowed that pick. They already set it up properly. And then with all the utility that they have, we were looking for a damage dealer. We thought it was just going to be on 33, just like we saw against Bacon Time, where 33 got on a CC. But no, it's KZen on a Hayabusa. He's done an amazing job. Not even too crazy, right? Like, again, instead of building Sky Piercer, goes for the traditional itemization, goes for just pure damage, a little bit of true damage in as well. And it's also a very good way to deal with Harith.
And again, it's not like the lineup can't carry a Sky Piercer. Just wait till they actually find their footing, and maybe even Zed can build a Sky Piercer. There's barely 2,000 gold between them. And now look, even ACT have to consider how to insert themselves into this Lord fight. They find Cards!
Oh, Cards, what? He dashes in, Crimson Beacon's in, and now all of them are caught. Sylvie caught in the midst of it all. He's gonna go for the damage. Cairo, that's a furious dive, but it's on to nothing as the Blazing Duet eats him up whole with Nile as well. A big win this time around for KOG as Carnes is 0-4-4 on the Valentina. I don't see how they can contest this, but Zeros is just staying in case he sees an angle to go for the steal. Oh God, I don't think he can do it. He's just gonna go for the orange buff. Payan is the man who secures the Lord, and Kaizen try to go for the steal. Zeros with the red tree secures it himself.
Close call. Again, Kaizen had the retribution just after the Lord. And I don't know if Zeros was counting, but there's a world wherein, yes, if he goes in space escapes, just plants that hat right where it needs to be, he could have yeeted the Lord away from KOG, but he would have had to risk life and limb for that. But regardless, with a 1-0-3 KDA line on Payan, it doesn't tell you the full story of how amazing his squad is at acting as a threat magnet against ACT. Time after time, he's eaten deadly magics, and that's what's caused Zeros to get a little awkward in team fights. Payan is so patient. Payan just knows what to do.
Yep. Just like we saw earlier in the 3-0 in the lower bracket finals. Payan on this Claude is so intelligent, so patient, and I don't know, because of that. Oh, KZ with an attempt again, pops in a shadow kill, and it baits out the Crimson Beacon. Oh, he almost actually took Cards down again. That gave the space for Payan in the bottom lane to go for the turret. Deadly magic lands, but KZ has a rose gold immediate for KO. Whoa! This goes for the Zaman Force. It's a free far lane base turret for KOG.
Very well orchestrated. Now up 4,000 gold. 33 gets his pauldrons. Now across the board, we see a lead for KOG. I mean, Nile is down by about 500 gold. And still, respect to Flukeo for keeping the farm tight, but it's clear that not just the items maketh a man. Even in execution, I'm not saying Flokeo's not any good, it's just Payan is working overtime. He's playing like he's worth two or three heroes. He's able to eat an ult, crawl back in, sustain, hold on to the Blazing Duet, use said Blazing Duet, and then win off of a losing objective. He's done all that in the past 15 minutes.
Are you a fan of that winter crown purchase? Flakeo just built it, and I don't know, I guess to survive it's good, but usually you would just go for sustain items, right? Bloodwing, CE later on the Harrow, just because once you're down with the Zaman Force, that's it. Like, you'd want to just try to survive while you have the Zaman Force instead of winter crowning, because then it just kind of delays your own, or rather it just ruins your own duration on the Zaman Force. It cooks you. That's why Zeros hasn't been doing damage, by the way. Like, he's only now completed the Genius Wand, Lightning, and Divine Glaive. Now he's building towards the Holy Crystal.
Uh-oh. They jump Nile.
Yeah, just a quick Raging Sandstorm out.
That should be fine.
Okay, is it?
There it is. Shadow kill. Okay. I think Kaizen knows they're about to dance. So he knows that Shadow kill should come off cooldown by the time it actually matters. And I think that's why, in defense of Flokeo's early Winter Crown, that's why he built it. Is because he knows that Kaizen will not hesitate to just press the button if it comes down to it. So he'd rather do that than risk it with, say, the Bloodwings. Or, you know, juggle later on. He needs it now.
That wave in the bottom lane is so big. Slow push with the far lane. Base turret taken out. Super minions constantly threatening the base. And it's going to be built up here. So ACT, they got to send people down below. But I don't even know who to send, right? They're sending Karns. Not the best at clearing here in the late game. The wave clear's pretty bad, but Flukeo will have worse mobility. The guy you can send is Zeros, but then the Lord just gets blitzed. And this is just going to be an Evolved Lord. They're going to reset one more time for sure. Evolved Lord for our third Lord of the game. That's how deliberate this game has been.
Whoop. Lord now on a third of its health. An eighth. Sylvie comes in.
Yeah, late golden hour there, and it's actually not the Evolved Lord. They didn't let it reset all the way through, so it is just going to be a normal Lord. And maybe ACT are a bit happier because of that, right? They're probably going to lose another base turret, but at least they stay afloat for a while longer, for maybe up until Seros gets a Holy Crystal. That's when ACT will pull the trigger.
Here's what's scary, Mirko. We might not get there. Payan has already built a Wind Talker. I did not stutter. A Wind Talker. Not a Wind of Nature, a Wind Talker. So he's looking to clear these waves so much faster, take down turrets, and maybe make this Lord the last. There's a Lord marching down bottom. KOG are pressuring mid and top. Best case scenario, ACT just lose all of the inhibitors. Worst case, the game's done.
There we go, Sylvie walks up. Let's see if the game's done. Lord in the bottom lane pushing in. That's the base turret again. As we expected, one will go down. The mid lane, they've defended quite well. Kaizen threatening with the quad shadow. Good clear by ACT. In the bottom lane, even with this kind of composition, they didn't use any of the resource. Oh? I think that was a misstep by Cairo. He instantly tapped it down. So Dragon's down, there's a wave in the mid lane, and there's no Dragon. This could actually be a clear. A jump from Kaizen, good delay by Sylvie. The Retribution comes around, and now in the mid lane, it's gonna be the attempt, and Payan will take it with Zed. 3 base turrets, all of it down. ACT stripped down to their crystal.
It's just a bare base. One thing that ACT can be thankful for is despite Cairo's, again, what we can assume, flub, he fumbled and pressed the ult, is it'll be up for the next Lord take. That's where I think it'll be more important rather than that in-base defense wherein they already lost their base turrets anyways. Now Sylvie gets spotted up by 33. Ooh.
Dang, Hazen.
All right.
Go in. Item check, quick one.
Still pretty close where we've already checked on it. And still the major difference is on the junglers. That's 3,000 gold between Seros and Kaizen. Everywhere else, you can just kind of swing 500 gold back and forth.
Yeah, the Chastised Pauldron also great pickup there on ACT, but oh, now also picked it up. I was about to say, why is there no Chastised Pauldron? That's actually a very, very good way to slow the Harrod down with the unlead dashes here. And Flukeo, man, he's getting a lot of shields there just with a Chrono Dash. Again, wave up top, gonna be slowly building for KOG. So for ACT, they gotta ACT, they gotta act. They gotta find a way to just 50-50 it, take the gamble, because at this point, it's just full Lord dance for KOG until the end of the game.
I'm not sure they're allowed to gamble, especially now. Black Dragon form coming through, Lord here at an 8th of its health, Nile to the back.
Oh. Winter Crown, Raging Sandstorm comes in with Carnes as well. Zeros able to go for the jump onto the back, now jumps back in again, trying to go for the Retribution. It's Carnes who secures it. Now Flukeo with no mana is still able to survive, pops into the crown in time and buys the immortality. But there's no Zaman Force, and Kaizen doesn't care about the neutral objective. He pushes it in. The Golden Hour is able to buy some time as Kaizen takes a turret aggro. But in the end, it's game 1 to KOG.
Sylvie only delays the inevitable. Golden Hour does stop the minions from rushing in, does stop Kaizen from smacking that base. But after that elapses, everything else follows through anyways. KOG proving that going through the lower bracket was no hindrance to their dominance in MSL Thailand. An emphatic statement in game number 1. This is our house. Let's take a look at the replay.
Dude, that was, well, this is one of the bad fights there where Carnes actually dashed in forward, opened up the bush, stole the Crimson Beacon, and then Crimson Beaconed in. And in this position, it's really hard to blame ACT. They try to go for the fight, and that's what they needed to do. There's no way that they would let KOG constantly just cycle through those waves and continue with the Lord Dance. So, hey, unfortunate, it was a forced error. Well played, though, to KOG. They knew exactly where their advantages lie. They don't force anything. They literally didn't force anything all the way to the very end. They just kept on adapting, kept on looking at what to play around. If they were going for the 50-50, there was no reason for KOG to take the 50-50, right? It's the desperate call by ACT. Just go mid, go top, go somewhere else. Kaizen was able to end the game. Almost a save by the Marcel's Golden Hour, but unfortunately too many minions, and he's already hit the crystal too many times.
Now we ask an interesting question, again, at least for the short term. More on the post-match adjustment discussion later on. Who's the MVP? Do you give it to Payan still? Or is that last-minute clutch backdoor play all on Kaizen. Because that's the only way I think that could have elapsed. Because Payan died for the first time in a while. Payan got his immortality popped, and then he got compromised. But was that part of the plan? Was that all Kaizen's call? Or was ACT there to rely on Kaizen to say, we can do it?
It's a great call anyways, right? I mean, at the end of the day, they were able to get it done. Yes, they delayed. Yes, it looked kind of messy in that final fight, but it's all about the results. At the end of the day, they're going to reset completely, forget about that game, come into game 2 with, I think, a similar pattern again. KOG, this is why, you know, even Bacon Time had such a difficult time going up against them in the lower bracket finals, because after the loss to ACT up in the upper brackets, they've really elevated their game in the drafts. They're no longer just the team that can go for assassin jungle. And I think that got into the heads of ACT. They saw the lower bracket finals. They were like, all right, wait, Kaizen's not playing those assassins. We got to ban the Fredja. We got to ban the Baksha. We got to ban those utility picks. Then you see the Hayabusa and they're like, wait, what? This isn't what we prepared for. There's no way it would work. 33 though, he works all the time, you know, with any pick, even the glue. We saw the Esme, we saw the CC. This man's longevity, but also his flexibility, his hero pool, ridiculous. 6-7% kill participation.
6-7. None of this would be possible without 33 acting as the glue to the strats that KOG need to employ. And I'm talking on a macro level. I'm talking on a micro level. Micro, I think we'll see it more in the highlights. He's literally there for everything whenever someone slips up. If someone gets picked off, he'll make sure the Lord Dance or the Turtle Dance continues. If ever Flukeo sometimes, you know, feels like he can get in there, he compromises the little white-haired baby magical boy. And he attempts the mount, and then that just destroys ACT's attempts. So yeah, I kind of see that. I hate how this went under us. It wasn't very flashy, but his glue was what kind of, you know, kept it all under control.
Wow. It really was like perfect all the way to the end as well. The way they played it, deliberate, the pace of it all, and the way that they utilized the winning lanes here. Once Cairo had used the resources well, they would punish. It's a game of methodical punishes for KOG, right? Constantly. And then the back and forth around the fights here, where ACT were able to get the better of KOG, but then they try to go for more. They wanted to push through a bit more. Unfortunately, it did not work out for them, and KOG were able to punish. Again, methodical punish, right? It's all about the punishments at the end of the day for KOG, because for ACT, it seems like they just overextended, they overcommitted a lot of times, and especially Carnes. This was a low game for him for sure, man. Getting outplayed by Kaizen. Dashing in here in this moment was a big blunder as well, because it forced the whole team to walk in, or to initiate rather, when clearly some of the members weren't ready for it.
Truth be told, Karn's positioning isn't the best either. And it's not like he's getting a smorgasbord of ults to pick from. He has a Crimson Beacon, he has a Raging Sandstorm, and that's about it. Like, those are the only things that he can reliably pick up. So at 0-5-4, I don't think the KDA alone tells you how difficult of a game this was for ACT's mid laner. They definitely could have gotten away with so much more, maybe with a different hero. Doesn't even have to be the Valentina. Valentina is very strong, don't get me wrong. It's just, I didn't feel Karns in this game.
Yeah. I agree. I did not feel Karns at all in this game, man. It was a 0-5-4 performance. It was a pretty bad Valentina game for him, man. Usually you pick up the Valentina to dodge from the quad shadow, but in this game he didn't really do too much of dodging, and it's because I think he's just so conditioned to not going up against these type of assassins. There's always those honest assassins nowadays, the Harley, the Lancelot even, right? You don't really see the assassins wait in bush, look for those ambushes, especially on broken walls where, you know, it's a map with not a lot of bushes, not as many as usual, definitely not as many as dangerous grass. But Karns definitely got to fix the awareness there on the Valentina. On top of that, it's just a very squishy comp, Leo, right? When you run a Marcel and it's an assassin jungle, this is what you get. If you don't snowball at the start, that Marcel is going to get shredded down, and the Hayabusa got a kill very early against Sylvie already around the bottom lane. So that just goes to show how squishy the composition is for ACT. And Kaizen, Nile, well played to them. The carry and the sandbag with the best wingman. Flukeo still doing a phenomenal job farming with a Harith, mind you. Like, he out-farmed a Claude on a Harith.
I think they got to go back to the fundamentals of drafting, because you're right. Despite these mechanical and micro movements, again, out farming a Claude on a Harith, the early aggression on these turtles, ACT just had a weird lineup overall. Like, it was just, we were blinded by how good they were moving, but look at it, there was no peel. You were just winning off of the fact that maybe you can win fights, and then you go from there. But at some point, 6-7 minutes, they weren't winning fights anymore. Again, the deliberate approach was what allowed for KOG to get into a position like this. They had such a good, I'm going to talk in MMA terms. They had such a good stand-up game that ACT blinked once, and then suddenly they're in full guard. It's like, what are you doing on top of me, 33? Stop.
Full mount. That's a big dude in game, right? Especially on the glue, man. Slam, pass. He actually did get full mounts constantly as well, and it baited those resources. At the end of the day, we saw the Yuzong, and I really have to lean towards, I think the Alice still would have been better. Something to just honker down in the front, can take those slam, pass, can be mounted, but is A-okay, right? Because the sustain gets everybody else in the back to deal more damage. At the end of the day, you're there for a longer period of time, especially considering there was only one frontliner. And even then, I don't know. I don't want to call Yuzong a frontliner. He's a bruiser, right?
Nah.
He's meant to go fight, sustain, sure, but not tank.
He's a backline hunter, if anything. He's the opposite of a front line. There ain't nobody who's going to hold the front line for you. Not a golden hour. The golden hour gives you, 2 seconds worth of a hold, but you can't even stand in front of that. So, you know what, Twin? I hate to say it, but we were in agreement. This was a weird draft for ACT, and KOG have him by the collar of their shirt. It's just like, what are you going to do? It took a while. Sure, it was a deliberate approach to eventual control, but something has to change for ACT. They watched KOG, yes, but they did not pay attention to where it mattered. And here's what makes it more difficult for our qualifier team, our underdog story that made it to the grand finals, is they don't have time. I don't think they have time. The more the time they take to make these little mistakes that may cost them games, the more KOG just starts rolling through them. And here's the thing, KOG can win from red side. They chose to go blue in game 1, but go red side? I think KOG becomes more deadly in the draft.
I agree, Twin. I think for ACT, right now, it's all about making it chaotic. You can't play this deliberate game against KOG. KOG are the veterans. They've been here before. You know, they have the experience with 2-3 imports as well in their roster. Compared to you, you're the open qualifier team. You got here through what? Through team fighting, through playing it quick, through playing around tempo. You got to bring that pace back into the grand finals, right? It's something we saw as well in their win against KOG. You have to bring in your style of play. I don't want to see another bacon time situation where they completely forgot about their win conditions, completely forgot about their own strength, and instead got out-drafted in the way where, again, it is a good draft in the meta, but it's just not their style. So ACT, I'm looking forward to those improvements in game 2. I'm expecting a 4-3 here, so we're here for the long run. We'll see again the adjustments. First, random map draw and the side selection. Where are they going to go? Expanding rivers for our second map of the day in the grand finals.
It's about to get wet and wild in game number 2. All day we haven't seen KOG play through rivers. Yeah, ACT's blue side. Again, it's their turn to choose. They go blue. Again, blue is just a safer side to gain momentum and tempo from, especially in the draft. Dear Lord. Twin, do you see this? Triple utility jungler bans from ACT.
What? Yes, KZen is proficient on the utility jungles, but did you not see what he did on the Hayabusa? I mean, he's my MVP for game 1. Maybe the MVP glue got into their minds, Leo. Oh gosh. KOG, Sora banned out, the Freya as well. Now, so many heroes left open. The Phobius is still up for grabs. The Jusin. Is ACT just trying to pick up the Jusin for themselves, take it away from KOG?
If KOG banned the Phobius, then okay. I was gonna say something devious is afoot, but no, they take out the Uranus. Instead, just open everything. Zushin, Phobius, Harith, Claude, by all means. 5 games in, and I think these teams aren't Kalea teams. So maybe no Kalea today.
Well, they're definitely Harris team. Sure, we've seen both players in the goal lane, Payan and Flukeo, play the Harrod to such a high level. Flukeo, though, there is one adjustment that I need for ACT if they want to make the Harrod work, and it's to choose their fights better. In the previous game, they were just going in right after the Lord takes, which is just a lot of times very unnecessary. But KOG, they build around the same thing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Go for the same composition. You see the Hayabusa ban later, you pick up something else that's open, you know? Could be the Fredrin again. That was a pretty good game on utility. And finally, we do get to see that ACT Kalea.
Okay. All right.
That's a twin connection right there. Sylvia and Zeros.
Yep. Coach Shadow may have been listening in, saying, we are a Kalea team. See us bounce back from this point. And KOG did not have to rush the Claude, so that's why they go Khalid Zushin first, and then finally Payan special. Now the bans. Mid. Force Karns on a weird hero again. They take out the Zetian.
Okay. Zetian gets banned out. It's interesting. I guess because of the matchup, that's the Respect Glue banned out as well. I really hope ACT ban... No, actually, they don't even need to. I was thinking about the counters towards the Kalea. God thought Zetian. Don't matter. Both mid and roam has already been picked up by KOG, and that's kind of the negative that you have for yourself if you go for the lineup that early, the Juicin Khalid. Is it just another Yves ban, or do they respect the gore? Now, ACT have always been very quick to adapt to outside meta, right? And right now, the hottest thing is Gord, even in ID. With the Kalea, with the Harley, that's crazy. They ban out the Lilia instead, Leo.
I think KOG want to give ACT the Gord because they still have access to the Yuzhong. 33 can just dive the Gord. And already he has Karn's number. Karn's already is coming from a game wherein he was very little use. So 33 can already, even before walking into the Land of Dawn, just mad dog him. You know, he can mog him. So one more ban. If this is the Yuzhong, all the more you're sure that this is going to be a Gord game.
See value in me?
Let's see it. There you go. It's the Fredrin ban. So it's a total of 4 bans targeted towards KZ. Oh, but no assassin. I'm guessing the Kalea is what they think is enough to deal with KOG's assassin. So, all right, we can see it red 5 again. There's no reason for them to show their cards this early. But what they do need to be careful of is Phoveus is open. Oh, they pick it up. Okay, against the Kalea. Now, what is the response by ACT? What is the winning matchup in XP? Do they go for the, again, Alice? So that they have a tank up front, someone that can hold them down?
Is this going to be one of those weird games where the Phoveus actually uses Purify?
I don't think so. I mean, I understand why you would think he'd go Purify, but losing the
Flicker
ability to Dark Wave and Flicker to gap plays around him. These guys, these little magic boys, I think is a bit too much to ask for.
Oh yeah, hey look. ACT ended up with the little magical babies again. Okay. So they got 2 picks now. Still needing a mid laner. It's not a Gord. Oh my god. He says go again. Karn says go again. I will try, coach. Let me. And Cairo gets his hands on a Terizla. What is going into the jungle for KOG?
I think, yeah, I mean, it's tough either way, right? If you go for the Hayabusa or the Lancelot, you are going to get cooked by the Kalea.
Yep.
But why not just play around it? You have a Khalid, you have a Phoveus that can bait out the Tsunami Slam before that even happens, and there's no one-shot power for ACT. That's the big problem right now for ACT. It's all magic too. Their only physical damage comes from their XP, who's gonna be building tank. So I think I'm all right if I'm KOG. I still pick up the same pick.
And their only combo is like what? Tsunami Slam into a face full of magic from either Cairo or Sylvie. There you go. They're gonna roll the dice.
Run it back.
Flip the coin. Look for the dice. Is that KO? Is that Valley Ties KO? All right, he didn't make it to the playoffs, but at least he's in Lad Prao right now. He's enjoying the show with his lady friend.
always love to see it, man.
Speaking of friends, KO and I are friends on Facebook.
Oh, wait, is that facts? Is that cap? Someone confirm it,
it's
chat. Someone in the
facts.
chat confirm it. It's facts.
It's facts,
All
twin.
right. All right, twin. Let's talk about the facts right now. 3 purifies over the 10 boys you see here on your screen. Zed and Payan with the respect against the Kalea. And as expected, it is not a Purify Phoveus. It's going to be Flicker for 33. He wants to make those plays happen, and he's okay taking the Tsunami Slam as long as that means that Kaizen can walk free and go for the ambushes that he did in Game 1. Let's see. Flakeo back on the Purify again.
This could go very similarly to game number 1. And again, one more result like game 1 and we can call it insanity. How Carnes keeps forcing himself to play the Valentina. And looking at the ults, again, it's possibly a worse situation. Because he can only really still just use Crimson Beacon and Raging Sandstorm. That is the reality of the Valentina in game 2.
All right. Taking a look at the emblems real quick. Oh, Nile with a cheeky little dive there. 33 goes for the concussive blast on the Phoveus. Nile, oh man, they're sandwiching him down. There's no waves here as well, but look at the time. With this time that he's bought, they're gonna go and invade the purple buff. Oh, Nile, what a move! The purple buff taken by KZ. Orange-purple start is vertical, jungling for KOG.
KOG. Devious. That is shrewd of them to do here. Nile doesn't even get punished, Mirko!
Just walks away, man. He just flickers out, rather, a blink, but this is a 3-buff start for KZ. And remember, Sylvie, he kind of needs Seros to be ahead for this Tsunami Slam Deadly Magic combo to be usable. At this point, I don't think anyone's gonna die early on level 4. He might not even hit level 4, Zeros. He's only level 3 right now, and there's only 20 seconds before the neutral objective. Kaizen, on the other hand, very easy level 4 for him. He's gonna go straight for it. I think this is just KOG who should play for tempo.
With the way it's going, it's not evident with just 100 gold up, but Zeros is so behind. If you're looking for the combo, it's not even going to be Tsunami Slam into Deadly Magics just yet. But even the Deadly Magics alone might become Friendly Magics as KOG goes straight for the turtle. Sylvie alone can't fight this.
Nope. He's just trying to spot him, you know, give vision over to Zeros. The thing is, Kaizen might not even need to retreat this. They might go from turtle to orange, or better yet, purple, right? No, they're just going to go mid. Payan doing a good job on Pukeo. The question lands with the shadow kill as well with the retry. As the Blazing Knight comes around to help him in case it wasn't enough. Hey, that's even better. Turtle to gold lane.
And here's what hurts the most for ACT. It was the gold laner who went there. It's like being invited to a party and not being fed at all, sent home with an empty stomach. KOG up by 1,000 gold now. How did that mid lane turret shield not help Flokeo? Oh, well, I understand how. Oh my god. That is Nile getting jumped. Purifying through.
What is that interaction? The CC immunity of the Raging Sandstorm got him out of the Tsunami Slam. What? I've never seen that interaction.
He cleansed.
Timing.
He cleansed through it. Dear Lord. ACT are what we call in the business. I hope they're not. I hope they're not TILTing.
Oh. I mean, I don't think the TILT happens now, but if they lose this game, especially with some of the same picks for Zeros, Carnes, and Flukeo, first pick Harith, mind you, then we might be seeing a little bit of a TILT and a big question mark form right on stage there for ACT, because we've been saying, you know, best of 7, a lot slower, or maybe we should use the other term, a lot more deliberate, right? You can get into the game, into the series slowly. But the thing is, with a 2-0 start, that's going to change. KOG are currently 4-0 on the day. Remember, they're coming off of a lower bracket sweep.
This is just Daddy coming back into the house, reminding everyone who pays the bills. Reminding everyone who keeps the lights on. Yeah, who's home now? This is Lat Brau, BCC Hall. You know what it is. Orange, still a take for Kaizen. And again, it's not like ACT can take the turtle that fast. And we really haven't seen much action, weirdly enough, Mirko, from the EXP lane. We've seen Flukeo and the Payan leave their lane and then join fights, get killed in the case of Flukeo. But for the EXP laners, all they've been doing is just standing guard.
Dang. It's so slow. It's so deliberate. It's so efficient. Like the way they move around the map, the way they abuse the expanding rivers as well, because they go up top, they set the prio, they rotate Payan for double lane, and he might not even stay. He might just go back up top. No, he rotates over, he walks up through the bushes up top, still getting the expanding rivers, and KOG are still the ones holding onto the neutral objective, but they don't commit. It's always the thing about KOG, they never commit on these objectives. They just play it as slow as they can, they frustrate their opponents, they build up that frustration, and it ends up with ACT maybe getting the neutral objective, but then overextending.
You know what this reminds me of? At first I thought I would say, oh, it's like a Thai Blacklist, but no, Blacklist never played like this. This reminds me of a Thai Falcons. Falcons are all about the game of attrition. They always play the economy, they always attack you when it matters, and Turtle goes to them!
How the heck did Pine get the shadow kill in the back? Oh my god! Kaizen! He followed it through, he got the quad shadow on it, and he patiently waited for the blink back of Saros. 33 trying to cut the waves now. Oh no, Cairo is going in with a hammer. He has the body of Smith, but the penalty zone is going to be canceled. Now the DPZ with a blazing duet comes through onto Cairo. The tsunami slam. Sylvie sacrifices his life for Cairo, but the turret will fall as well as that kill.
And here's what's unfortunate about the situation for ACT. They spent battle spells to lose the roamer and the turret anyways. So KOG are now ballooning fourth, 2,000 up. And again, it's all deliberate. It's all calculated. And I think that's what makes it so weird for this very young squad. Again, an average age, I'm calculating, most of them are just under 18, if not at 18. And they're playing on such a big stage, playing with the big boys in KOG.
Oh, they're just gonna gank a Terizla here. The Lancer Flare, not enough to pick him up just yet. Zeros walks up, and now the Blazing White comes in with Payan. Sylvie, you got no flicker, you got no jump. The Raging Sandstorm, but the Tsunami Snap is right there. Good CC immune. Oh, for Sylvie to survive.
Oh man, ACT are not used to this kind of MLBB. KOG have unlocked a new playstyle in the playoffs, and Shadowkill finds Carnes!
Oh, even through the flicker. Not a chase in the back, but the quad shadow is still there. Flukeo can't get his hands on him. 33. Flickers out as he goes for the shoulder bash, but he baits out the flicker out as well. And now, Cairo, disconnected from the rest of the team, wanted to go in, but has depleted himself of his own penalty zone.
A lot of ults thrown out in that exchange. KOG now up 3K. That's what's impressive. Again, throwing back to some of the best macro teams in the world. KOG are able to make economic moves even when they're not part of big exchanges. They got 1,000, Mirko, they got 1,000 gold while getting just 1 kill on Carnes. They were, this map fits them so well. The randomization of this map fits the kind of draft that they got.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Great itemization by 33 as well. Our MVP for game number 1. Radiant Armor into the Black Eye Shield. Kaizen almost got the quad shadow on Carnes. You know Carnes let out a sigh of relief there that it did not land.
After they build Radiant Armors and these tough boots, where does the damage come from? Even if Flukeo cannot, after a third item, deal with that. KOG can just walk through it. It's like, very nice, little boys. What do you do? It can't be off of Cairo anymore. I'm talking about the Harith and the Harley, all right? Not ACT as a team.
Yeah.
Like the little magical baby boys. They're gonna struggle.
The Double H and Valentina, they're all gonna struggle, right? And that's why the Radiant Armor, that's why I pointed it out earlier. The Radiant Armor build, first item for the Khalid, for even 33 on the Phobias, that's what it has done. And that's why we expected the Gore to come through. Something that could force them to, well, it can't really force, but it was basically, it's an insta-kill that's guaranteed, right? You Tsunami Slam into the Gourd Mystic Gush that does true damage, And then you have the deadly magic, so it's a good mix of everything. Plus then you can build for a damage dealing XP physical damage dealing XP. But that's not what they went for. They went for Valentina instead. And just like in game 1, you gotta question some of these picks from ACT, Leo. The synergy is just not there. This Valentina Carnes, it's literally just game 1 all over again, but not as bad because he's not 0-4 by this time.
And here's what's difficult. The draft is one thing, execution is another. Even execution, again, the aforementioned deliberate approach to the game, the KOG macro, which seems to be a signature in MSL Thailand. Maybe them and just a few others are able to unlock it. It makes team fighting lineups like ACT act awkward. They are not in their element. This is not a fighting lineup.
It's like look at
that long lane control. Look at that long lane control.
Brilliant. Everything, all the fundamentals are done to it's perfect down to the minute details. 4-0, full objective win. That's a free lord to KOG. It's like watching a cog in a clock tower. It's just working perfectly. Everything rotating together to tell you the time. And right now the time is all KOG. It's so kings of gamers.
It's in the name. They have conquered this style of MLBB, and that's why they've gone 9-0 in the regular season. Sure, ACT shocked them in the opener of the playoffs, but they do find one.
Big battle here is now able to flicker out. Now pops in a quick sand gun, but gets caught in the raging sandstorm. Stolen, but KZ goes in the lazy duet. Coming in for Payan, doing so much damage, and KZ picks up the kill on Sylvie. That's Flukeo with the trade. But look at the long team-fight with 33. Dunking on Cairo. It's a Lord on top of it. That is still full HP. Charging at these tier 2 turrets. 33 making his way into the mid lane, going for the clear, and KZ will be looking for the last tier 2 in the bottom lane as the Holy Shield gets procced up top.
Not just Mirko, he made sure that Seros stayed hungry, and not the nice kind that wins you championships, but the kind that keeps you down as an already starved Harley. They're 3 levels down, and they're not getting any buffs. This purple buff would be a miracle if some way somehow Seros got it. He has a retribution. KZ is very far off, but that doesn't change the fact that I don't even know where the gold is now. It's 5,000 up. How much of it is in the difference between Seros and KZ? Seros ain't farmed up anymore. Seros can't even go through the radiant armors. What more being down on items?
And because
Dear God,
so
3K!
There you go, you have your answer. Oh my lord. Yo, I gotta give props to KZ. In a game like this, most Hayabusas would just go Sky Piercer, but he refuses to fall under the Sky Piercer regiment, right? He just stays and builds normally. No Sky Piercer. It's almost as if the Sky Piercer wasn't even in the game. They look for a pickoff here. They saw people down below to manage the way, but unfortunately for COG, ACT have already recalled. The thing is, Leo, the only shutdown, the only bounty that ACT can collect is on KZ, right? Everybody else, there's no bounty at all. So how do you come back in this game? It has to be on KZ. You have to get a crazy pick. But I don't think KZ is that naive to just, as I say that, he got shadows into the bush. Hold on. I don't want to curse him, actually.
Mirko, that is the kind of genius KOG is. They play such a deliberate game, a macro-centric approach that even killing them would not solve the issue. You take off 2 or 3 maybe at best, the map still doesn't belong to you. That's just what they have created here. That's the beauty of the draft that they've gotten. Again, through the leadership of Coach Justin, they have introduced, a playstyle that was first brought in years ago and now is running through the first team in the grand finals. ACT, they're still thinking twice if they can contest.
They're actually just going to blitz it down. This is a gamble. Full commitment from KOG. Tsunami's time, but it's only on to Nile. That's okay. KOG will take it for the Lord. Just for the lead. Zed gets out the Crimson Beacon. KZ with the quad shadow. Now Flukeo. A little bit of damage. Sylvie can't walk up. And it's a winning trade again for KOG. They defend in the mid lane here, but ACT want to force it here. Plays it away in the middle crowd. Flukeo caught on the bad spot now. That's with the quad shadow for KZ as he goes in with the kill. KZ with the assassination. Insane targeting on Flukeo.
I think they miscalculated how even at 14 minutes, with all your teammates around you, a turret is still a turret. They fought under tier 1. You see how it turned into the M6 Claude skin right there? It was still standing, and it got a lot of free hits. I'd reckon if you look at Floqueo's death replay stats, a good chunk of that damage would be from that turret. So KOG just forced ACT into making a rookie mistake, fighting underneath the turret with no backup plan to take it down.
And it is just a forced error constantly, man. KOG, their deliberate playstyles really got ACT acting unwise. Now with the Khalid just walking up, basically baiting Sylvie to go for the Tsunami Stab. The Lord charges in. Kaizen again jumps in with the Shadow Kill. They're going to look for the pick. Oh, beautifully done. That's the shutdown they were looking for. A bit too aggressive by Kaizen. And ACT finally gets something back, but they lose out on far lane turret. It's a bit too pricey even with the shutdown.
Immediately the gold lead gets a chunk out of it. That is the kind of bounty you have on a Hayabusa at 5 kills. So you see now how it went down from almost 6,000 to just a little under 4. KOG have to reconsider how much Kaizen was willing to go for. You already saw symptoms of this kind of, how do you say, brazen approach to the lead, right? He would quad shadow into a bush, not sure what was in there. Here it happened inside the base. Many a championship, Mirko, was lost because of being in a wall behind like that.
We'll find out if AOG still have the discipline to close this one out, right? This could be the turning point for ACT. They're still back in the game. It was a 5,000 gold lead that was constantly building up, now down to a 2.6k gold lead. And we take a look at the items again. Rose Gold Meteor for Kaizen. He's noticed that, again, the burst is very, it's there already, sorry, for ACT. Lightning Truncheon, Genius 1, and Divine Glaive is on the way to the Holy Crystal. That will change a lot. That is the big power spike they're waiting for. Have they gotten enough to bypass the Radiant Athena of 33? That's the question I have now.
I don't think so. It'll take everything. Floqueo, a few juggles on that dash, a few hits, some right clicks, Seros deadly magics, some from Karns as well. But I think 33 can still just take everything.
Yep, slow, Shadow Kill, and Retribution from Kaizen. Tsunami Slam desperate on now. The penalty zone in the back line is paying. Goes in Blazing Duet, 33 in the back as well, doing a good job onto Seros there. As that's going to be Floqueo doing damage with his Mon Force over on Nile. But they do it so well, they play it so patiently. No more resources to chase, but KOG have gotten what they wanted. The Lord for free.
And they get a flicker out of Sylvie, a purify out of Floqueo, with nary a battle spell spent. So KOG were definitely in control there. They knew how much they were getting. They knew how much or how little they had to pay for the price. And a little bit of silver lining for our underdogs here, ACT. They at least get to taste their orange. Put it on Seros. Oh no, wait, they put it on Floqueo. Okay.
Tsunami Slam again though. It's desperate raging Sandstorm from Nile. Not combo with the flicker. Oh, Kaizen finds the quad shadow to get Zeros down. Now it's paying with a winner crown and the Blazing Duet. Cairo all alone, Floqueo gunned down by Payan. And now it's 33 who walks up, gets slain in the end by Cairo. But the base is wide open. And KOG get game number 2. That's 5 games in a row today for KOG.
If today's matches were just a best of 9, they would have made it through. But alas, it's a best of 7, and KOG's momentum is undeniable. 0-2 again. What do you expect from a draft that looks similar?
ACT, the adjustments weren't right. Not enough. Even though Kaizen made a mistake here, it was traded for a turret, a base turret that basically guaranteed them neutral objective. How deliberate they play. And then in the end, it was just desperate plays over and over again. Forced errors committed by ACT. KOG really had them down, man. They held them down. They knew how to read them out. Floqueo, insane mechanics, but when you're fighting against a team who have that macro advantage, who's able to build the lead before the fight even happens, that's what happens. The mechanics don't matter. The Purify was already baited as well. GG. Well played to KOG.
And they are one game away from going to match point. Again, first to four wins the inaugural MSL Thailand Championship. Okay, if game one, in the first few minutes, the first couple of lords, it looked like it was a Chinese film with stunt rope and perfectly countered fights. I think ACT have gotten the wrong idea. I think they're looking at this as an early 2000s Thai martial arts film with hard-hitting kicks, and they thought they were Iko Uwais, allowing them to get hurt. You're not supposed to. You can't trade like this with KOG. It's not that kind of movie, sir. You have to be able to at least respect them on that level, or else you're not going to get to the top level. Man, I want to watch the raid.
Shout out to Joe Taslim, for no reason. I mean, hey, W to KOG. They really made it work. It was fantastic. There's not really much to say there. It was just the adjustments were not right for ACT. Again, like you mentioned, they took these fights, and I really have to go back to the point that I made after game one, Leo. They got to make it chaotic. They got to make their composition play faster than KOG. They got to take away the mid-prio. They got to be the ones to make the move first, because I see a good team fighting team in ACT. I see a team that can go toe-to-toe to KOG, against KOG in the team fights. It's just they haven't had the right picks to do so.
Mirko, counterpoint. What if it's not about the team fighting anymore? What if it's about how well, even with Hayabusa, KOG are able to deny fights? Hell, I'm answering my own question. It's because they are able to deny fights. Quad Shadow is such a big tool in Kaizen's toolbox. He's like, yeah, what if we fight? What if no? What if I just disappear into the shadows and then we fight later when I'm ready? That's the genius of KOG.
Truly is, man. I think, for me, MVP for both games so far. Kaizen, fantastic. 91% kill participation, 6-1 and 4 GPM off their roots as well. And no Skypiercer, plays it disciplined, doesn't go too crazy, and just stays within the boundaries of what a Hayabusa should do, right? Doesn't do anything, doesn't overcomplicate things. We go through the highlights again, and we get to see the brilliance of this guy, man. The assassination, the patience to go for the quad shadow, to hold the quad shadow, to go for a shadow kill, then quad shadow combo. He just used so many different variants of combos here as well, right? He pops the shadow kill, the quad shadow's still on him, so just in case the shadow kill doesn't get the job done, he can still quad shadow forward, skill one, then back away again.
One might say he's a combo king. And it's not like he played perfect, right? He committed maybe one or two major mistakes that could have been corrected, like that death inside the base, or the blind shadow here and there. But still, that's how far off I think ACT are catching up to the tempo KOG are playing at. Even when their jungler wasn't playing perfect, he was still the MVP. So I think ACT have to correct on both fronts. They gotta get better drafts, and they have to play on their toes. Get Carnes off the Valentina for a start. There has to be a better hero for him.
And now the question that I want to raise is the TILT starting the show, Leo? Because once you've made these many errors in a game that is all forced by KOG, the built-up frustration will get to you, dude. That TILT will start to hit. Now the question is, has it hit? If they do make the correct adjustments, who's to say that the tilt hasn't already stopped them now, right? Because look at the game again. The way that they played here, it's like we see a downgrade from the previous game. At least in the previous game, they were able to make it longer. They were able to get some fights going. This game, it was KOG controlling the pace all throughout. All the neutral objectives as well going to KOG. There are no trades at all for ACT.
Mirko, not to mention how this started out with just sheer brutality. Again, playground tricks. Just this happens in ranked games when you end up in a 5-man that you weren't expecting, and then you end up losing your first buff. Kaizen started with 3 buffs. For those of you who don't remember, in this 18-minute game, Kaizen started with 3 buffs. So fix that first. At least get into a position where in the early game to the mid, it's at least a 50-50. and then play off of Flukeo. We know that Flukeo is capable. We know that this was going to be a gold lane matchup anyways. ACT haven't been able to make it that. They've lost many parts of the map wherein Flukeo can't even fight Payan anymore. So this allows for Payan to become the superior 6-7 athlete. And that's not how this goes. That's not how this goes.
Yeah, definitely not. Flukeo, I wonder how he is on the Claude right now, because yes, they've been picking Harith. I understand go Harith if you're really just looking for team fights, and that Harith would be superior in most cases. But if you wanna, it's two things now. If you pick up the Claude, right? One, it's still a pretty good pick for you if you can play it well. But I think more importantly, you take it away from Payan. This guy's crazy on the Claude. Maybe he's crazier on the Harith. That's why they prior the Harith. It's a big question mark for sure. Big question mark. Gonna be thrown at Shadow. He's gonna have to figure this out because it's so tough. You deal with the jungle, you ban out all the utilities, you still see the Hayabusa, right? You take the Harith because you don't want Payan on the Harith. You see a Claude and it's played even better than the Harith. If you take the Claude, who's to say they don't just go back to the initial style that is banned away and denied away from him?
Okay, since we're on the topic, what if ACT ban the Harith, pick up the Claude, just for good measure, ban the Moskov? I know that's a 3-step process that might not even happen. Takes too much to do that. Where does Payan end up? Like, that's a good question. Like, I think that might be the most logical way to compromise KOG right now. Does he end up on a carry? Does he end up on a Granger? Like, where else?
At least it's a step. At least it's a way. At least it's effort, right? They got to try to do something different, because if they continue to just do the same thing, which they have done in the last 2 games, ban out Kazan's utility, I just don't see it. I think he's way deadly on the Assassins right now, right? You got to deal with that. Yes, utility is annoying. Yes, he is a threat on the Guinevere. You can still ban the Guinevere. You can still ban some of the utility jungles.
โอ้เป็นยังไงเจอเรา2 คนแบบนี้ นะคะแปลกตากันนิดนึงแต่ว่าขอพักเบรกเกมมันๆกันสักครู่หนึ่งนะคะเพราะว่าตอนนี้เราได้ออนกราวนี่บอกเลย
เกมเดือดไงเกม
เดือดมากเกมเดือดคนเดือดหัวก็เดือดด้วย
หัวเริ่มอุ่นๆละเริ่มอุ่นๆ
ใช่นะคะก็ตอนนี้นะคะพวกเรามาทำกิจกรรม
ใช่แล้วเพราะว่าคนเยอะมากก็เลยอยากจะวัดกันหน่อยว่าแฟนคลับฝั่งไหนพลังเยอะกว่ากัน
ใช่อันนี้คุณโดยส่วนตัวคุณทีมเชียร์ทีมอะไร
ก็ต้อง KOG ดีวะยืนฝั่งนี้เขายืนฝั่งนี้
หน้าฉันก็ไม่น้อยหน้าเพราะว่าฉันก็เชียร์ ACT จ้า
นอกจากเราจะสู้กันแล้วเดี๋ยวเราให้แฟนคลับเขาวัดเสียงกันหน่อยดีกว่าพี่ประมาณจะเริ่มก่อนหรือหนูจะเริ่มก่อน
เธอเริ่มก่อนให้เกียรติ
ได้เฮ้ยขอดังๆนะอย่ายอมนะขายหน้านะโอเคขอเสียงแฟนคลับ KOG หน่อยค่ะ
ไม่ยอมค่ะไม่ยอมบอกเลยฝั่งนี้ก็ไม่ยอมแพ้เพราะว่าฝั่งนี้นอกจากจะมีเสียงแล้วมีป้ายด้วยอยากให้กล้องแผ่นไปที่ป้ายด้วยนะคะ
เมื่อกี้เราไม่ได้เล่นเลย
เล่นอะไร
ป้ายเราก็มีป้าย
เดี๋ยวเราให้โอกาส
โอเค
เดี๋ยวขอเสียงก่อนอันนี้ขอเสียง ACT หน่อยค่ะมาพร้อมป้ายก็มีเสียงก็ได้
สูสีแต่ว่าเราอะไรนะเราขอเสียงแล้วเราสัมภาษณ์กันหน่อยดีกว่าไหนพี่ปัง
เริ่มให้มิ้นก่อนเลย
พี่ปัง1 คนหนู1 คน
ใช่เดี๋ยวไปเดินหาให้มิ้นก่อน
นี่ดีกว่านี่น้องเผื่อมีใครอยากได้วับแว่นไงเขาชอบถามหาวับแว่นกันเลือกน้องคนนี้เลยดีกว่าสะดวกไหมคะเดี๋ยวนี่มาเป็นตัวแทน KOG ให้พี่เลยขอบคุณค่ะพี่ปัง
เรามีเหรอคนไหนดีคนนี้อาสาลุกมาเองเชิญเลยค่ะเชิญเลย
เดี๋ยวแฟนคลับอยู่ด้านนี้ได้เลยค่ะ
โอเคแนะนำตัวกันก่อน
แนะนำตัวพี่ปังก่อนได้เลยค่ะ
ผมชื่อจุนครับผม
จุนมาเชียร์
ACT ครับผม
ฝั่งหนูบ้าง
ชื่อนัตตี้ค่ะ มาเชียร์ KOG ค่ะ
นี่ KOG ดิวะนี่เขามีป้ายนะ
อ่ะแล้วป้ายเราอยู่ไหน
หนูมีป้ายนะหนูมีป้ายนะ
นี่
เฮ้ยรีบแล้ว
มีหลายอันด้วยตายแล้ว
เชียร์หลายทีม
มีหลายอัน
น้องรักคุกกี้อยู่
ไม่ยอมไม่มีใครยอมใครเลย
ถามแล้วในทีมเนี่ยเรามีใครเป็นไอดอลไหมหรือว่าเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษไหม
ก็เชียร์เพิ่งมาเชียร์ครั้งแรกค่ะ แต่โดยภาพรวมก็คือไม่ได้ตามใครเป็นพิเศษ แต่ว่าชอบการเล่นของทีม KOG ใช่รู้สึกว่าเขาแบบเล่นแบบว่าเดินกันแบบทั่วเลนทุกเลนอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะ รู้สึกว่าเขาแบบเป็นทีมเวิร์กที่ดีเลยค่ะ
มันเป็นอย่างนี้นี่เองพี่
ผมมาเชียร์พี่ชายผมเองครับฟุกโย
67แล้วเนี่ยคือตอนนี้สถานการณ์มัน 2-0 เราถาม ACT ดีกว่า เราคิดว่า ACT จะทำแต้มได้ไหมในเกมที่ 3
นกฟินิกซ์มันเกิดใหม่ได้ครับ
แล้วฝั่งนี้ล่ะ KOG คิดว่าเขาจะยอมให้ ACT ทำแต้มไหม
คิดว่าก็30คิดว่าอาจจะยังมีอยู่ แต่ว่า40อาจจะต้องรอดูเพราะว่าคิดว่าคิงก็คือคิงค่ะ
มันเริ่มแล้วขิงกันนะคะมันเริ่มแล้ว
ขิงแรงมาก
คำถามสุดท้ายดีกว่าเนาะมีอะไรอยากจะบอกทีมนะคะที่เราเชียร์
ฟุกโยสู้ๆครับ
KOG อย่าไปยอม KOG อย่าไปยอม
ก็อยากให้เล่นกันแบบว่าเป็นทีมเวิร์กเหมือนเดิม แล้วก็เล่นกันแบบตั้งใจเต็มที่ถ้ารู้สึกว่าเราแพ้ไฟนี้เราก็เอาใหม่คือแบบไม่อยากให้หล่นเพราะเข้าใจว่าเวลาหล่นมันก็จะตื่นเต้นแต่คิดว่าทุกคนเก่งอยู่แล้วแล้วก็คิดว่าสามารถยังทำเกมได้ดีต่อไปค่ะ
โอเคตอนนี้
มาแล้ว
เสียงมาแล้วไม่ใช่เสียงแฟนคลับนะเสียงนักแข่ง
ใช่แล้วเสียงแบบนี้เนี่ยแปลว่าหมดเวลาสำหรับพวกเราแล้ว
ใช่แล้วเพราะฉะนั้นนะคะก็เดี๋ยวให้น้องๆไปดูแข่งต่อเนาะแล้วก็ขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Kapkun Club to Minimint and iBaby, despite the shocking start for their fan screaming or cheering showdown. It's good to see that at least ACT fans are still in it. So they haven't lost hope. They are not, as we say, on the TILT yet.
Safe to say. Hey, they did a good job. Very, very good job there. Giving them the motivation necessary. See, sometimes, Leo, we talk about the TILT, we think about just the game, but we forget about the audience. We forget about the fans. The fans are such a big component of how the teams actually get extra motivation. And I think Flukeo, especially, after hearing that interview, that one fan who said, Flukeo, I love you, 6'7". That's a big buff for him, dude. He's probably 6'7" right now. He's farming the 6'7" as he continues to grind, maybe, to get game number 3. It all starts there, right? It's step by step, though. They can't be thinking about, you know, game 7 yet. They got to think about game 3, how to get game 3, and then after that, one by one, just one game at a time.
Couple of games I think they should think of is game 1 and 2, because they have to make sure not to do whatever they were doing then. There's very little, I think, that's scavengeable or salvageable from those games, because sure, there was some fight in game 1, but I think they need to reset. It has to be a totally different angle. Maybe go for that gold lane trade that we were talking about, but it's gonna cost them, because consider this, to be able to do that, they might have to concede the Freya, which is, in my opinion, and I'm sure you agree, we opened the show with that statement. We opened the show today with that kind of mindset. Freya is dangerous. So it's not as simple. It's not as simple as pinning Payan down.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think they let go of the Freya, though. That's something they just don't do, brother, man. Let's take a look. Random map draw. It is going to be dangerous grass. There you go. We got the 6'7s in the building as well, man. Hey, those are Bacon Time supporters. I wonder who they're supporting here. Do you support the team that just beat them, eliminated them today, or do you support the team that eliminated them in the upper bracket?
You know what?
Well,
I think they're just here to celebrate anyways. Because according to, again, our earlier announcement as the series started, they are going to MGCM. So there's a reason for them to just, be here for the vibes. People do that, right? People just stay for the vibes.
They do. They do. Hey, people love the vibes, man. So let's take a look at the vibe of this game. KOG, they still ban out the Freya and the Sora. All right, the Hilda gets banned out with the Akai for ACT, so they're still sticking to that Akai ban, but they're already changing a few things, like the Hilda ban at the start. Uranus. So KOG, again, for them, it's always the same approach. It's if it ain't broke, don't fix it. For ACT, they're the ones that have to make these adjustments here and there. Let's see. Final ban coming in from ACT. Is it still going to be a utility jungler? Guinevere is open. I think the Guinevere... They banned the glue. They've left utility jungles open. Baksha and Guinevere up for grabs.
Okay.
But KOG go for the Juicin. Okay.
Zushin opener. I'm still trying to understand why the Hilda this early. What is that opening up?
No, but they go for the Baksha, and I really think the Guinevere is still a very, very good option to take right now for KOG. They can just go Guinevere. Heck, Guinevere Arlet? Oh no, the Fovia's still open. Never mind. No Guinevere Arlet, but take the Guinevere first, right? Pick it up. Then maybe the Claude. I think that works as a way to hide your intent here against ACT.
Okay, there's the Gwyn. You get one of them.
Oh.
So they're giving ACT here an ultimatum. Phobius or bust. And ACT aren't biting. They go for the Zetian, her first showing in the series. And Phobius has got to go. I think KOG get rid of it. Blue 4 or 5.
I think so too. I think they ban it out here. The Cho gets banned out as well. They're taking away all the other roamers that can really deal with the Khalid in terms of clear in mid, right? They can level the playing field in the mid lane. They instead ban out the Claude first. Actually, I'm not against that. That's a very, very good ban. Claude wins you games. It has won KOG all 5 of their games here today. So banning it out, sorry, all 4. There was one game where he played Harith, right? So there you go, the Harith, no Claude. They just double down on the Moskov. I still think the Fovia should be the ban out, especially if they are considering an Arlet pick here. So ACT, if they don't ban Arlet, KOG go for the Phobius ban, and it kind of forces ACT to pick it away from KOG. Because if not, KOG get a ridiculous comp, dude. Guinevere Arlet with Harith and Juicin. That seems like an almost auto-win situation. And they let it go. They banned the Marcel.
Which, again, is also just as bad. Again, imagine all of that, plus still the chance to get away with that Wombo combo.
I am the sovereign of the abyss.
Oh. They're letting go of the Phobius. Huh.
Huh. Yeah.
Wait.
I wonder what they have. Yeah.
Are you...
Terizla? Is it...
What? Terizla or Esmeralda?
I don't think you want to go to Esmeralda against a Baksha, right?
I mean, that's a foil. You win one, you lose one.
Yeah.
Where are we?
Okay.
This draft has gone...
I'm confused as well, yeah.
Gone a totally different direction. None of us expected. And mind you, this is KOG choosing to go first. They chose blue in DG.
Yes. They did. All right. I guess we'll just have to find out here. They're definitely not going to be the Arlet, right? The way you pick it up against the Phobius, unless you're that confident in a combo with the Guinevere. Technically, even if you go Arlet against the Phobius, if you're able to lock the Phobius down, it's a-okay. There's no combo with the Guinevere. This is an independent Guinevere that's going to be solo looking for sets. It's just a Hylos and a Juice. I guess it's the Juicin, right? You pick people up and then you hope for the Valor Requiem to be ready.
It's just a good stuff Guinevere. It's not necessarily synergizing with anything. It's just good.
Yep.
Huh. ACT, they still need a gold laner. Moskov. That's it.
What about the... There you go. Go for the Moskov. I was thinking what about the Granger before that was picked up? Because it will be pretty good against the Harith. And the thing is about the Moskov, when you're up against a CC with Vengeance, it gets tough. So they decide to play that. They still decide to take that gamble. Is this enough for ACT to get a game? Leo, what do you think?
What I like about ACT's draft is their respect for KOG's macro. So that's something that we haven't really seen in the first couple of games we played. So now with their backs against the wall, not quite yet in the dirt in the corner, but it's still pretty bad. I think by investing in the macro, in controlling the map, by picking the Moskov instead of the Granger, that Zetian early on, I think it's a good effort. I'm glad that they're not forcing what they're trying to make work in game 1 and 2. So if the tides will change, this is the best way to start with that. A tank jungler, utility jungler in the hands of Seros, a hero with natural peel and Karns, and a macro marksman in Flokeo's hands. This is a good start. Let's go into game number 3.
Is it going to be match point for KOG, or will ACT finally get a game, get something back in this grand final best of 7? Finally, we don't see Nile on the Khalid. That's a very good takeaway for Sylvie, man. And it is, as expected then, mid-prio for ACT with the Khalid, with the Zetian as well. That's why they also pick up the box share. This is, I'd say, very Onic PH, right? Like, just pure mid-prio into a fast-clearing, fast-rotating jungler. Let's see if they can actually get the lead the way they wanted. Okay, great take.
And that's a start. That's a start. If you want to be able to fight against, you know, a Thai version of whatever Falcons is, you play like a team that you know, gives them a good fight. You play like Onic. If you wanted to take this to the next level and make it more Onic, you go for that orange gambit. After your rotations, you attack their orange side, but KOG are good on the response too. So Kaizen cleans up house. 30 seconds to the next turtle, lower quarter. He might even be able to cross to the small camp on Seros. Nope, Seros gonna get to it.
Yep. It's just the slow build. Kaizen waiting there. Seros still able to clear it out. So, neutral objective battle here. Really comes down to execution, I feel, right? Especially considering it's an independent Guinevere. It's a Guinevere that has to look for his own sets. ACT can play with tempo. They can rotate to the neutral objective first, but they have to be careful about these extra bushes on dangerous grass where the Guinevere could possibly be waiting, and that's why it's slow. Deliberate, I guess we should use. Zeros goes to the XP Crab. He should be able to take this, and this is good for Kaizen, I feel. He's already gotten the purple buff, and he'll have plenty of time to get back into the neutral objective.
Turtles at half health. Zed's pushing Karns away. No passive on this Zetian anymore.
Yep, there you go. Kaizen's walking up. That's going to be the right win as the Lancer Flare picks him up. A kill over as Nile will fall. But it is just a neutral objective. Kaizen! Oh! Spatial migration of the Valor Requiem onto the Khalid. Goes for the kill, gets it. So it's a 1-for-1 and a neutral objective for KOG.
SOD no one home. I wonder, in a world where that hit, would Flukeo press the button? Because that was not a fight I think ACT should have forced anyways. But I get it. It's in an effort to protect Seros's purple. And at least they do score the Little Wanderer here. So this will at least keep the lead close. 300, 400 gold. But at least it's a better spot than where we were earlier. ACT are doing well to recover. This is a good start. I'd like to see where it pops off though. But here's what I think might happen. There's no real point of popping off, man. Like, of all of them, it's still Flokeo they're waiting on. Flokeo's the main core here. All of them are all just gears in the machine.
That's true. So, ACT are going to have to look for some proactive moves. Great juke by Nile there. That's going to be some on-force. Good stun with the Raging Sandstorm too. Nile, caught in the Fury of the Phoenix. They're going to go for the damage with the SOD and a final wheel to the face. Nile takes his second death of the game.
Nile, we were used to seeing him do this. And again, he's the member of the team that can afford to die as much. 33, oh my god, War Axe. So, depends on how else the items go, especially for Cairo. seen him get an MVP off of a hero like this. He has kicked butt with a CC prior, so let's see. Second turtle spawns, same spot.
All right, neutral objective take. 33 doing a good job zoning. Cairo gets a dark wave on him. Shield unity by Zeros. That's the Valor Rec Room and the Rec Tree win for KZ. Still, spatial migration out of there now as this Lantern Flare picks up Zeros, but KOG again. This is the built-up frustration that I'm saying, man. Like, they never want to fight. They never want to give ACT what they want. ACT are now playing fast, but KOG just go neutral objective and then they say no, I'm going back.
KOG put ACT in the friend zone. They don't want to fight. They want to be friends. That is counterproductive to what ACT want to do. We'll just take turtles, but we won't fight you. This is, again, what's ruining the approach. They fight for KO.
They just bait out the Purify, right? It's all the small wins. Neutral. Oh, okay, Zen. That's a bit crazy. But yeah, they just build up these wins, man. No Purify means they can go and cut it. Flukeo won't be able to rotate over, right? Well, Sylvie's doing a good job, actually. There you go. So with backup, they will still ensure that Flukeo can get gold, but that means the gold crab will be monopolized by KOG. And look at how these small wins are building up to that 1K gold lead for KOG. 1.1, boom, right on the dot. 5 minutes in, 2 neutral objectives. Yes, ACT are doing a good job at damage control, but KOG are doing an even better job at building a lead. It's not a fight, it's not those kills that you would expect, but it's still small wins.
It might look like it's free how they're giving farm to Flukeo, but there's an opportunity cost to everything. The fact that Zeros and Sylvie have to babysit this Moskov means elsewhere on the map, Kaizen is moving. Elsewhere on the map, Payen is getting free farm as well. Not to mention how Zed can just flush out these brushes of ACT members. So this final turtle, again, if ACT don't get Flukeo in, could just be another free KOG turtle, 3 for 3. Because Flukeo, again, I mentioned it already, is the only real source of core damage for ACT.
Okay, Zen's already on the neutral objective. They're holding this mid bush so well. Niall's occupying that little pixel brush as well, and it's, again, denied away. Spatial migration, Valor Requiem into the pickup, and the yo-yo. It forces Cairo to get away. That's a Raging Sandstorm that doesn't land. Where's Pathway, and now the Crimson Beacon. ACT are out of the neutral objective, and it's through KOG playing the deliberate game. A turret down below falls. That's what you expect for the Moskov, but Payen pays it back with a turret up top.
Just when you think ACT were a step ahead, KOG says, nah, check your top lane. They always have the response. They always have the right answer. Niall here flushing out brushes. And look at the pressure 33 is putting on Flukeo, bullying him to retreat underneath tier 1.
What do you do? If you're ACT now, you scale. That's the easy answer. But with a Phoveus and a Baksha, much easier said than done here, right? Like, KOG still have ways to shred those frontliners. They have a CC in their composition. They have crazy CC as well. Not the hero, but crowd control with the Lancer Flare and with Kaizen on the Guinevere. It's not brawly at all. It's such a deliberate game. We say this constantly, but it is what we're seeing on the map. Flukeo only now gets his golden staff. Payen is already on the way to a Holy Crystal, and to make things even worse, that's a Queen's Wings for Kaizen. Not a Winds of Crown, Queen's Wings.
No, this can't be. Miracle, you see how much gold Payen has over Flukeo?
How much?
Almost 2,000 up. Almost 2,000 up.
What? See, those are the small wins. The monopoly on Gold Crab.
See? 1,200, 1,300. See, so my math may have been slightly off, but still, with no kills on either of them, that just means it's more effective space for KOG on the map.
Yes. It's the small things that they do during the neutral game. When there's nothing happening, KOG have been the better team, right? They've been rotating constantly to XP crabs, gold crabs, and it has put them far ahead now because it's those small wins that get them here. 1.7k gold lead and the XP lead is quite massive. Look at Zeros. 2 levels down against Kaizen. All across the board. It's a level lead for Payan even against Flukeo. Not something you would see all day, man. Like Moskov usually will have the lead over the Harris. Sylvie caught in the bad spot, still able to escape there with the dashes. Now with the Lantern Flare locks him down. Valor Requiem a bit late to the party. The Fear of the Phoenix locks Kaizen, and now it's gonna be the all-in as the Divine Force gets used up and the SOD lands. With KO in the back, onto Kaizen he goes with the Queen's Wings is doing the work as Kaizen's able to survive, but he moves back.
Bang!
In, and Payan blows him up! A double kill! Flukeo was so close to saving the day, to possibly getting a kill on Kaizen. But it all falls for KOG. And now it's Kaizen walking up, getting a stack of that passive on Carnes, forcing him back and getting a free tier 1 in mid and bot. Leo, we gotta bring it up. Is the TILT starting to hit for ACT?
If you just isolate that moment, it seemed like it was. Flukeo was so desperate to get the kill. Even Seros was like, just get me in Retri range. I don't care about the level gap. We're gonna make it happen. We're crossing this bridge. But they forgot how high the water was. They forgot how big the gold lead was between these gold laners. And how KOG are just so good at splitting up fights. That could have definitely been an ACT win, but KOG just knew how to delay enough and to force ACT to overcommit. And now they have a Lord. Now the map belongs to them. It's blue. Miracle. Flukeo will have to struggle to get anything out of the map now.
Oh man, not just Flukeo, even the utility jungle. Look at that. Zeros baited out already. Flukeo tied up in the current call. The Fear of the Phoenix is baited out, and Flukeo was all alone. He has to purify, but what will it do him? Nothing. Flukeo isolated against 5 members down below as the Lord almost solo took the turret. Kaizen! Spatial migration of the Valor Requiem into the Winter Crown that he just purchased. Sylvie gets away with the quick sand guard. Oh, the healing saved him there, and the Holy Shield as well. But they want to go for the base turret, a far lane base turret with the First Lord. Payan already popping into Monfor. He's going to go for the turret right now. It's a full lock onto it as Cairo jumps around with the Inferno Pursuit. And ACT keep it alive. Oh, but KOG, Leo, there's literally no bounty on the map with a 5,000 gold lead.
It's the same thing as game 2. You can pick apart this lineup, but at the end of the day, that's not what gets them down. The only thing that could beat them is a mirrored macro play or a clean wipeout. Neither ACT are capable of doing right now. KOG fans are feeling it in the stands. Oh my lord. Mirko, what at least ACT can hold on to, evident in that push down bottom, is the one weakness KOG's lineup has. They have no clear turret killers. There's no wave murderers. They all have to punch these minions the old-fashioned way or slowly burst them down with attacks and skills, but there's no marksman. So that's one thing they can be thankful for. They can at least defend underneath their base.
Did they just concede the Lord? That was a retreat from Zeros. I mean, he needs everything he can get. Maybe that's what he thinks he can get. Maybe they don't go for the neutral objective this time around. Oh,
I wouldn't blame him.
13 seconds for Zeros, so it's not going to be the end for him. He can still rotate over, but Kaizen's already starting it. And at least now, you can see where Flukeo can be very useful. No, they're not even contesting, right? Yeah, no contest.
Nope.
Unless...
I don't blame him.
Zeros? From the side? No, he's on the way. Shielded a knee. He tries to go for the ride, man. The Valor Requiem gets used up. The Spatial Migration as well, but now the Fear of the Phoenix catches all of them, but they play it slow. It's just a curtain call. Blitz from 33! And the Spatial Migration. Look at the damage of the Synchro Vision and the Unlead dashes. 33 is melting through the front line of ACT.
Tis why the Harith was constantly denied out of Payan's hands. If you thought his Claude was a work of art, his Harith is a masterpiece. The magnum opus of KOG's possibly first MSL Thailand Championship run. They jump on Flukeo and it's over now. It's just a matter of time. Ladies and gentlemen, the match we thought was gonna go all the way, it's match point for KOG! 1 game away from hoisting that MSL Thailand trophy. One more, Payan says, one more. The Kyrie Zed urges the KOG fans in the stands to make noise. What must it feel like to be an ACT fan now?
They're in disbelief. I mean, we don't even need to ask the question for KOG fans. Look at them celebrating in the building already. And it was this final fight, right? Like we were talking about the scaling portion of the game. Yes, Seros and Cairo can get tanky, but that's where the CC comes in to shred you down, and it was brilliant. Sylvie falls as well. Folks, if this was a best of 5, it would already be done. There's still a chance. We've seen teams come back before. But do ACT have it in them? A team that made it here through open qualifiers.
Mirko, looking at the run of the playoffs so far, no match has gone further than 4. If there is a pattern here, it's that the end is nigh. What else does ACT have up their sleeves? What's left in the tank? I'm not counting them out. I'm more asking important questions. What else can they do to stop KOG's rampage?
If I had answers for you, I'd send it to the coach right away, brother. That's the thing. It's sad to see a team do so well in the upper bracket run, actually beating KOG, but then it's impressive to see KOG's adaptation, Leo. Like, they came in today as the regular season KOG. The teams, or sorry, analysts were all expecting, casters all around Thailand were expecting 9-0 invincible run in the regular season to a drop in form in the playoffs to now a refined version of the regular season version of KOG. And ACT, it's the opposite, right? They did a phenomenal job. They go all the way to finals, but here they're completely read out. And KZen, man of the hour for sure, man. Game number 1, game number 2. For me, even game number 1, even though game number 1 went to 33, it was KZen in my books. Game 3, all 3 games, it was KZen, Leo.
It's all him. That's what he's feeling in his hands. The energy, the power, the vibes of what is seemingly, eminently, inevitably his title. He's 1 game away from becoming one of the first MSL Thailand champions. 3-0-5, didn't die. This is one of KOG's signature moves. One of their major strengths is, number 1, yes, they're very good at this macro-centric playstyle, delaying fights, denying engages, and second is using the map. In broken walls, they pick Barats. In dangerous grass, they picked Guinevere, who again doesn't even need to use her passive. She just literally stands in bush and says, all right, it's Requiem time.
That final play, man, it's just so tilting to see. Flukeo got the SOD. He targeted the right member as well. He went for KZ to take away the retribution, but KZ survived with a sliver of health, thanks to the burst as well from Pan. And then the cut into the bottom lane. Flukeo was left all alone. The neutral objective gets blitzed before they can even react to it because of the massive lead. And then the curtain call locked the Baksha down. Flukeo, look, he was trying to rotate, he was trying to walk towards his friends, but at the end of the day, he was like, all right, never mind, it don't matter. Hey, the KOG fans are livid as this is match point for KOG. I think KOG themselves they're happy. They're so happy. They're feeling the thrill for sure. A whopping 6-game win streak on the day. That's something usually you see in ranked, but they're doing it here.
They turned the BCC Hall in Ladprao Central their gaming room, boot camp, training facility. They just literally said, okay, let's just run through everyone that stands in our way. And the games, Mirko, the games get faster and faster. How are they doing this? It's like they just keep getting better and better.
I have no idea. They are getting better though. Like, even in the game time, if you guys look at it, if you guys have been paying attention to it, folks, 20-minute game to an 18-minute or 17-minute game to a 14-minute game. It's
14-minute game.
Literally cleaner every single match, every single game they play. Even in their first match, we saw some holes. Bacon Time were able to get a few games, or sorry, not games, a few fights in. They were able to make it close. And then we see the stomp in game 2, the stomp in game 3. And then now here, same thing. KOG starts slow, deliberate. They lure ACT to a false sense of security, and then they tear that hope down to its core. The twins aren't doing too well. Sylvie and Saros, they're lost.
And I don't blame them. It's easier said than done to go and step up against KOG. And I'm glad that it's us twins that are just calling the match and not playing against them. Because at this point, we're just asking questions. They are literally questioning themselves. They are looking deep inside, saying, what else can we bring out? Twin, literally, what else can we play? Because we've tried to deny the Claude. We handed him the Harith. That's apparently worse. We've taken Carnes off of the Valentina. Took us 2 games to do that. They've adjusted almost every possible thing. They themselves have played. Seros has played. I'm Seros, by the way. Are you?
Silvio.
If I'm Seros, you are
Silvio.
So you're Sylvie. I've already played the Baxia. You've stolen away the Khalid, and it still didn't work.
I have. It did not.
Where do they go from
Now
here?
What? Exactly. That's the thing, right? Like, we've been trying to slowly also read into KOG. What do they need to do? What do they have to do? What do they have to plan out? What changes do they have to make? Gameplay? Draft? At this point, it's everything, right? And it just seems like they've gotten read out. They've gone completely read out already from the first time they met up in the upper brackets. Yes, ACT were able to win, but KOG downloaded their playstyle. They downloaded their style of play, and now we're seeing the execution to that blueprint that KOG have set for ACT.
KOG are architects of their own fate. They have erased and rewrote everything in the book to make sure that history states KOG have become the very first champions of MSL Thailand. They have built the blueprints to call this truly their house. And they just have one more game to embrace destiny. One more game, lest ACT turn the page themselves and scribble their names in there. Again, these are kids. They're very young athletes. None of them are older than 18. Eldest possibly maybe 18, but imagine being in this position, man. Imagine facing off against, if you're 18 and 30, imagine being oh man. Imagine looking up to, literally in Cairo's case, looking up at 33, saying, you're my idol, and now I have to fight you in the EXP lane. Could Aura could Aura have played a role in this?
For sure. I mean, we have seen it before, right? It's something that, it sounds weird. It sounds weird, like, well, what do you mean aura? What do you mean all this thing? But when you play on stage, it really is all about the aura. It's about the stage presence. It's about going up against names you've seen before. As Leo said, this could very well be kids from the open qualifier that made it, that back in the day when 33 lifted that MSC 2017 trophy, we're watching. And we're idolizing 33, we're idolizing IZ, we're idolizing the IDNS roster, the full Thai roster that did it in their first international. And looking now at themselves and seeing we could do it too. And now it's all about who wants it more, right? Going up against your idols, you gotta lock in, bro. At this point, it's make it or break it. It's 3-0. You've had 3 games now to lock in.
Wake
up. Is that all you got? Wake up.
The dream is over. Wake up. You are on stage.
You're living it.
There are hundreds of people watching right in front of you. Thousands, maybe millions total overall watching. And your ticket to Paris, France is on the line. KOG can basically KOG can smell the baguettes at this point.
They smell the freshly baked croissants.
Oh, dude. I'm pretty sure Kaizen and Payan are now planning their trip to the Eiffel Tower. Like that's how close they are.
Yeah, they're literally a game away, and it doesn't look like it's a far-fetched. It doesn't sound like it's a far-fetched idea that we can say that KOG's got it. They've got it all throughout, and they look composed. Look at it, they're veterans. The reason they've gotten these imports, the 3 imports, and a veteran in XP is because they were banking on the fact that experience would carry them. And so far in the playoffs, it has, Leo.
And I don't think it's just experience. I think it's also wisdom.
Oh, yeah.
It's the knowledge to say, take this fight. The knowledge to say, that's a worthy trade in the draft. The knowledge to say, we can take this and you can force this issue. So, what is this? Is this magic? Is he casting a spell? No, because
no,
Mirko, I'm not gonna lie. That might be what it takes. There has to be something preternatural occurring for this to change, and we have a last-minute substitution. Cairo is out. Piper is coming in. When was the last time we saw Piper?
Need? Early on, first match ever. I remember casting a Piper game. So, yeah, that was the last time we saw Piper.
That means they've ran through their whole... They made it through to the last stage of the playoffs, to the grand finals first, without Piper. And now suddenly, what's going on with Cairo? Why?
I have no idea, Leo, but it's something they need. They need a change of pace. They need a change of something at this point, right? Or it's going to go the same way. A power sub, a super sub moment, perhaps. Something that could really etch his name. I mean, etch the team's name in history. If this were to work, Leo, if this reverse sweep were to happen with Piper in XP. ACT fighting. The fans still believe in the dream.
Mirko, I can only imagine the discussions online if Piper were to be able to make this happen. If Piper were even able to get ACT back to Game 6, even just Game 6, I can imagine the ACT fan base going wild. We're going to Expanding Rivers. I want you to, before the draft begins, I want you to put your mind into a place where we're looking at MSL Thailand Week 1, Week 2.
Magic is my
How different does Cairo play from Piper?
I think for me, Piper's way more aggressive. Early on, especially for the neutral objectives, he's there to just create space for Zeros. That's what made him special. That's what made ACT special early on in the weeks, right? They were aggressive. Maybe that aggression got read out. That fast tempo that I saw got read out, and that's why they struggled in the middle of the season, and that's why they had to bring Cairo. But if we were to think about that again, and we were to go back to a few of the points we made early on in the best of 7, early on in the first few games, we did say ACT need to make it quick. They need to play faster than KOG, and that means it fits the bill. Piper might be the solution to playing faster. It's just now, is it too late, right? You always have to ask that question if you're at match point to bring in someone like this.
All right. A lot of factors coming through. Yes, they need a little bit of speed, a little bit of aggression, a little bit of proactivity out of the XP lane. We don't know for sure if there might be some aura involved. Again, intimidation out of your idol. 33 to Cairo. But also, something that we haven't mentioned up until now is Piper hot enough? KOG start off here with a Zushin. Is Piper hot enough, Mirko? Because unless he's been doing jumping jacks throughout game 1 to 3, he's just been sitting, he's just been watching, studying KOG. But how are his in-game senses? How are his fingies?
Oh God, I'm not a fan of this, dude. Well, I'll answer your question. I don't think so, right? He's definitely not warmed up. He's playing, right now he's heated up by just the situation alone, Leo.
That's true.
Speaking of, Baksha Khalid, the Claude is open, you've banned the Harith. You've basically given Payan a free Claude with nothing to answer it with, right?
Neither of these heroes do anything to the Claude. So, Hyuko puts his hands up saying, oh yeah, we got the Claude. And of course the Cho, who almost single-handedly stops Khalid from praying.
That's the thing. That's the thing. They got the CC. They got the dashes right now. ACT, do they build on already a crazy early game comp with a Phoveus to guarantee neutral objectives? Or do they just go... Because at this point, you can't even go Yi, right? There's a Claude there. It's tough to pull it off. And if you don't go for a marksman... Never mind. They don't go for a Phoveus. It'll be banned out, I feel. They don't even go for a marksman. That will also be limited down. Fukeo, no Moskov, I think, right? So, Harith taken out. Moskov's going to be banned. They go for the Zetian. And what combo is this?
They're going to ban the Obsidia too. I think KOG is going to ban the Obsidia as well.
You're right.
So the question is, what's left? What's left for Flukeo? This is...
Clint? If we're thinking
don't get me started. Don't get me started. Clint is an anomaly in the metagame. Many a time I've played it, we've played it amongst MPL casters just to try it out. It's easier said than done. So the teams that get away with winning with a Clint are not the norm. Oh, they banned the Obsidia. There it is. Banned the Moskov too.
Yeah. It'll be the Obsidia Moskov here, final ban. We even need to get up with the Granger. They have a 2-stin, they have a quad, they have ways to deal with the Granger. Harley ban already. ACT trying to limit down some of those assassin picks from KOG, but I think we've seen more than our fair share of crazy picks from Kaizen, the MVP so far. The Akai still gets banned out, Leo, even this late. I guess because they have a Baksha, and it would be troublesome for the Baksha to win out neutral objectives when there's an Akai. But hey, I can say they can go for CC again and Fredrin, right? What's stopping them?
Let's say both junglers are equally skilled. Baksha into Fredrin is still just a 50-50. So they banned the Leslie. They're saying, make my day, pick the Moskov. We beat it in game 3. But instead they go for the Clint.
God.
Okay. I get it though. You have 3 solid, technically frontliners already. 3 heroes to peel for you. The Zushin, or rather the Zetian, the Baksha, and the Khalid. So maybe that's why they pull the trigger on the Clint. But what's in the XP?
I understand your frustration.
I think you still need some damage. You need more damage. It can't be all on Flukeo again.
You do need damage. And for KOG, they can do whatever they want right now. If they want to go for the Hayabusa again, pick up the Phoveus, it can work. If they want to go for something crazy as well, anything works. They've already built a crazy foundation with the first 3 picks here.
Suyo Leomord is still open.
Exactly. They go for Leomord and the CC. They want to go for the throw. They want to end it right here. They don't want to give ACT a chance to play. And ACT, what could possibly be the pick they have saved up until this moment? Arlet. Not a bad pick by all means. They have combos with it as well. ACT have a draft that they can play around with, Leo. This is not bad. I like the Arlet. The only problem is, how's the Clint going to be played? Do ACT play strong side goal, or do they go for neutral objectives?
I think the only way to do it is the former. Strong side gold, snowball Flukeo, unlock him from that lane immediately while Payan can't catch a breath, and then go from there. But it's easier said than done. It's not like KOG is going to take this lying down. I think it's evident that they are going to be doing that because they put a Purifying Flukeo. So they're saying, Flukeo, keep yourself grounded. We'll farm you up. You will be a stationary artillery. But it's that statement that makes me so worried. It's all in on Flukeo again. They have no backup plans. Ladies and gentlemen, going into game number 4, match point for KOG. ACT with that last minute substitution. Throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. Even a Clint makes its way into the grand finals. Here, from the heart of a BCC Hall in Ladprao Central, possibly the last game in the grand finals of MSL Thailand Season 1.
All right, folks. It is a 3-0 currently that we are seeing right now live. KOG with the lead. It's all about how ACT can play it aggressive. Piper, though, a bad trade in the bottom lane sends him back under turret 33 with that experience, that veteran DNA of his, man, working out already.
That's mean. I cannot imagine a worse feeling. Maybe if I'm a jungler and then I lose one of my buffs early, but yeah, 33 is bullying Piper, freezing the lane even, calling Sylvie in. Help!
Oh, there's a gank though. 33, way too aggressive. Oh my god, he still goes for the damage. Whoa! 33 gets a kill in the end. Now it's Kaizen with the rotation on Sylvie. Down below he goes. Sylvie will be able to get away.
Still ends up as a trade, 1-for-1, and it's not like it didn't cost him anything. KOG actually got some loose gold on the clapback there, up by about 100, 200, leading up to the first turtle spawning lower a quarter. I know I said I predicted they would go strong side gold, but we haven't seen any rotations for there. So Flokeo is just going toe-to-toe with Payen. It's an island for the gold lane. Oh.
All right, future objective. Zeros is on it. He's going to be looking for a Phantom Steed early. Onto Sylvie he goes. They're going to go for the fight instead. It's an all-in onto Sylvie right away. He's able to flicker out the safety. Oh, they're going to go for the fight, Leo.
And that is 33 taken out of the equation. Turtle to ACT. KOG are getting bullied. Piper with 2 kills. Mirko, it seems to be enough. The Piper gambit is working. The Piper play. Oh, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, ACT may have found their second wind, but off of just their XP laner, now KOG get tested, possibly for the first time in hours today. For the first time since the sun was up. KOG are getting tested. They're down 500 gold. They forced the Raging Sandstorm out of Sylvie. And so far it's back to regular programming for KOG. They're slowly regaining parts of the map. And I think ACT should spring the trap here. They should speed up how Flokeo ramps up into the second turtle. About a minute from now. Huh. Zeros looking for the jump. Pushes Nile back. And he's gonna commit Zed to the rescue. That is the way of the dragon plus the flicker. Alright, Zeros didn't really lose much on that. Nor did ACT. ACT still in the driver's seat, pushing the tempo against KOG.
Oh. This is what they need, Leo. How fast they can go with Piper. They gotta go for those brawls, and so far it has worked, right? Hey, could be a crazy super sub situation. Payen up top, trying to survive. Zeros with the shield unity. Good juke by Payen, but he gets caught with the Raging Sandstorm, and Zeros kept the shield unity. A different pace entirely for ACT, out-rotating KOG. Way the dragon, bringing him back. Lantern Flare comboed in together, throws in under turret, but Sylvie's able to get the quick sand guard in time. And Kaizen cannot help just yet. It should be a free neutral objective to ACT. Hold on now.
Oh.
Now the walk up gets to kill Sylvie. Has to flicker out. That means now it's KOG with the lead.
KOG are a man up. Zeros looking for targets. Jumps Nile.
Dikundo and the red tree, perfectly balanced combo together. Piper with the final slash, but now gets caught with the Lantern Flare thrown back at everybody. And that's a blaze into it even on Piper. He tries to survive, but Kaizen takes him out, and the gold lead is back to basically nothing. They level the playing field.
They stopped Piper from running through them. This was key to KOG's success in stabilizing. Again, they lost so much in the gold lane. Payen now has to farm without a tier 1. But with that sequence alone, at least they stopped the bleeding. They're not out of the woods just yet. KOG did get the second turtle if they secure the third. And they give, oh my god, Flokeo. He's fine. Oh, the clapback from ACT coming in. All right,
really fine.
They're too deep.
Yeah, way too deep. But they baited out Purify. That's already worth it. Nile now can get a free initiation on him, and there you go. You can already see it with the curtain call as well. Nile, not in range though. A bit too aggressive by 33, getting a bit too hasty here. Maybe, I mean, I know they're at match point, but they gotta be very, very patient. They gotta still stay deliberate.
And that might be what ACT want. ACT are playing brawly. ACT are forcing engages. And if KOG bites, the punish comes through. Looking at the items, that's 500 gold up. Flukeo is over Payan. And then even in the jungle, Kaizen is able to recover. It was prior all the way for Ceros. But I think the main point of the main pain point is off of Piper. He's up by 500 off of 33. So 33 needs to really choose his fights now, because 0-1 on a CC early on, not a good look.
Definitely not. And Nile's helping out 33 a bit more now. He knows that, 33's been ganked a bit too many times here today in game number 4. So getting him to rotate over to neutral objective faster. Piper, though, it's weird to see Piper on the other side of the map, but he didn't clear it out. Payan's just going to get free hits on a turret. Piper is going back and forth because of KOG's slow game. It's brilliant. They get a turret for free before neutral objective.
And Payan is just committing to the bit. I think KOG are just going to give it up unless Kaizen has something to say.
Raging Sandstorm now flickers out of the way. The Fear of the Phoenix locks him down, but Ceros is caught all alone, and he gets caught by the Yo-Yos. And yes, as you said, Leo, it will just be a trade. They're okay with it already. A free turret turns into a turret traded for the neutral objective. But now they go back and they continue to farm, to continue the scale.
Approaching the mid-game point, 8 minutes in, Flukeo picks up a... are they gonna jump on Sylvie? All right, they're just checking range. 8 minutes in, almost, Flukeo picks up a Malefic gun. The Clint gambit has not paid off. Nary a shadow of the Clint we've seen. Oh! Piper threatening Nile. When will Flukeo join fights? When will ACT say it's ready? Unleash the Sheriff.
I think right now they gotta just break the turret down below so that he forces out, he's forced out of laning phase. 33 trying to defend. He actually went for the current call and even the vengeance here. I think a big blunder from 33. He gets cooked. Flukeo picks up the kill on Nile. Goes for the way the dragon. The final stage doesn't land. Nile gonna be caught in the bad spot. Fury of the Phoenix snipes him down from all the way up top. Kaizen walks him down. Able to get the killing spree on Cards. Paying doing some damage as well. Flukeo though doing a lot here with that early game damage. Is it an endless battle? Because that's ridiculous.
Yep, Flukeo has an endless battle, has a Malefic gun, possibly on his way to what I could only assume is a Sky Piercer. So not fast, but not slow, just right. Carnes picks up a Divine Glaive. What? Is that his second full item? Or possibly his third? His second full item. Wow. Not a Trunch. Glowing Wand into DG.
He knows the team wants to play front to back. He knows it's a pure front to back for them. So it's all about how he can shred KOG's front at this point as well, right? How he can facilitate Flukeo to get those executions with the Sky Piercer now that he's building. So great itemization from Carnes, in my opinion, coming into the neutral objective fight. It's only a 1,000 gold lead, but this is the one that can really explode ACT's lead to a 3-4K, depending on how it goes. Sylvie going up already. Now goes in for the G Kudo, the way to Dragon straight into the Phantom Steed and the Yo-Yos. But the Fear of the Phoenix comes in as well, and ACT are forced to wait. The current call is already used up as 33 zones into the back. That's gonna be the red tree from Kaizen. Raging Sandstorm, and now it's gonna be Payan jumping in, but he's gonna get caught by the quick draw. Flukeo flicker around, Sky Piercer for Flukeo. KOG running away, but it's gonna be chased down by Piper. He gets the stun, and Kaizen will fall. Zeros picks up the shutdown.
That is a Pyrrhic victory for KOG's Lord Take. ACT, in my opinion, wins the trade. Now we're feeling Flukeo's wrath. Every flick of the wrist could possibly be a Sky Piercer stack. This is some roundabout way of countering that Claude, but it almost does the same thing as a Leslie, in my opinion. Ranked games, Leslie's eat Claudes alive, and this Clint has done its best impression. Again,
yeah.
Go ahead, Monkey Man, Little Thief, fire away with your blazing duet, but a single 2 or 3 bullet combo out of a Clint gets rid of the whole HP bar of the Claude almost instantly.
He needs a win of nature, dude. He desperately needs a win of nature. Payan, his patient gameplay hasn't really worked out this time around because of the damage. It's just so explosive. So when he's patient, he just gets poked out. Payan, good BMI. Saros, though, goes in for the Phoenix and Raging Sandstorm. Good reaction for the Crimson Beacon now as Nile is able to kite back. Piper's looking for the final slash, but doesn't have the flickers. Kzen is off bounds. He walks away, and it is where ACT will call it quits. They're going to play it safe. They're going to build this Flukeo Skypiercer slowly but surely. There's no reason for them to rush right now. Pressure's on KOG to close things out.
Fair. They are down 3K, and it looks like KOG are not in the mindset of forcing anything. They will at least fight to push for this mid lane, but
Zeros.
look at the back line.
Comes from the back. That's going to be the full shield unity onto him. Way the dragon and Payan. Oh, gets taken out by the last shot from Carnes. Raging Sandstorm from Sylvie. And 33 goes to the side all alone. It's Flukeo with 4 Skypiercer stacks now. Kzen tries to get a kill back. Holy Shield still ready. Flukeo doing damage. No Phantom Steed. Wait. Holy Shield is down right at the 12 minutes. Leo! Everything is lining up for ACT. They got 2 minutes coming down right now. Fear the Phoenix as well. They're going to go straight for the base right now. As that's going to be the all-in from Kzen to try to save the game. He gets the red tree in time, and ACT, have they been a bit too much that they can chew? On the all-in to the back. Flukeo with the damage again. GQ on the way to drag it into the Purify, but Flukeo will fall to Kzen, who gets a triple kill.
When you thought the 12 minutes on the dot, Cinderella moment of that. Oh my God, they're gonna take down Piper!
Uh-oh, Piper with a vengeance. The steed is back up now with the horse. It's 33 who walks up and an unofficial Maniac.
Freelord!
Lined up for ACT, but KOG turned it around.
Mirko Freelord! When you thought that 12 minute on the dot, Holy Shield's drop-in moment was a fairy tale ending for possibly going to Game 5, KOG flipped the script. This ain't no fairy tale, son. This is the grand finals of MSL Thailand, and they take the lead. Sure, they lose their mid lane inhibitor, but they now are up almost 1,000 gold with a Lord marching up top. What is going on?
Wow. Redeem your codes, folks. RMS-8L2FCD right there. Wind of Nature complete for
there
Payan.
it is.
Leo, have they gotten to the timing that they need to end this game now? They have a Lord. All right, maybe not an end, but to regain control of the game. The lead's back in their side. There's no far lane base turret. It was a mid lane base turret, so it doesn't really do much for ACT.
It's very defendable. Mid lane penetrations are not a terminal status. It's very defendable, and they lose all of their tier 2s. It's just base turrets left. KOG are in fighting form once again. They've fallen off their throne. They've lost their crown. But just as quickly, they may have found it again. They remember, I am him. They penetrate top lane. Mirko, bad news for ACT fans. That's the long lane.
Exactly. When you'd expect the Lord to come back up top, it's been top for the whole game. It spawns bot, and they get the far lane up top. So, yikes. Big yikerinis. Oh, Nile with the conceal. Is he going to go for the play? Oh my God, he gets the Jig Kuno the way to Dragon. It's an all-in on Piper, but he's still able to survive with the Vengeance procs. The passive of Carnes as well. Now it's going to be Saros in the front line as 33 is able to go in, and the final slash lands on him. That's a full disengage. Payan gets caught by Carnes. Lantern Flare to kite back. 33 doing the best he can as Piper continues to chase. 70 seconds for the neutral objective. ACT want to go for more members so they can go for the end, but that cannot happen. KOG gets away, and there's big waves building up top.
A moment of vulnerability. KOG may have approached that fight with a little bit of overzealousness. Gigil, as Payan would be familiar with. He was a little too gigil for that fight. He put himself right on a silver platter in front of ACT, and they just blasted him, man. They threw everything but the kitchen sink at him. You know what? I don't doubt. Maybe there was a little bit of porcelain there. Maybe they did throw the kitchen sink at the Claude's face. Because he's on a flicker, not a purify. So there was no way he was going to survive that, especially if someone stunned him. So now at least, I think KOG have learned a lesson, specifically Payan. I have to be a little bit more patient. I have no Purify, I have a Flicker. He has to be more patient. He has to understand that this ends on him.
Slow, deliberate. Pushed by ACT up top, but it is a super minion wave, so it will be building back up for KOG. That wave will take the turret down though, so that's a small victory for ACT. They want to gamble, Leo. They don't want to give KOG any time to play the Lord Dance. Now with the conceal already. Oh, wait, they reset it. But KO's able to dash away. He's kiting so well. Final slash into the back right now as the Crimson Beacon gets used up and Piper's isolated. Payan walks up, and that's a big fear of the Phoenix. Raging Sandstorm, and that's going to be Zed kiting back again. A full walk back as the way the Dragon locks Sylvie down, but it only gets his immortality as 33's right there. Payan with a blazing duet gets back with a win of nature as well. KO taking a lot of damage. That's going to be Kazin walking up with no Phantom Steed over on Sylvie. That's Nile with the jump. A flicker back away from a possible way. The Dragon as Kazin gets back on the horse, and we have not lost a single member in the last team fight.
Mirko, that's what you call in the biz as a 4-man technical knockout. ACT did not lose any bodies, yes, but they could not fight any longer. I think the same is, you can say the same thing for KOG. They are in such a state of lack of resources that they can't push it anymore. Even Payan doesn't have a Flicker, nor a Blazing Duet, just came up now. And even Nile has the old-fashioned way, get in a position to get a kick. So we return back to the dance. A lethal dance at that. Whoever takes this Lord or wins this fight overall could end it.
Look at the far lane. They're going to send Karns to deal with it. Kzen is going to hold. I think they're going to try to bait for a 4v5. Remember, that's a global ultimate that he has, but no, it's just free. A good block by Niles. The current call slows Seros down. Free Lord for KOG.
And they got it the same way that they've gotten to this point. 3 games in, 3 wins in the best of 7 with finesse, through deliberate decision-making, through control of the map. Yes, Karns could have afforded to clear it from that long lane. He has a global ult, but the part you're missing, folks, is that his damage is real. It's weird. We don't see this very often, but it's a shredding Zetian. It's his damage that's actually caused Payan to be more cautious. Because look, he's, oh my god, DG, Holy Crystal, Lightning Truncheon. He was needed in that Lord fight to contest. And when the city needed him the most, he was in the top lane. And now they have to deal with this 3-lane push.
He had to clear it out, man. He has the global ultimate as well, but now it's a winner crown. Whoa, Payan selling the Wind of Nature. The Phantom Steed comes in handy now for Kazin, but it's going to be down for a while. Lord up top already. Flukeo dealing with it. They're trying to go for the siege in the mid lane, and they are going to get it down slowly but surely. Second base turret of the game falls down for ACT in the mid lane, and KOG decide to play it deliberate.
19 minutes in, and KOG are dealt a hand. The deck is shuffled, and they still end up with what one could argue is a royal flush. A 4 of a kind, if you will. Long lane pressure, plus the Lord in the lower quarter. Mirko, they can just run it back. It's up to ACT again to, after Piper's last-minute substitution, after all of the trials and tribulations, the struggles, the many downs, some ups that they've ran through in the best of 7 so far, to find new tricks to try and contest for this Lord. And it's easier said than done because, again, at least now they know for sure one thing. It can't be Karns. You can't send Karns up to defend on his own, but logical state, it's him who can afford to do it. Sylvie, oh, pressure on this Khalid.
And he has no immortality. It's still down. It's not going to be up for the next Lord. Next Lord, Leo, is going to be an evolved Lord, right? This is where it could make or break games, man. KOG could get an end, but if ACT somehow pull it or take it, it could delay the game to a further late game. 1.4k gold lead. At this point, the gold lead doesn't even matter anymore. It all comes down to the macro, and that's why ACT are already sending all 5 of their members up top to deal with the wave so that they can try to at least have a chance against this. KO stood there. Sylvie gave him the information and they backed off. Sylvie has the immortality backup, by the way. It's back up on cooldown.
Nile as well. That explains why this Cho is so gung-ho about getting in your face. Zeros Baksha unites all around. Oh. Yeah, watch Kaizen. Watch Kaizen. I think he did cut.
Yeah, he did. Oh man, he denies the gamble from ACT. It's gonna be a full push into the base, and look who they send. It's not just Carnes, it's Flukeo as well in mid. They're gonna hold the Lord.
And then the Blitz.
Full-on blitz on Sylvie. Flukeo's already rotating in. 33 gonna be caught in the stun. Fear the Phoenix coming down as well as KZ is on the horse. Zeros knocked down with the retribution from KZ. Final slash, bringing him back. Payan still able to get the BMI back as Sylvie is now caught against KZ, who's lost the steed. But KOG will back away as they've secured the Evolved Lord.
Mirko, not to mention they went 1-for-1 on flickers. They forced it out of Piper. So for the next 2 minutes, there will be no flicker final slashes. And I think this is more important. For the next 2 minutes, Nile may not have a kick, but at least he keeps his own immortality. So he can eat a face full of lead from Flukeo, who, yes, just now picked up a great Dragon Spear, but that's one more body that his bullets have to go through in Nile. It's not as simple anymore. 3-lane push. KOG are hell-bent on taking all the inhibitors out of ACT's base.
Wave in the bottom lane is cleared out. They have an Evolved Lord. They can just play with the damage reduction of it. Let's see it. Flukeo's trying to get as much poke as possible before the fight even starts, and he's doing a good job at it. But look at the Lord in the mid lane. It's still very healthy. Now on the back line, he's going to go over the conceal and all in. A 3-man G Kundo as the Fury of the Phoenix gets baited out. And now it's Sylvie with the Raging Sandstorm, stopping them in their tracks. Look at the Lord on the base already. It's a pickup again, and Sarah's going to be down in already as Payan goes in for the damage with the Blazing Duet of the Winter Crown. Piper, walk with the vengeance. Rose Gold Meteor saving him. The base is wide open. They're going to go for the end. From open qualifiers to the grand final stage. They dared to dream against the Giants, but tonight the kingdom stands untouched. A flawless sweep, a ruthless coronation, and in their inaugural season, KOG win the championship.
If you did believe him throughout the regular season, and if you did believe him as they ran through the lower bracket, believe him now. Heed my words. KOG with an exclamation point as big as all of BCC Hall in Central at Plauce. This is my house. KOG are your MSL Thailand Season 1 champions.
And the agony on the faces of ACT. They dared to dream. From open qualifiers to the grand final stage, it looked like everything lined up for this miracle run. But they will have to swallow the bitter pill. They need to improve more. They need to grow. But what a season for these rookies. What a season. And even though they swapped Piper in at the final game, it wasn't enough. They looked better, Leo. We saw improvements, but the veterans were too clean.
For years, KOG has been running rounds in Mekong, and now they finally have a league to call their own. This is their league where they are kings. This is their kingdom, and they conquer all who stand in their way. Some of them thousands of miles away from their home. And here they finally find success. The young man Payan. It's clear that the superior 6'7" athlete is overwhelmed with emotions. And now what lays before them, one last task, Mirko. Something that they've imagined for months, worked hard for, countless hours, sleepless nights, blood, sweat, and tears for, is to lift this trophy.
And they're gonna do it through the lower brackets.
ถ้าพร้อมแล้ว เรามายกถ้วยรางวัลนี้กันเลยค่ะ 3 2 1
เอาละค่ะ และนี่ก็คือชัยชนะนะคะเดอะวินเนอร์ของเราในซีซั่นที่ 1 ค่ะ ได้แก่ทีม KOG ค่ะขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะ แล้วก็ขอเสียงดังๆอีกครั้งค่ะ ให้กับ KOG
ลำดับต่อไปนะคะ ขอเชิญคุณอิสราเรียวเดชะ CEO ของ Richman Entertainment Group ขึ้นมามอบรางวัลให้กับแชมป์ของเราค่ะ
ขอเรียนเชิญค่ะ
ตอนนี้ก็ถือว่าเป็นวินาทีประวัติศาสตร์นะคะ
ใช่
ใน
แล้ว
MSL Thailand ซีซั่น 1 นะคะ
แชมป์ซีซั่นแรกของเรานะคะ นี่เลยสุดยอดมากๆ
สมมากเลยนะคะกับอินซีดำไร้พ่ายใน regular season ของเราเนาะ
ใช่ค่ะ ถึงแม้ว่าในช่วงของซีซั่นที่ 1 ในรอบเพลย์ออฟเนี่ยเขาอาจจะตกลงไปอยู่สายล่างมาบ้าง
ใช่ แต่สุดท้ายก็
กลับมาเป็น
ได้
ใช่ The Winner เป็นแชมเปี้ยนของเราในซีซั่นที่ 1 นั่นเองนะคะ เดี๋ยวเชิญถ่ายรูปภาพร่วมกันเลยค่ะ ค่ะมองตรงกล้องกลางได้เลยนะคะ กล้องใหญ่นะคะ กล้องใหญ่ด้านหลังนะคะ มองกล้องใหญ่ด้านหลังค่ะ ค่ะกดเลขหนึ่งค่ะ number one
เดี๋ยวเราจะประกาศรางวัลต่อไปนะคะ ต่อไปจะเป็น Final MVP เตรียมดูจอพร้อมกันได้เลยนะคะ
Final MVP ได้แก่
ขอแสดงความยินดีกับเคเซขอเชิญคุณอิสราเรียวเดชานะคะ มอบรางวัลต่อเลยค่ะ เดี๋ยวถ่ายรูปอีกสักหนึ่งรูปนะคะ
ถ่ายรูปภาพร่วมกันนะคะ นี่เดี๋ยวเราจะเชิญถ่ายรูปภาพร่วมกัน นี่ต้องบอกเลยว่าแอบเห็นบางคนมีทั้งคราบน้ำตา แล้วรอยยิ้มแห่งความดีใจนะคะ แล้วก็ปลื้มปิติยินดีทุกอย่างเลยนะคะ เกิดขึ้นที่งาน Playoff ของเราซีซั่น 1
ใช่แล้วค่ะ แล้วก็ยินดีด้วยนะคะกับ KOG เนาะที่จะได้ไปปารีสนะคะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ เดี๋ยวขอบคุณคุณโอ๊ตด้วยนะคะ
ขอบคุณคุณโอ๊ตมากเลยนะคะ เดี๋ยวเชิญคุณโอ๊ตนะคะ ลงไปพักผ่อนได้เลยค่ะขอบคุณ
พักผ่อนได้
เดี๋ยวเรามาสัมภาษณ์แชมป์ซีซั่น 1 ของเรากันดีกว่า
เป็นยังไงบ้างถามความรู้สึกกันก่อนเลย ตอนนี้ความรู้สึกตอนนี้ณเวลานี้นาทีนี้เลยตอนนี้เรารู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
รู้สึกดีใจมากครับ เพราะว่าพวกเราก็ซ้อมกันมาเยอะมากๆ คือวันหนึ่ง
ค่ะ
ผมเชื่อว่าเราซ้อมเยอะมากๆจริงครับผมเราซ้อมกันตั้งแต่แบบเที่ยงวันยันแบบตี 2 ตี 3ทุกวัน
โอ้โห
แล้วก็
เดี๋ยวพายเย็นอยากแสดงความรู้สึกพายเย็นอยากแสดงความรู้สึก
Let's go champion Paris
ต่อ
ผมรู้สึกว่าสิ่งนี้มันคือรางวัลของผู้ที่ทุ่มเทกับมันครับผมแล้วก็สำหรับ ACT ที่ตบผมตกสายล่าง ผมก็เลยขอบคุณเขาโดยการส่งเขากลับบ้านครับผม
โอ้ย
Can you say anything for your feeling right now?เป็นโมเมนต์แห่ง emotional นะคะตอนนี้ค่อนข้าง
emotional มาก
ใช่ emotional
เพราะว่ามีหลายความรู้สึก
ใช่หลายความรู้สึก
มันปนกันเยอะไปหมด บางทีไม่สามารถสื่อสารออกมาเป็นคำพูดได้ แต่ว่า
ใช่แต่
สี
ว่า
หน้า
ดีใจ
เขาบ่งบอกทุกอย่างแล้ว
เดี๋ยวให้30 ทีพูดแทนพรีเซนต์สักนิดหนึ่ง
คือก็ก่อนแข่งทางบ้านเขาเข้า ICU คนหนึ่งครับ แล้วก็นั่นแหละครับ ซึ่งถ้วยนี้ผมก็เลยบอกทำให้ครอบครัวเขา มันก็เลยค่อนข้างจะแบบ
ค่อนข้างที่จะ emotional ค่ะ
ใช่
เข้าใจ
ใช่
เข้าใจเลยเนาะถือว่าเป็นความสำเร็จทั้งของทีมแล้วก็ให้ครอบครัวเคเซนด้วย
ใช่
ขอบคุณทุกคนที่มาเชียร์ด้วยครับ
just your feeling about like you're winning
What's the
you're feeling how you're feeling you're
I feel so happy because we have so many sacrifices to get this championship, and I just want to say that I'm very proud of anyone of this team. I very love this team. Champion.
เย้โอ้ดีใจด้วยนะคะแล้วก็คิดว่าอะไรเป็นกำลังใจสำคัญเลยเนาะของทีมที่ทำให้เราเนี่ยสามารถเอาแชมป์มาได้ในวันนี้ค่ะ like what is your important support like that bring you to this like champion
my family and my GM and our team
yeah it needs to be your team too
yeah and
สำหรับผ้าเย็นก็คือ
ค่ะ
ครอบครัวทีมแล้วก็เพื่อนๆเนาะที่เป็นกำลังใจสำคัญของน้องที่ทำให้แบบว่ามีสามารถเอาชัยชนะมาได้ค่ะ
ครับเอาผมเหรอโอเคครับสำหรับผมก็จริงๆผู้คนรอบข้างทุกๆคนครับผมอย่างแรกเลยก็คือกำลังใจของพวกเราก็คือแฟนๆ KOG ทุกคนครับที่มาเป็นอันดับหนึ่งเลยขอบคุณทุกคนมากจริงๆครับผมที่เชื่อมั่นในพวกเราเสมอมาครับเพราะว่าตอนแรกก่อนเริ่มอย่างเงี้ยเราก็เอาแบบไทยๆเลยแล้วโดนแบบมองโบเยอะอยู่ครับผมเราก็อยากพิสูจน์ให้ดูไม่ได้อยากพิสูจน์เพื่อว่าแบบเราโดนคนอื่นมองไม่ดี เราอยากพิสูจน์เราอยากทำให้แฟนๆ KOG ทุกคนได้กลับไปคุยกับเพื่อนที่บ้านเพื่อนที่ทำงานว่าเฮ้ยทีมที่เราเชียร์คือทีมที่ดีที่สุดในประเทศไทยครับ
เย้โหโอเคเดี๋ยว
ก็สำหรับผมก็ดีใจครับ แล้วก็ภูมิใจในเพื่อนๆทุกคนครับผม แล้วก็ขอบคุณคุณแม่ด้วยครับครอบครัวที่สนับสนุนผมแม้กระทั่งทำงานก็เปิดดูนะครับผมแล้วก็แฟนคลับทุกคนแล้วก็ขอบคุณฝั่งทางแฟนคลับ NCT ด้วยที่ทำให้เกมสนุกขึ้นนะครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณคุณแฟนด้วยนะครับที่มาเชียร์เกือบทุกแมตช์นะครับแม้กระทั่งปวดท้องอยู่แล้วก็
พลังเบฟก็มีนะทีมนี้
อย่างสุดท้ายเลยขอบคุณคนที่ทำให้ผมมาถึงจุดนี้ทุกอย่างเลยนะครับไม่ว่าในทางที่ดีหรือไม่ดีนะครับผมขอบคุณครับ
นายอยากพูดอะไรไหมคะนายอยากพูดอะไรไหมครับ
ก็อยากขอบคุณแฟนๆ ทุกคนครับที่อยู่ณตรงนี้แล้วก็จากทางบ้านด้วยสำหรับคนที่ไม่ได้มาครับผม อยากขอบคุณครอบครัวผมที่มานั่งเชียร์ตรงนี้ เป็นกำลังใจที่ดีมากครับ แล้วก็ขอบคุณแฟนผมด้วยขอบคุณที่มาเชียร์ขอบคุณทุกคนที่มาเชียร์ครับ
ผมก็อยากขอบคุณครอบครัวบ้างครับ ขอบคุณคุณแม่ขอบคุณน้องสาวผมอยากขอบคุณครอบครัวผมบ้าง ขอบคุณครอบครัวครับขอบคุณเพื่อนๆทุกคนขอบคุณทีมขอบคุณพี่ปิ๊นซึ่งเป็นทีมของเราที่ให้โอกาสเราเชื่อมั่นในตัวผมในการสร้างทีมนี้ขึ้นมาครับผมแล้วก็ผมเมื่อกี้เขาขอบคุณแฟนกันหมดแล้วผมไม่มีแฟนนะครับ
โอเคค่ะ
แล้วเขาหันมามองหน้าดิฉัน
เดี๋ยวเราให้ทีมนี้เนาะยกถ้วยรางวัลอีกสักหนึ่งรอบดีกว่านะคะเดี๋ยวนับให้เดี๋ยวออกจากเฟรม
เดี๋ยวเราออกมาข้างๆกัน
จากเฟรมเนาะ
นี่ค่ะ
เดี๋ยวให้ KOG ค่ะยกถ้วยรางวัลอีกสักหนึ่งรอบนะคะ เดี๋ยวนับให้นะคะ ตากล้องเตรียมเก็บภาพนะคะ อันนี้เป็นนาทีประวัติศาสตร์
เตรียมเก็บภาพได้เลยนะคะ พร้อมนะคะ นับ 3 2 1 ยินดีด้วยนะคะ
เดี๋ยวต้องขออนุญาตค่ะ ขอบคุณพาร์ทเนอร์นะคะ ใจดีอย่าง Official Telecommunication Partner 25G
ค่ะ ต้องขอบคุณนะคะสำหรับพาร์ทเนอร์ผู้ใจดีอย่าง
Gaming Phone and Sponsor จาก Infinix นะคะ
Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G ค่ะ
Official Sponsor Ritman Shop
Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
และสุดท้ายจะขาดไปไม่ได้เลยค่ะ กับมูลตุนนะคะ ที่สนับสนุน MSL Thailand Season 1 ทั้ง 5 สัปดาห์นี้นะคะ และรวมถึง Pay Off ในรอบ 3 วันนี้ด้วยค่ะ
ใช่แล้วนะคะ ก็ถ้าขาดผู้ใหญ่ใจดีท่านใดท่านหนึ่งไปนะคะ ก็อาจจะไม่ได้มีงาน Pay Off หรือว่างานออฟไลน์ดีๆ แบบนี้เกิดขึ้นนะคะ และที่ขาดไม่ได้เลยนะคะ นั่นก็คือกำลังใจนะคะจากแฟนๆทุกคนทั้งที่มาร่วมงานกับเราในวัน Play Off วันนี้นะคะ รวมไปถึงที่ชมอยู่ทางบ้าน ทุกคนคือแรงผลักดันนะคะ เป็นฟันเฟืองเล็กๆ ที่ทำให้คอมมูนิตี้ของเกม Mobile Legends ของเราเนี่ยก้าวขึ้นมาแล้วก็มีการพัฒนาอย่างต่อเนื่องด้วยนั่นเองนะคะ
สำหรับวันนี้นะคะก็ดีใจด้วยนะคะกับ KOG King of Gamer Club ค่ะที่ได้เป็นแชมป์ใน MSL Thailand Season 1 นะคะสำหรับวันนี้เนาะเรา2คนค่ะ มิ้นนี่มิ้นนะคะ
ค่ะแล้วก็มาปาง iBaby ค่ะ
ต้องขอลาไปก่อนนะคะ แต่ว่าอย่าลืมนะคะ Mobile Legends Season 2 เนี่ยเราอาจจะได้เจอกันอีกอย่าลืมติดตามนะคะ
เจอกันได้ใหม่แน่นอน
ใช่ค่ะเพราะฉะนั้นขอบคุณและสวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีค่ะ